Let me get my other agenda item on the screen here. All right, so just so I'm with you, right now we're
We're
continuing
not
with
live
the
yet,
budget.
Mayor.
I understand, I understand. Can you hear me?
I could hear you,
Hello?
but very faintly, because we haven't broadcasted yet.
I understand that. I'm just asking you a question before we broadcast. Right now, we're just going to start with the budget item, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
All right, why don't you do a roll call?
Councilmember
Do a roll
Becerra.
call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Peñalosa.
Present.
Councilmember Sarmiento is absent. Councilmember Solorio is not in yet. Mayor Pro Tem Villegas
Here.
and Mayor Pulido.
I am here. I know this is a continuation of our meeting, but just for the record, why don't we stand up, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll continue. So if you can all please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we are now, as I understand it, we're done with the public hearing on the budget. And I just want to bring it back to council. I know we had questions and suggestions and all. Who would like to go first? Madam City Manager, would you like to say anything, or would you like the council to go first?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it's your deliberation time, so I would like to hear from the council on, we're here to
All
answer
right,
any
that's fair.
questions. Okay.
Council members, thoughts, questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Becerra, go ahead, please.
thank you. Well, I'd like to begin by reading the mission from our city strategic plan, as I did at the last meeting, which also appears on every city council meeting agenda. To deliver efficient public services, partnership with our community, which ensures public safety, a prosperous economic environment, opportunities for our youth, and a high quality of life for our residents. I appreciate all the people who took the time out of their busy schedule to call into our council meeting on Tuesday evening, and those that emailed us over the last few weeks. As I've combed through this budget, I accumulated questions on many items from multiple departments, including our police department. The 10-year outlook on the general fund shows a deficit of $18.5 million. In other words, our city government plans on spending $18.5 million more than what we are projected to bring in revenues for our general fund. In 10 years, in fiscal year 2029 to 2030, our city government will spend about $78 million more than we are projected to bring in. So I'd like to start asking my questions if I could. I'd like to ask whether it's our city manager or our finance director. So what do we attribute the growing gap in expenditures over revenue to?
Thank you, council member. The 10-year forecast is a forecast, and it's a projection. We do have a better handle on what our expenditures are than our revenues, just like any typical business. We know what inflation factors are for medical benefits. We have an idea of what our pension obligations are. We have an idea of contractual increases based on CPI. The revenue side of it is the one that we don't have a lot of information on other than just a general inflation for it. What is not captured in the revenue in the 10-year forecast is, should we have a new hotel built? Should we have an addition of lots of businesses, particularly sales tax producing businesses? So to answer your question, the growing expenditures are primarily driven by personnel cost because we are a service sector. And on the revenue side, I believe that we can bring in a lot more revenue, to your point that you mentioned at the last budget hearing. That's an area that we need to focus in on. And we also have some other ideas. This council has authorized us to do a feasibility study of refinancing existing debt that would also help to control and level the expenditures in those outlying years.
Okay, thank you for that, Madam City Manager. What's interesting and simultaneously frustrating is that as a government, we do need to try to live within our means. And, the majority of the people in our city, they can't afford to, have these sorts of gaps in their spending. They've got to live within a certain means. And I think as we take a look at this budget, while we're looking at what services we're providing, we've got to be realistic on what we can provide. And if our aspirations are to provide more, we've got to be realistic in how we can bring in that revenue to do that. one thing I wanted to ask was on the 10-year outlook, I see a dip in fiscal year 28-29. So we go from revenues of $394.7 million in fiscal year 27-28, and then we drop to $382.5 million in fiscal year 28-29. What would we attribute that to?
So Measure X that was passed by the voters does have sunset dates on it. So .5 sunsets in 10 years from its adoption, and that would fall in 2029.
Okay, so, as I stated at our last meeting, that, we do have a revenue problem. And what's very concerning is that, well, it looks like here from our report here, 18% of our budget is contingent upon Measure X, a measure that has put our sales tax here in Santa Ana to the highest in Orange County. And just, it's insane given the fact that we have a population that many are struggling to make ends meet, and we are taxing them this much. And I bring this up just because I think that we really need to address this as we move forward. We need to really look at the structural configuration when it comes to our budget and how we function going forward. I want to kind of get into some of my more specific questions now. So when I'm looking at the general fund revenue summary table on page 20, it says that we have $0 coming in for fireworks stand permits. Are we not charging for permits for folks for fireworks stands now?
I will ask Executive Director of Planning, do you have an answer for that question? A zero revenue on, what, I'm sorry, sir, what page are you on?
So it'd be page 20, it would be our general fund revenue summary table.
So the fireworks permit this year will continue with the program, and no fees have been waived. So I'm not sure why we didn't have a projection, but the fee are still continue for this year.
Okay, because it shows here 0, so that's why I'm confused, because I figure for all the nuisances that the fireworks present for our residents, you'd like to think that we're getting something out of it. So when I saw the 0, that was just for me, a red flag. So why is that?
I can certainly find out and evaluate why that was omitted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tai. And then, I don't know if this would be for Mr. Tai or who this would be, Madam City Manager, but on page 17, we have an item for business tax. Is that considered our business license fee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as far as, so when I see the business tax, where would we see the certificate of occupancy fees captured on here?
I will ask the Finance Director to answer that question.
And while she's coming up, the reason I ask that is because Santa Ana seems to be one of the only cities that I've ever worked with that charges a business license fee and a simultaneous certificate of occupancy, even if you aren't doing any tenant improvements or TIs. So we're not swinging any hammers, but we're charging people what I've seen. I believe the certificate of occupancy fee is up to probably close to $400 at this point. So that's in addition to the business license fee. And I mean, just the C of O alone, I mean, just would drive people to our neighboring cities. So it's just a concern to me. So I'm trying to, as I'm looking at this, seeing where it fits in. So I see the business tax, and could you help me understand where the C of O is?
It's towards the bottom of page 20.
Page 20, okay.
Like about 6 up from the bottom.
So it's
Under
the occupancy
licenses and
permits. Okay, permit. And that captures both actual C of Os for folks that have done legitimate tenant improvements and those that are just getting the inspection to confirm the business license?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And then this one for you, Madam City Manager. We've talked a little bit about this in the past, but I just want to get a better understanding for our train station, the Regional Transportation Center. What are we subsidizing over there at this time?
Okay. I'm going to ask our Public Works Director, Nabil, to come up and talk about that because it is operating at a deficit.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of opportunity for programming space and also available bus space that would generate revenue. So we are working diligently on that. But as to the cost driving the deficit, I will defer to Nabil.
Good evening. The cost for the SARTEC is related to utilities mostly, and the maintenance and operation of the establishment itself.
Okay.
We are trying to bring in more businesses to the site. We're having difficult times because of the condition of the building itself and the parking. So we're trying to put some more improvements there so we can attract more businesses.
And the reason I ask too, because I figure with Metrolink, Amtrak, OCTA, all these different entities that are utilizing our center, just thinking, okay, keep the lights on versus these folks that are utilizing the space there, we're somehow not making it into the black?
Right. The rental on the bay itself is not bringing enough revenue for us. So we're trying to actually promote businesses to come in and do business, like maybe a vending type businesses and such, and offices. Right now we are attracting more offices into the establishment, but still we are in a deficit because of we have a lot of vacancies there. That's
Okay. Well, and I don't want to go too far down that hole as far as that center, but I definitely would like us to take a look at what's happening in Union Station in Los Angeles. I've seen that.
Right.
I've seen that happen over the years where it literally went from minimal retail spaces and they were just creating it. Now, I understand that our center is a different animal altogether, but I just wanted to.
So we're hoping that the OC streetcar will bring in more business and make it more attractive. And next year, I'm looking to maybe bringing in someone to help us promote that establishment and bring in more renters into the Sartec and make it more more active and bring in more businesses. So
Okay, well,
that's
thank
what we're
you,
working on.
thank you, I
Sure.
appreciate that. So I'm just gonna go through my questions by department at this point. So I'm just, why delay it? I'm gonna jump into police right now. So if I could have Chief Valentine come on up.
Councilmember, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, really quick, before we get into that, because I know all of us have questions for each department, I wanted to just, if I may, ask the city manager why, given that the fire department, it's almost $50 million of our general fund, nobody presented on the fire department's budget on the increase that we're seeing of almost $5 million. Is there anyone that's going to represent the fire department and show that? Because that is a huge amount of money that the public should know, where that increase is going. Anybody presenting on their end?
Excuse me, Councilmember, we don't have an internal fire department. We contract that out
Right.
to OCFA, so the entire cost is one contract, and that contract is readily available, and it goes through all of the services and what the cost of the services are. I don't know if anyone's prepared to walk you through that contract tonight, but we could deliver that information to you within a short period of time.
Okay. Well, that was just a question I had, because as a huge service to the city, that should also be disclosed to the public of what the cost is for service, and why we're seeing an increase. We shouldn't just we know it's contracted out, but we shouldn't just gloss over it as if it doesn't exist. So in the future, Madam City Manager, if we could put something together showing that cost for that department, that'd be transparent and appreciated by not only my colleagues and us, but the public as well. Thank you.
Real quick, I'd like to say something regarding the fire department. Chief Henry is here, and if we have any questions about that, and I was going to ask him to come up and give us a quick brief on that regarding the increase, because I know it's a concern for everyone. And just to answer a quick question, but if we could get a full briefing, we can do that also. But he is, I believe he's in the back, so we'll call him later.
All right, if you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll
Continue, Councilmember Sarah, please continue.
Thank you. So, Chief Valentine, come on up. Thank you. So I just want to jump right into some questions here on PD. So on page 14 of our city budget summary, there's a line item for supplemental requests. And the line item states quality of life team, the COLT team, for police overtime of $500,000. And that jumped out to me because I guess number one, I wanted to ask you, how many officers are dedicated to the Colt team outside of overtime? So they're just dedicated to working with the partners on the Colt team?
So today, we have one sergeant and 4 police officers assigned full-time as their primary duty.
Okay.
Come July 5th, that'll be 1 sergeant and 8 police officers
Okay.
assigned full-time. And that's up from just 1 12 months ago.
So, and I understand, you know, we can't predict when your officers are needed to handle certain things. I mean, when we have certain disturbances, obviously it requires more officers to come in, and that will draw overtime. But on the quality of life team, I kind of feel like the homeless, at least unfortunately right now, aren't going anywhere, and it is a persistent issue. So to have overtime, it sounds like as if we may not have accounted for something. So help me understand this request for the 500,000.
So we staff beyond the regular duty hours of these officers that are their primary duty. So in order to get, you know, 5th, a 6th, and a 7th day of coverage, we need to supplement with overtime.
Okay.
That's, you know, you have the 8 officers eventually, or that'll be the full team, and they're assigned full-time, but they work say a 4-10 schedule. That's 4 days.
Right.
And so we need to supplement with additional overtime.
Okay, I appreciate the addition of officers, and that actually leads me to my next question, which is, where are the Colt officers in the budget? Because when I look at your field operations, I see the staff, and it's robust, but I didn't see anything carved out for the Colt officers.
So this is a decision that's made based on the totality of the officers.
Right.
And then I make the assignments based on priority. And so in the hiring effort from last year with the 50 officers, the carve out there was to continue to grow the quality of life. So that's.
But we don't see them as a separate carve out on here. I think in the future budget, I would like to see that, because from what you're describing, it's a dedication to it. And I think you should be proud of that, because it shows that you've listened to us, you've listened to the community. Homelessness is a concern, and I think the community wants to know that there are resources dedicated to it. And I know your officers are constantly responding to them, but again, I think just for just to see it in black and white, to know that that's happening, I think we'd appreciate that. And then this is a small one, but still nonetheless, I see another supplemental request for jail inmate meals cost increase. Are we upgrading the meals in the jail, or what's happening there?
No, not at all. That's just the increase in cost to provide the meals. Robert, I don't know if you have additional information on that. I had my jail bureau commander here the other night. He's not here tonight, but it's just the differential in cost to provide the meal. It's, I don't know what it is per meal. It's like $2 and change. It's really low.
Okay.
$3.50.
Okay. Again, I just, as I see it in the supplemental request, and it was just one of those items. And then, let's see here. On page 15 of the same summary, we show 229,710 allocated for 2 traffic collision investigators. And I've seen in other cities where traffic collision investigators are either civilians, or maybe they're explorers, or in other words, they're not shielded officers. They're folks that are there kind of taking notes. They're there to kind of put together the reports. But can you explain to me where 229,000 is going for traffic collision investigators?
So that likely is not 2 sworn police officers, because you simply don't get there for that costing.
Right.
We do have civilian traffic investigators within the traffic division.
Okay.
We have a police investigative specialist. I'm not for certain right here at the moment if that is inclusive, but I can clarify that for you for certain, exactly what that line item is.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, I believe you're looking at the expenditure report for Measure X.
Yeah, I just realized I
okay.
misspoke. I meant Measure X. I'm sorry, yes. So it was the Measure X. It wasn't a supplemental, but the cost stuck out to me. Thank you. And then in the detailed budget on page 1-52, one of the items that kind of jumped out at me as well is that there was a $445,000 increase in animal services from fiscal year 18 to fiscal year 21. There's also $237,000 proposed for salaries, plus the 2.7 million for contract services. So I guess, you know, seeing that huge increase for the contracts, and then just that large amount for contracts, I guess if you could explain the reason what the increase is for. And I'll just, before you answer, part of my frustration is I have called numerous times as a civilian for animal services. We get a voicemail, and I'm thinking for $2 million, I at least should hopefully hope that it pays for a cell phone on somebody to answer, you know, if we need something. But it goes to a voicemail. My experience with it has been very poor, frankly. I don't get calls back, or if I do get the calls back, they come, you know, way down the road. So I'm just trying to rationalize a line item of this amount that I've had very poor experience with, and I know others that I've spoken to have as well. And then I guess one little thing to throw in there is, how long has animal services been a function of the police department?
That's a great question. I don't have the exact number of years. As far as I can recall, 10, 15, 20 plus years at least, that animal services has been part of the police department. Should it be? Certainly a question.
Okay.
In terms of the costing, the 400,000, I could have my budget manager weigh in a little bit, but the balance of that is the contract that we have to maintain with the county. Because we simply can't provide 24/7 coverage for animal services. And so that's the balance there. But on the 400,000 increase.
And that was from what year to what year, council member?
So I'm looking at in our budget, we have from FY18 to FY21. So this is on page 1-52 of our detailed general fund.
Right, I know a couple years ago, we did enter into the participation agreement with the county to help build a new shelter.
Okay.
That was a huge expense. I believe our cost for animal services, we have two large contracts. One is for the animal care. So once our animal control officers collect the animals, deliver them, so the cost to feed and care for the animals until they can be found homes. That's, I want to say, about $1.4 million or so. And then the participation agreement's about $700,000 or so. So that's the bulk of those two contract line items.
But it says here contract services. A service sounds like something you provide. A facility would be something different. So you're talking about the city of Santa Ana contributing to the construction of a facility. Here, I mean, without that explanation, I'm assuming this is purely going towards addressing animal control as far as, you know, going out to a site, picking up an animal, et cetera. So you're saying that within this line item, it also includes contributing to the construction of a facility?
Yes, because they are contracts. We have the two contracts with the county for animal services, one being the participation agreement, that contract, and the animal care contract. Because we're paying contract service expenses, we include them in that 62,300 line item.
Okay, to me, that was misleading, so
Okay.
but thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think that with this particular item, you know, this is something, as we deliberate on this, colleagues, I think that we should look at as something that we need to further explore. Thank you, Chief. That's all I had on police. Parks and Rec, you don't have to jump up. Lisa, I just wanted to thank you for what you guys are doing in the budget here with the Park Master Plan, and I appreciate that it's a one-time expenditure, so hopefully it'll be a worthwhile investment. So thank you for sticking to it and keeping it in here. And then Planning and Building, Min, I really just wanted to thank you for reducing the fees on the Mills Act, bringing them down by about $1,000 down to $2,500. So thank you for that, and thank you for reducing the fees for our self-nomination of properties for the Historic Register here in Santa Ana. Got them down to $500, a huge drop. So thank you for that. The only question I had for you, Mr. Ty, so when I get calls from planning or related to planning and building, it's usually, you know, someone is submitted for a plan check, for an inspection, and, you know, they're not getting the response they need. So I just want to understand, I didn't see an increase for inspectors or any of the plan, or I see, no, there was one additional plan checker, so I appreciate that. But any reason why we weren't looking to expand as far as the inspections to kind of help expedite the process on those?
So one of the goal in working with the city manager is to evaluate our current staffing and available budget. So one of the things we wanted to do is to provide service, but we go to both an in-house as well as supplement our services with contracting. So that gives us the ability to scale up and scale down without creating a permanent obligations for the city's structural budget. In this economy, that is a smart thing that we can do, allowing us to be able to propose a model that would help to scale up and scale down without affecting our budget. We did propose a change in title so that we can create a combination building inspector. And as a combination building inspector, they're able to have multiple disciplines be inspected under one inspection instead of having specialized areas. So we're also utilizing that aspect of inspection as well.
No, I appreciate that. That's great, because I think this is the kind of thinking we're going to need going forward, because, you know, nobody expected a pandemic. Nobody knew things were going to slow down. Nobody knows when things are going to ramp up again. And so having that flexibility, I appreciate your thinking on that. So that's all I had for you, Mr. Tai. Thank you very much.
If I may add something, sir, in addition to on-call services and streamlining the classifications, when we evaluated where there were the longer wait times, it also covered traffic and public works, and with this budget, we are adding bodies to public works to help expedite that area.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Nabil, for doing that, and Madam City Manager. Actually, my next thing was for Nabil. You can stay where you're at. I just wanted to thank you for reducing the sewer connection fee by 56%. I literally just had someone reach out to me the other day talking about how they're going to have to, at some point, come in and work on their sewer laterals. So this is, I'm sure, welcome news for them, so thank you. And with community development, my only comment for you is just simply, you know, I appreciate that you're adding with the economic development. I think it's important that we really, again, I'm going to keep focusing on, at some point, if we're going to want to provide a certain level of services that our residents deserve, we're going to have to enhance revenue. And I think that what your team has been doing, Mark Morley and others, I appreciate what they're doing. And so thank you for, you know, pushing that in the budget. I appreciate it. In closing, when I ran for office, I promised to make public safety a priority, and that had nothing to do with the POA or any of their political activities, so let's just get that out there and be clear now. But it had everything to do with wanting our city, as a homeowner with a family, to be safe and to be inviting. And as I walked door to door and talked to residents and talked to businesses, many expressed the same desire. This was not a lone, crazy idea. This was something that was embraced by many, if not the majority. And, you know, over the last few weeks, we've heard comments that, you know, about investing in our parks and other recreational and municipal services. Well, most people aren't going to go to a park if they don't feel safe in it. And I've already said that we need investment in our city if we want to be able to deliver these type of efficient and top quality services. But we're not going to be able to attract that investment in our city if we're not safe. So I agree with those that believe that we have put a lot of money, in fact, almost too much money, towards the police budget. And I think, as you heard in some of my questions today, I want to kind of rethink how that looks. And it's not because we need less safe environment, but it's just rather, you know, thanks to the community, we are, I think all of us are really looking at this budget with a closer lens, and we're trying to see what makes sense to be in which departments. I mean, whether it is animal control or other aspects of the budget. I'm sure my colleagues have their own ideas as well, but that was one that stuck out to me. I know that the police are a part of our public safety equation, along with fire and other departments, but going forward, we do have to be attentive as to who performs these city services, how they can provide them professionally, efficiently. And so the budget we adopt today is really, it's the first step towards really rethinking how we're going to do this, because as we look at the structural deficit and as we look at our societal priorities, I think that really this is a good opportune moment to really drill into that. But again, this won't be the end of it, because as we go forward and throughout the year, we're always adjusting. We know that there's going to be different issues with funding, whether it's federal, state, and whatnot. And thank you to our city manager and all the staff for what you've been doing to really adjust and accommodate these unprecedented times. We just got to make sure, though, that as we go forward, we've got to keep looking down the road and make sure that we provide these services, knowing that we don't want to go too far into the red and jeopardize our ability to provide them. Mr. Mayor, that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Another council member that would like to comment, I'd be happy to call on you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Sarmiento.
Please go ahead, council member.
Thank you, and I'm going to remove my mask because everybody else is masked up. So when I'm not speaking, I put it back on just so we can, be audible for those that are listening and can't really hear really well through a mask. So first of all, thank you to the staff, and thank you to all the members of the public that called in on Tuesday. I think that it certainly was, to me, impressive how much care and how much concern folks have to be able to wait 4 and 5 hours to be able to make a comment and also to be heard. So I just don't want that to be lost in this whole conversation. Anytime we have that much engagement, as I said that night, to me is sort of a blessing and a curse. I think, some folks say, well, boy, we have a lot of comments, it's going to be a long night, but at the same time, that means that we have a very engaged, public and a very engaged community. I think other communities that don't have that privilege to have their neighbors and their residents care about what they do and decisions that are made, I think those are less privileged communities, and I think we live in one where people are very interested in decisions that are made, so I certainly appreciate that. What I wanted to start with, Madam City Manager, if you could just in a short summary tell us what are the variables and assumptions that we're still not certain on. And I know that there may be some stimulus money that we were awaiting from the federal government that was going to be a pass-through through the county, but maybe if you could specify that and any other variables that we still don't have a good handle on. I think we were working under the premise as I walked into Tuesday's meeting that we may have had some concession that was going to be made by one of the bargaining units. But anything else that you see that may be variable right now, and of course almost everything is variable sometimes when you really want to think about it, but there are things that may be a little bit easier to focus on, and I want to thank our finance director because she spent some time with me explaining that what's not clear is our 1920 sales revenue, because that still is kind of an elusive target because of the virus and the shutdown that we've had in many of our businesses. So that is a very difficult number, and I know we've had some May revise numbers from the governor's office that changed. I think our math from what looked to be, I think, a $12 million hole and turned it into close to a $20 million hole. So just maybe doing that, and I think 2021 looks like it's a better forecast or something that we could maybe pin down a little bit more. But can you just elaborate on maybe some of those variables that we're working with tonight?
Certainly, sir. So first of all, what's important is how we close the current fiscal year. So depending on how we close this year, we'll provide you a starting balance for next year, which would have unrestricted fund balance to use. The unknowns right now is sales tax. It's on a delay, so we're monitoring that very closely. I don't believe we will have another report until a month or two on those numbers. The other thing for the CARES Act funding, there's 3 pots of money that we're expected to receive. The county is giving us money for business recovery that would go straight out to the businesses to help them recover, and a pot of money for COVID-related expenses. Under the CARES Act, that has to be spent by December 2020, and I signed the subrecipient agreements already, and we expect to have those deposited in our account either by Friday or Monday at the latest. We will be receiving $900,000 for business recovery programs, and we will be receiving about $2.9 for reimbursement of our COVID-related expenses. We have enough in COVID-related expenses to wipe out that 2.9 for the current fiscal year. In doing that, it will reduce down our expenditures that have already been recorded, and thereby assisting us with ending the year with some excess unrestricted reserves. That is pretty much we're expected to receive for sure. The larger funding source is from the state's allocation to us. And they have two pots of money. They have a pot of money that they want to provide cities that fall between 300 and 500,000 in population, and a pot of money that they want to provide for cities that are smaller than 300,000. For that, we are anticipating to receive anywhere from 28 to 29 million. It's subject to the governor approving the state's budget. If he does, that money, again, it's restricted to COVID-related expenses and also restricted to being utilized by December 2020. So with that money in the budget presentation, we did present some of the ideas of how we would spend that, and more than likely that would come in during the next fiscal year. The other thing you mentioned is on the concession. So we have a credit line in this proposed budget that would reduce down the general fund expenditures by 2.5, and that is in the anticipation of receiving concessions with our full-time bargaining groups. If I'm not successful with doing that, achieving that for you, I will have a plan B that will meet that savings number, but it may not be through concessions.
Great, thank you. So I guess what we're looking at is, I know you've combed through most of these departments, and you have requested that they all, do a little fine tuning and sharpening of the pencil. And so I guess aggregately, are we looking at a $2 to $3 million adjustment to the good from all the departments, I think, as one of the efforts that have been made?
So just to prepare, I think one of the things that needs to be emphasized with this proposed budget is, we've never had a pandemic before. I think it goes back to the Spanish flu. What was that, 1920 maybe? So we're unsure of the economic recovery. So it is a budget that we are going to have to monitor very, very closely. If for Plan B, I did do just that. I had all of the departments identify 3% reductions in their general fund, and we have that, and that would be the next step that we would move to.
So that's only if we're not able to meet. So your Plan Bs would be going back for additional concessions and going back to the departments for a 3% decrease on their
Correct.
budgets. But I believe that there's about 2 to 3 million of monies that are unspent from the departments as well that we're working with, or is that not?
I'm not sure what 2.3 you're just maybe the credit.
No, 2 to 3 million. It's somewhere in between 2 to 3 million of unspent monies from the departments aggregately. I think the director is shaking her head. So is that correct? Maybe my assumption is wrong.
Yeah, just to clarify, what I was sharing with Councilmember Sarmiento was that we are a little bit concerned about our sales tax revenue estimate for the current year, but I do feel that we have, we've been tracking our expenditures very closely, and I do feel that we have some expenditure savings in our departments for the current fiscal year that would offset if we do see a reduction in that sales tax revenue estimate. So basically what I was summarizing was our estimated beginning fund balance for the next fiscal year of $70 million to start on July 1st, 2020. I think that that's still a sound estimate, even though we have some variables in play.
Okay. And then we would be dipping into that to the amount of about 18 million, is that correct?
We would be leaving approximately 57 million in the operating reserve. That would be left intact, and about $1 million in the economic uncertainty reserve based upon the proposed budget. So that would leave you with about a $58 million fund balance if all were to go according to plan on June 30th, 2021.
Great, thank you. So it does appear that we're dealing with a few unknowns. What's a little concerning is that I know we've had to separate with some of our employees, I think to the tune of about, and that number is between 176 and 178 part-time employees, give or take. And so the monies that are available to us both through the state for COVID-related funds, none of those really help us address the termination of those employees. Is that correct?
Councilmember, it can. So it's 176, two separated voluntarily. So 176 part-time employees, and it was a result of the governor's order that didn't allow us to provide the services that those employees provide to our community. That was the reasoning behind it. With the employees, we are trying to bring them back as requested by this council wherever we can. So to the extent we have part-time positions that are non-general funded, they have the first right to them. We have a couple in public works that we're working on. We're bringing them back to supplement some contractor services. If we're successful with getting the state's COVID money, some of the ideas are extra cleaning, extra sanitization, and those would all be jobs that we could potentially redeploy some of those 176. And also of importance to note, in the budget next year, we have their positions funded. We hope that we get to return next summer to a full recreation programming and library program, which will bring them all back.
Well, you know, that was something that I was going to mention, so I'm glad you anticipated it, that we don't lose these pool of employees, and hopefully we're able to bring them back before next summer, because there are going to be some opportunities, but to the extent we can draw down from that pool as opposed to looking elsewhere, because the uniqueness of them, I mean, these aren't just random part-time employees that we've kind of plucked out of thin air. These are folks that have had multiple years of service with the city, and they have relationships here. There's a level of trust that the community has had with them, and also their residents, you know, many of them. So to the extent that we can see those as valuable human capital and assets, that's the way I'd like us to look at them. And I do want to thank the Public Works Director, because I know there's about 20-something positions that could be absorbed in that department. Just a couple of other opportunities that we might be able to consider and how to bring them back, aside from youth-related programming that we're going to be looking at. You know, just you know, the permanent shelter that we're going to be you know, putting into place. We have a temporary shelter that's managed by a different operator. We're going to have a new operator going from Mercy to Illumination. That's going to be the operator there. Maybe we can incorporate some positions there. They're going to need employees there 24/7 at that site, and maybe to repurpose some of those employees that do have a skill set that lends themselves well for that. That's one opportunity. The second one is, I know that after, and this is well before I think everybody's time here, with the exception of the mayor, when we went through the 2008 recession, we had to contract out many services, one of them being our fire department, and that's how our relationship with the OCFA began. But we contracted other ancillary services having to do with park maintenance, graffiti removal. If there are some contracts out there that we have with vendors, maybe there's a way we can, you know, temporarily cancel those or toll those contracts and see how we can maybe repurpose our employees for some of those uses. So those are just some ideas to try to relieve the pain. The number is, you know, is large, 170 plus, but to the extent we can maybe put a dent in that and accelerate it, that would be really helpful. You know, for me, what I said on Tuesday night, I don't want to repeat, but there's some line items I know in the larger budget, not the summary, that I focused on and was drawn to my attention as well, and I think they were mentioned by the previous council member who spoke on things that just didn't quite seem like they fit well within the department, and I'm talking about the police department. And we could do this maybe with almost any department. Some, you know, you see some line items that just don't seem like they're core fundamental functions. And I think what was mentioned were animal services, and I think you know, what caught my attention was that one, building and facilities as a line item, which is in the neighborhood for 2021 is somewhere between 3.6 and 3.3 million. Human resources, which is I think somewhere between 860 and 880,000. Tobacco retail, somewhere in the neighborhood of between 215,000 and 225. So just those taken as an aggregate is about 7.5 million. And I guess what we're doing here, to me, when I look at the pie chart that shows where our expenditures are, it really does jump out at you when you see one department that has you know, such a large share of that unrestricted general fund money. And I think to even any layperson, they're going to say, wow, that's just really heavy. And we get that we need to have a safe environment, so not only do our residents feel safe, but our business and stakeholders also feel like they can invest in a community that is going to be safe. So I don't think it's saying let's diminish our ability to enforce the law. So these things are not mutually exclusive. So when we go through scalpel-like review of a budget for a department, doesn't mean let's gut it and let's do away with it. It means let's be smarter about it. Let's be more intelligent about it. Let's put uses that belong in other departments where they should be. And so I think, even when you look at, I think what was mentioned earlier on the COLT team, the quality of life, they deal with homeless problems and dealing with folks that are, ill. And, I don't know if that, I guess, is maybe in the field operations line item budget of the police department budget, but maybe that can be revisited so we can have it go to where I thought it belonged was maybe in Compres or maybe in community development. Because I think what we've seen and what I think a lot of people are concerned about is that we've seen incidents of the public interacting with our officers, and sometimes it's a very innocent interaction. You're going to somebody's house, maybe the music is too loud, somebody called, and you go there innocently and something happens, and it's not the officer's fault, it's not the public's fault, but maybe that moment is something that doesn't lend itself well to that exchange. The more we can diminish those opportunities for things to go wrong, and my wife is a disability attorney, and so she deals with many folks who have autism, they're on the spectrum of some kind, and they don't know when they're misbehaving or being loud or maybe doing something that they shouldn't be and by social norms aren't acceptable. So when we have maybe folks that go there that maybe aren't professionals and aren't trained, it could lead to a bad outcome. So I just want us to be sensitive to those things, and let's be intelligent about it, and let's see how we can continue to provide a high level of law enforcement that's going to keep our folks safe, and at the same time make sure that we provide a service that's really high quality, because again, I think our officers are now somewhere to the top quarter or 20% of the market, and that's we can debate that whether that's good or bad, but I think if somebody gets a premium pay, the community needs premium service. So I guess what I see is if we can lighten the load of things that the department has as obligations, we can have them focus on really core fundamental response time. And these are things that threaten life, where there's weapons involved, maybe where there's violence, and then that's where I think our officers are best utilized, and maybe not dealing with somebody who's having an outburst or an episode who's mentally ill, or maybe a person who's homeless or a homeless encampment. Maybe that's better left to folks who have a career background in being able to de-escalate those moments. So, those are just some of the comments I have, but I do want us to, make sure that we look at also the other side of the ledger, which is revenue. Because we talk about cutting, and we never talk about the other side of the ledger. So, one of the things that I think I'm concerned about is we have a jail that we have to pay debt service on, and I think we pay about $9 million a year. I'm not sure if that's still the case, whether it's gone up or whether it's gone down, but it's somewhere in that neighborhood from what I recall. But that debt service is going to end, I think, in 2024, if I'm not mistaken. So we have about 4 years remaining on that. I think that will be helpful to us once that goes away. Obviously, that's one more debt that we don't need to exhaust or dedicate our revenues to. But I think as we did a study on, and I'm not sure if that study is completed or if it's still pending, but I certainly, and I've had this conversation with the city manager, I don't know if if I want to continue to be in the jail business, because it just seems like there are so many other services that we can use that facility for. And I know the county operates a mental health agency. It's called MHA on South Broadway. Has a lot of South Main has a lot of really bad impacts for the neighborhood. Maybe, and I know the county has a lot of mental health dollars. Maybe that facility can be used because it's already designed with modules and it's designed with a lot of other services. Maybe that's something that we can consider, taking some of those funds and using it for that service that we know many in our community have. Something to think about. Just, I guess, again, unlike some of my colleagues, this is probably the 13th or 14th budget that we've had to approve, and under conditions that have been very difficult. As I said, when I came on in 07, in 08 is when the recession hit, and that was with us for about 3 or 4 years until we started carving ourselves out. Now we're dealing with the pandemic and those consequences. So, we've done the same thing. I think what we need to do is we need to step back and see how we can do things better, because the moment calls for it. And I do really want us to think about how we can, just be better at providing that service with our officers. I think our officers, they're sort of victims of the system and of the process that's been created. I don't think that they're any really to blame for something that is more of a systemic problem that we're trying to do and that we've had for years with us. But we can be better, and I think we can create an environment for them to be able to provide quality service, very fast response times, but limit maybe the contact with the public that should only be left for those dire moments. And so those are things that I think are important to do. But other things on the revenue side, I agree the streetcar is probably going to bring in some money. If you look at the model in Portland, if you look at the model in Seattle, anytime you have a terminus or anytime you have stops along the alignment, those places get developed, they have investment, and things follow that. One final thing is on naming rights. We have a lot of assets throughout the city. One of them being the zoo. There's a stadium. I know it's called Eddie West, but I know a lot of other communities that they're the StubHub Center, the Honda Center, just different things. And I know even at the zoo for some of our premier exhibits, you can put something there. It's the AT&T whatever site for something. But I know the private sector is certainly willing to have their branding on things that are positive things, and so maybe that's another source. Digital reader boards are also another source. We can maybe relax those or revisit the municipal codes on that because they're pretty dated. But maybe that's another way to bring in some money. I know we've had solicitations in the past from Clear Channel and others, but we just have to think a little smarter and see what we can do. But finally, I don't know if I'm completely comfortable with where the budget is right now for me to be able to support its adoption tonight, because there are so many variables in it, and I'd like to see how we can maybe make some adjustments before we do that. That's my personal opinion. I respect everybody else's to be able to make a decision and move forward. But I did want to make something clear before I turn it over, and this is a question for our city attorney. My reading of, or my interpretation of a first reading has always been that when there is a first reading, from first to a second reading, we can only do nominal adjustments. We can't do material or substantive adjustments to our first reading adoption. So, in other words, I couldn't say at second reading, by the way, I want to introduce 10 different line items that weren't considered at the first reading, or I want to, take a line item completely out. Those are material and substantive in my opinion. But when we talk about adjustments from first to second, we're talking about very minor changes.
Councilmember, yes, the city charter actually provides that there can be minor amendments between the first reading and the second reading, but those amendments have to be related to topics that were discussed at the first. So if you were to give, for example, direction to the city manager today to make minor adjustments to some of those areas, she can make those minor adjustments and bring them back within the second, so you don't have to redo a first. But if you were to introduce brand-new expenditures or brand-new ideas about cuts or reductions, then you would have to start over again.
Right. And again, I don't want to take up more of people's time. Hopefully we'll have a chance to discuss this again, but for the police again, I think when we talk about youth, and it's all over the budget. There's not a youth expenditure. It's in different departments. But I think the police can go a long way. The department can go a long way in absorbing certain expenses. I know they have a PAL program. I know that there are other expenses, but the way I see it is investing in youth, programming for youth is a crime prevention element, because we're making folks, young people, busy, and it has a sort of secondary impact, which is, you establish trust between young people and officers, and right now that's what's lacking. If not, people wouldn't be marching in the streets. I mean, I think that there is a real concern. Not everybody feels unsafe, but enough of our residents feel unsafe that we need to address that concern as well. So, I've spoken enough. I know there's others that definitely need to speak, and there's some other issues that I need to talk about, but I'll turn it over for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody? Thank you, Councilmember Sarmiento. Other council members who want to speak, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Peñalosa.
Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. I had some questions in regards to, and I want to thank Councilmember Sarmiento for bringing up that idea of start to focusing on generating dollars and revenue aside from just taxing at every chance we get. And that's one of the reasons why at the last council meeting, I asked our CDA director, Mr. Mendoza, about the goals that were highlighted and outlined in your PowerPoint. Again, we saw a lot of housing opportunity and rental assistance and homeless shelters, which I'm all for, but under that department, there has to be a push for economic development, aside from just business retention. We want to retain our businesses, absolutely, but I wanted to ask the executive director of CDA, Mr. Mendoza, of what plans do we have as a city and as a department for the 2021 fiscal year to increase that economic development, to bring in new dollars to our city and new businesses? Is there anything, because again, it wasn't in the goals, and that's something that should be pushed on. Over the last year, I haven't seen much of a push on the development of the economy, and just wanted to see what your thoughts on that were.
Sure. Two major initiatives that you saw in ours were both the YMCA and 3rd and Broadway. Both of those seem like they're not economic development, but indeed they are. 3rd and Broadway includes a hotel. We are working closely on that hotel. You're also on the YMCA, that also includes a hotel. We're working diligently on bringing those two projects forward to the City Council. You'll see one of them probably in September, with both their entitlements from Min's department and then the disposition and development agreement from our department. And that is a hotel which will bring TOT to the community, as well as turning in a parking structure that is currently exempt from property tax back onto the property tax rolls. And then you add the third of a utility as well. It's going to be a utility payer as well. So you've improved property tax, TOT, and utility with that one project, 3rd and Broadway. So we're working diligently to bring that one forward. And we'll continue to work on other projects as they have. As you know, last year we worked on keeping the largest sales tax producer in our city by bringing something to you that you guys approved, and we thank you very much for helping keep that business here. So we will continue to work on generating income. We'll continue to work to decrease the number of property tax exempt properties in our city. We have a lot. And it starts to take a toll on a city when so many nonprofits or so many government agencies own these large swaths of land. So we're working closely to return them back to the tax rolls.
And thank you for that. And that's
You're
good
welcome.
to constantly be reminding the public and the community and us up here as a legislative body that work is being done, because, you know, a lot of it is that we see is again, all the great work that your department is focusing on, which is fantastic. It's much needed, but at the same time, that economic development side needs to be highlighted as a goal and listed in numerous points, because just on the goals that were listed, 4 out of the 5 bullet points were related to housing, which is great. But that economic development, we got to have a balanced approach to how much we're going to do to bring in new businesses and new revenue, to make sure that we have the ability to provide service for the people that that live here, that are in our community. So thank you, Mr. Mendoza, for that. And the other questions I had, I'm not sure if we were able to get that fire department presentation from OCFA, Madam City Manager.
Councilmember, I can call up Chief Henry to tell you what he knows about the contract and what is driver behind some of the increases. We can also follow up with an informational memo to all of you with more details.
Okay,
So,
if you could present, if you could take a couple minutes to
Absolutely.
present tonight, just like the other department heads presented on Tuesday, in regards to the entirety of the budget and why we're seeing that $4.5 million increase, or roughly. That would be good for the public to know and for us as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Get my notes here. So I think the question that you're asking, Council Member, is what the 4.5% increase cost? Is that what we're talking about, sir?
Well, just the entirety of the budget. My concern was, and it was brought up to me by a lot of members of the public, that on Tuesday night, every department and that provides service to our community presented their fiscal year budget and what services they provide to the city, what the goals are, and because of the amount of money, $50 million roughly, that goes to OCFA, I think it's important for the public to hear from our division chief, to hear what we're getting. We obviously know it's for firefighter service and paramedics, which is again very important, but it should be highlighted and also discussed so the public can know.
Okay.
Including the increase that we're seeing.
Right. So, well, as you know, in 2012, the city contracted with Orange County Fire Authority for fire protection services as well as paramedic services. And that was done during a budget crisis as well. So we currently have 10 fire stations in the city, and we have 48 members on service on a daily basis. There's about 150 employees that serve the city in the fire department. We have paramedics on every unit. And the majority of the increase that you're seeing is about $1.8 million is for services, specifically personnel costs, medical retirements, benefits, as well as increased cost in fuel and other services, equipment and stuff like that. The remainder of that increase you see is for ongoing maintenance for the facilities, and as well as our apparatus replacement fund, which is about $605,000, and then I believe there's another $150,000 that goes to our ongoing maintenance fund for the facilities that the city owns and the fire stations. And so that's like roof repairs, replacement of apparatus doors, wear and tear, things that you would have like ongoing maintenance at your home. So that is the majority of the costs. As far as presenting a budget or a presentation, I talked to the city manager, asked if that's something that we needed to do, and she gave me no indication that's what she wanted. And so, but I'm happy to answer any questions, and I can certainly have a budget prepared for a presentation prepared for you, if you'd like, or a memo that we can put together that outlines all of the details. To give you a little idea about how OCFA's budget works with the contract cities is, we put our budget together starting, right after the first budget's adopted, like most cities do. In February of this year, we presented a cost of what was going to be the expenditures for the 2021 expenditures. In May, it goes before the JPA, it's a Joint Powers Agreement Board, And those groups sit together and they talk about the budget and the impacts to the 24 cities and the 2 unincorporated areas that the Orange County Fire Authority provides service to. In May, that's when the budget's adopted. And I'm not quite sure of how all of that happens, because a lot of that happens behind closed doors. So, but it's adopted as a group. And the costs that are generated by that is shared amongst all cities. An example, last year, 2 ladder trucks were replaced, the big hook and ladder trucks. Those cost about $1.7 million. Now, that cost is spread out amongst all the cities that are part of this joint powers agreement, so not one city is impacted. So if you can imagine that the cost for those 2 ladder trucks, almost $4 million, is spread out, across 24 different agencies. So that's part of the joint power agreement. So is there anything else I can answer in regards to that, sir?
Thank you, Chief Henry. That was, I just wanted to point out, Madam City Manager, that in the future we should have, regardless whether it's contractual service and it's contracted out to OCFA, it is $50 million that the public should know how is being spent and why we're seeing this increase year after year. In the future, and I hope next year, that the fire service, OCFA, is considered when presenting the budget to the city, when we first see it, like we did on Tuesday night and the previous meetings, and that more detail is put into the fire department line item within the summary, because we just see one line item for $49 million, $470,000, which is okay. I understand the cost behind it, but if we're part of the increase that you said, Chief Henry, was that a big portion of that goes into maintenance of our facilities, which are city-owned. So I want to make sure that that's clarified if it's going into upgrades to the city-owned facilities, Madam City Manager, because I don't see if that, I don't want to, 10 years from now say, hear from OCFA, hey, by the way, we've been fixing your properties for 15 years, you owe us this much money, or how does that work?
So my apologies for not having a presentation on that item. We certainly can do so in the future. And we will provide you an email with more detail. It's a very lengthy contract as to what we are actually contracting for. There are formulas associated with what the rates can go up each and every fiscal year. There's a maximum, there's a carry forward amount. There is the difference between assets that are owned by OCFA and assets that are retained by the city. You have a mix of them here at the city. You still own the assets that you had in place when you contracted out the service, but the other assets that are being deployed in our city, you don't have an ownership interest in it. So it's pretty complex, and I would request that you allow me to provide that information to you in an email. We can certainly also post it on the website to make it available for the public. The contract is publicly available. Anyone can access that contract and read through all of those terms.
So is the information you said you would have to put it together?
It's all within the contract that's publicly available right now.
And that would reflect the increase that we're seeing, correct?
Yes.
Well, the contract will tell you what your base amount was and what your increases on a yearly basis can be and how it's calculated.
Okay. I don't want to see an email. I want to see this made public under the line items in our budgets and staff reports that's available to the public.
Certainly, we can add the link to the contract
Perfect.
in the budget area.
So that would be great, because we need to be transparent with every penny that's being spent. No, I'm not trying to ding you, Division Chief Henry. That I know that I don't know where the miscommunication happened, but it's important that we're transparent and we provide a presentation as well, just like every other department. But
just so you understand, sir, the contract is public. Mm-hmm. You can go to OCFA's website and pull up the contract and read right through it right now, sir.
I know that, you know that, but the 400,000 residents that we serve don't. So it's not. I'm not asking these questions for me, but I'm asking for transparency purposes with our community, so they could understand why we're seeing an increase of in total $13.5 million to public safety, including the police department. So, right. But thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other questions from anyone else while I'm up?
I do.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank the OCFA for the great work that you guys do. I know that they helped us with the church fire the other day, and that was about $200,000 that OCFA stepped up and saved the city for that cost. I want to thank the Urban Search and Rescue Unit that came out to do the
dig out.
The dig out.
Yep.
Thank you, Chief. With that incident, and it was just a lot. You know, we've had a lot of things. OCFA has been great, and I appreciate them. You know, we had a plane crash on Bristol 2 years ago. We had the flying car off 17th. We had this church fire that was a 4-alarm church fire. That was 120 firefighters that came out. That thing burned for days, and I appreciate the work. I understand that, you know, you were with Santa Ana Fire prior,
Yes,
I believe 17 years, Chief, and
27, but who's counting, sir?
Okay. I'm off by 10.
I'm old, I know that.
I'm off by 10,
Yeah.
and you know this city, you love this city.
I do, sir.
I know you personally, and, you know, thank you very much, and the brave men and women that, you know, serve our city at the OCFA, and a lot of people want to come here to work.
They do.
And it's,
I think one of the most proudest things that I am happy about is our Explorer program, which I've talked to you about, sir, and it's a great program, and it really, you know, reaches out to our youth. And I have to brag, since I have the moment, we have the largest post in the agency, and we have a waiting list. And so it just goes to show some of the things that we do that are no cost added value services. So.
Thank you, Chief Henry.
Anyways.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, it's both our departments, fire and police. You guys do an exceptional job and serve our community, so thank you.
Yeah, and I echoed that the other day when we talked. Our ability to come together during these different events that have been occurring throughout the city it's second to none. So we work hand in hand with law enforcement, and it's really a pleasure. I mean, don't take that for granted, because that doesn't happen everywhere. So. And
thank you, sir.
I'm available, sir. You know,
Absolutely.
anytime you need to talk to me, you know, you have my contact information. So,
thank you, Chief Henry.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And Madam City Manager, if I could, or Chief Valentin, if you could come up, please, because I had some questions also in regards to the line items in the police department's budget. Just, how are you doing, sir? Are you good?
I'm great, sir. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Was just going, and I want to first thank the finance director, Ms. Catherine Dowes. You know, we had a lengthy Zoom meeting yesterday over just numerous different changes that we're seeing from prior year and this new approaching fiscal year. So thank you, Catherine, for the clarity. Chief Valentin, the questions I had with in regards to the police department, and I made some notes here, was I'm seeing some changes from from the upcoming budget year to the previous budget year. Some changes that I see are the crimes against persons line item, the Metropolitan Division, which was non-existent the previous 3 years. It now has a cost of $5.5 million. And jail operations has increased by $1 million. And regional narcotic suppression has also increased by $1 million. The jail operations, I'm pretty sure, I think I know why it's increasing. It's because have we opened the additional wings?
We have one last mod to open. We're not quite there yet. I hope to get there in the next quarter.
Okay.
Call it 60 to 90 days.
And is that why we're seeing that $1 million increase, or what is that about?
If I can call my budget manager up specifically on that jail increase, and I can take care of the other two items for you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Looking at the comparison between the proposed budget for this upcoming year, I'm seeing a $700,000 increase in the salary and benefit line item. which makes up a majority of that $1 million increase. There's also some additional money, as was pointed out, for inmate meals. And also we're hiring a consultant, jail medical consultant, to come in and provide us some expertise to make sure that we're getting a good rate on the medical services that we provide. Those two expenses there, and contract services about another $100,000 or so.
So the bulk is related to the MOU that the city council approved, that we approved last February, correct?
Several MOUs, correct.
Okay.
We have a lot of SEIU employees.
That's right.
In that unit, so multiple MOUs.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome, sir.
The other ones, Chief Valentin, I had was crimes against persons and Metropolitan Division. I see that the Metropolitan Division increase is almost similar to the decrease that we saw in crimes against persons. Not sure if that was a reclassification of roles or bodies within the department, but the reason I'm asking is because, in December, which is part of right now we're seeing a $9.2 million increase in the police department's budget from last year to this year. I'm very aware that part of that is the MOU contract that we approved last February, but it doesn't make up for the additional $7 million. And, in December, we authorized the hiring of 18 new police officers in order to reduce our 911 response times, and I'm aware that that came with the cost of $2.7 million, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
So, which is also now included in that $9 million increase that we're seeing to the police department. I was under the impression when we approved this, the hiring of additional officers was to put more patrol officers out on our street, reduce 911 response times, make sure that police officers could quickly respond to 911 calls when constituents respond. So seeing an entire new division pop up in the budget at a cost of $5.6 million is questionable to me, because that means that the way I see it is, oh, look, we were able to hire additional police officers that was authorized by the city council, so now we could create this whole new team, which still keeps the patrol officers lower or at the same level than they were prior to hiring the 18 new police officers. That's how I'm seeing it. Not sure if I'm accurate or not, but I wanted you to talk a little bit more about what the Metropolitan Division is and what the purpose is there.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
So what the council did was authorize the funding of 18, the funding for 18 police officer positions that were already authorized in the table of organization, funded 18 of the 36 unfunded positions, actually. So the police department is staffed primarily, first and foremost, out of patrol. That's our core of core, right? Calls for service. So that's patrol. And then we look at all the other priorities that we have across the city. So what you find with the Metropolitan Division, and I provided historical information on this, the thought behind it, the setup of it, the organizational chart, everything to the entire council prior to doing this. And so what it is we still need to address proactively, we need to mitigate and whenever possible, prevent violent crime. That's a core function of your police department, and something that the community speaks of as a top priority as well. So in the 50 officers that were hired, we staffed based on priority. So this here was the allocation of a major enforcement team. All they do is address violent crime. So part of the division, it was a reorg. The pre-existing gang unit is part of the Metropolitan Division. And then the SWAT team, which is an ancillary function, is also part of that function. The reason they were all brought into one division is a best practice. We had a similar structure about 10, 15 years ago, and it was sporadic. Their chain of command was in different parts of the police department. So you didn't have a unified chain of command to make sure that the priorities were very clear, and they reported to one stream of command. So we put that in place. So what you see is actually the line item is explaining the monies behind those officers. Okay, so it's the new unit is the major enforcement team. These other units were already pre-existing. We put them under one umbrella. Okay, so similar to the question about where do you delineate quality of life officers, and we will work on that. We will make sure that that happens so it's very clearly delineated. So did I address the purpose of the unit? Is to address proactively and then mitigate, and then also in some instances, and I have statistics since inception of the team, going back to January of this year. Of course, with COVID, that had an impact, but not really. These officers have continued to apply themselves. And I think a few of you have had the opportunity to actually visit with the team, go out on a ride-along with the team, so you get a good sense of what their purpose is. They, in January, or let's just give you the totals, 238 arrests since January. This is just the Met team. And 23 firearms seized. They've stayed active each of the months through the pandemic and continue to. So one of the top priorities I've made very clear is to take guns off the streets. That needs to happen because if we don't address that, we can find ourselves with an increase in violent crime, even more so, right? The pandemic has caused certain crimes to go up. Overall, crime is trending down, but having been part of this police department for 30 years, 50 years in this city, I can tell you that if we don't pay attention to this area, it could be an issue for us, and very quickly. So I look at the entire staffing model and then make allocations according to priorities. That's the reason why you see the line item on this piece here.
Thank you for that. So you're saying that gang unit is under the Metropolitan Division line item here?
It's the Metropolitan Division is made up of the MET team, Major Enforcement Team, the gang unit, and then not a full-time element, an ancillary function, the SWAT team.
Okay. Where were those positions? I know you said that they were kind of spread out. Where were they under before? Was it the crimes against persons?
So I first staff up patrol to make sure that there's enough officers there, and that has increased significantly, and that's the reason for the lowering of times for 911 calls, response times. And so additional officers that are hired, redistributing throughout the organization, I'm able to establish this team. Now, if I can point out one critical piece here, and that is in hiring 50 police officers last year, there's a lag time to see the direct impact out on the street, wherever you put them, whether it's quality of life, MET, patrol, detectives, wherever you put them. It's a 6.5-month police academy. There's a 4-month FTO period, cross-training. So it's really about a year before we see that police officer in a black and white car by themselves, patrolling, ready to handle a call for service. So with the pandemic, all recruits in all police academies were sent back to their respective police organizations. So for us, we had upwards of over 25 recruits that were midstream in their police academy training that are now back in the police department. That's going to delay us a little further back, right? So the idea is, as we continue to hire officers, obviously we assign them based on priority, and then over time we should see an impact also on lowering overtime expenditures overall. That's the goal. When I can place a sergeant and 8 police officers on the quality of life team, when previously, just 12 months ago, there was just 1. And every other effort that was done in this area was all in overtime. So that's kind of the broader context.
Thank you for that. The crimes against persons, can we talk about why that we see that 50% cut? Is that, I mean, what exactly is crimes against persons in the,
Yes.
like, what does that cover within the department?
So crimes against persons is homicide, cold case homicide, missing persons. Previously, it was the gang unit. So that reallocation, that redistribution, that's what you see there. Another factor is in making this division occur, what we're doing is also right-sizing it. So one of my top priorities when I took over as chief in 2017 was to have 7-day-a-week gang suppression coverage on straight time, no overtime involved. So we did that, had this opportunity to put this MET team together. There's no reason to continue to spread them thin across the 7 days. So we reallocated positions to other areas of the department, and now I have these two elements that cover the 7-day-a-week period on straight time. The MET team and the gang unit, they work on straight time. This is not overtime.
And the gang unit and MET team, they're not on the beat, right? They're not, you know, if, God forbid, I got to call 911, they don't respond to that call, right? They're separate, they're a separate entity, they're a separate unit, I guess, that doesn't respond to a person's 911 call. It's the patrol officers that do that?
So not exactly. So you have patrol officers assigned by district and division throughout the city. And then the gang unit is in uniform out in the field. So if they hear an emergency call, they can respond to it, and in fact do. The major enforcement team, one of their priorities is to be available for any 911, any major call that occurs. They can get there, stabilize the scene until a patrol officer arrives and maybe has to do a longer report, take more time. But they're in the field, they're in a uniform capacity, and they have in fact responded to calls, in progress shootings and robberies, and made arrests because they're already in the field in a uniform capacity and they can quickly and rapidly respond. Does that make sense?
Yes. So there's also a decrease in field operations of about 4 million. Is that same, because now we're looking at $8 million in decreases in, I'm sorry, a 4 million increase. That is, I know there's a POA contract that we approved, but is that also including in the field operations bracket, is that including the recently hired or appropriation of the $2.7 million to hire the 18 new police officers?
It's got to be both. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
That's it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I was.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No.
I'm right here, go ahead.
You know, I just wanted to interrupt really quickly. I promise to yield my time after this, I promise. Two things that I forgot to mention that I think hopefully will give direction to staff. You know, we're going to be expiring our moratorium, right, at the end of this month, or did it expire already, or could you clarify that?
Certainly. Which moratorium are you referring to?
For the displacement, for the moratorium on the residential and the commercial evictions.
Oh, the eviction moratorium?
Yeah.
I'm looking for Paul's acknowledgement on it. I believe that did expire. Am I correct, Paul?
Right. Just
To
something, if you
July?
could,
Okay.
and the reason why I asked that, I believe it expires at the end of this month or the end of next month. But two things, if you could look at, I know once that expires, we're going to have a myriad of people just trying to, recover and pay for their rents as they go, and then for some of the arrearages from their rents as well. Can you look into are there any CDBG monies that we could provide for rental assistance as we see that relief being very necessary at that point once once the moratorium relief expires, to the extent that we dedicated, I think it was $500,000 I know the city of Anaheim did 2 million. You know, is there any funding available for that?
There actually would. We could program, there's additional CDBG money that we're expecting as a result of COVID-19, and that certainly would be a qualified use to supplement additional rental assistance.
Great, thank you. And last thing was, I know that the Legal Defense Fund was funded at the level of 100,000. I think it was increased to 200,000. If there's any CDBG money left for that to be increased as well at the present funding level of 200,000, just for us to research that if that's possible as well. But I apologize, and I thank my colleagues for their indulgence. I will cede my time and yield to everybody else.
Thank you. Let's continue, please.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I have some questions kind of by department too. First, starting with our clerk's office. I know we have a new clerk. She has quickly acclimated to this new culture, bureaucracy, everything else. I just have a high-level question of how are you feeling about your current staffing level, and what type of resources do you believe you need for the next fiscal year and beyond, and any just kind of high-level observations about what's reflected in the current budget request for your department?
Yes, thank you for the question, council member. So I currently am looking at reorganizing the office because I do see that the demand is really high. The election is exceedingly high, even more than the size of Long Beach, which is bigger than Santa Ana. And so I believe my first entire year here has been dedicated to the election process and exposing the staff that I currently have. Currently, I have temporary employees, so I don't have I have 2 vacancies, and those 2 vacancies I used to currently have temporary employees just so that I can keep up with the workload. So what I did was I didn't want to make any drastic changes in recruiting because I really wanted to take an observation and time to find out what the real need was because we don't have election season every year, or we shouldn't. And so one of the things that I did was I analyzed all the tasks and started to figure out that the best way of handling it is by delegating. So what I did was I kept the 1 assistant clerk of the council, and then I have 1 deputy clerk of the council. So the assistant is really one who works hand in hand with me, is really learning a lot with the election processes. So it takes a lot of dedicated time. The deputy clerk of the council really handles the agenda management system, boards and commissions. And then what I did was I wanted to reorganize the office, and so with the 2 vacancies is reallocate those 2 positions and downgrade them to make delegating the duties and responsibilities with 3 office specialists. So it really did have a little bit of a savings because the 2 higher positions that I had, the workload was not, it was too many for just 2 people to handle. So delegating it really worked out well. And I'm just going to continue to see how the process will change. I actually had listed every single position, and I outlined what their tasks are to make sure that a lot of the data entry, a lot of the agreements, a lot of the things that we do on a daily basis is being kept up with, and that there's transfer of information. So there's a lot of support with the current staff that I have. So it's just been working out better. The workload is very, very high, and again, I think it's primarily because of the unusual election mandates that I've received this year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We value the work you do, and we know that you haven't had a full crew, a full-time staff, but somehow agendas are still getting out, and we're here, and you're processing a lot of good work. So I want to thank you in particular, and Norma, and the rest of your team. Can we have Parks and Rec come on up? Very able Director Rudloff. Thank you.
Hello?
You too.
Hello?
You've now, I think, been here maybe a couple of years, and again, the same kind of thing. I think you've adjusted well, and appreciate all the work that you've done. I know you've rolled out some new initiatives, and they're doing well. So I want to let you know that we see you, recognize you, and we value the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Part-timers, I think we're all interested in figuring out how we can bring them all back sooner than later. I think between the fact that the governor now is allowing more youth sports, more facilities to open, that we will come up with correct, appropriate procedures to have a safe environment for them and their clients and students. How do you feel about the prospect of what you might be able to do with respect to, is there going to be enough room to bring them all back? I know there's also probably some sanitation dollars from care and COVID. Maybe that's a question for you or a city manager, but I know you'd have to help make that happen. So one end or the other, I think that's one of the big questions of the day.
Yeah, I think as we start opening up a little bit more and the restrictions are lifted, then we'll bring part-time staff back as appropriate. We're going to be opening practices for sports, and they can do camps.
Right.
The lawn bowling, basketball, volleyball, things of that nature. We're going to open all that aquatics. Everything's going to open up on June 29th at the end of the month.
Okay, good.
And then the zoo will be opening in July. So as we need part-time people, we're working with Stephen Pham and his department and getting them on board as quick as possible.
No, that's fantastic. Another thing that I know you have started to work on is a Parks Master Plan, and there's an item in the budget for that.
Yes.
I don't know if we're there yet to request it in the budget, and I know collectively, we're all giving a direction. So something I'd like you and our city manager and our council colleagues to think about is also a senior services master plan. And I think years ago, a youth master plan was started but never completed. I'd like to complete that. And so if you could kind of look to see what that body of work might be. Also, many cities also have senior service advisory boards. And I think it's critical. I know kind of now in hindsight across the country, we're seeing that a lot of senior facilities have had big issues with COVID, as well as issues of food have been significant in senior communities. So I think the more activity that we can do with the senior community and be involved, that would be fantastic. I want to thank you for letting me know about the renovations that are coming up at our senior centers, and that was already work in action, so I wanted to reference that. Bookmobiles and Wi-Fi, I think you started some of those initiatives, but now that we have a library, I'll probably save those questions there. I would also like to think about, and this is more just of a general thing that will connect to something I'm going to say later, but whenever, too, we can involve youth, not just as volunteers or as clients, but as givers, meaning as like part-time staff or stipends or academies. Our youth, they're ready, they got energy. Learning is good, but a few dollars in the pocket are also good for their wishes and their dreams. So would encourage you to think about that.
Absolutely. And can I just say one thing on that? We do have $500,000 that we have allocated for that will be Mr. Mendoza is going to help us with is internships.
Yes,
so as
please.
soon as we have the COVID restrictions lifted, then we will start that money goes to WIOA, and they're going to be running that program.
That's fantastic. And one of the things I'm going to ask my colleagues to entertain, and two of the other co-authors are here, on the 85B item. I think given some time's passed since Tuesday, given that the governor now has allowed these things to open up quicker, and I think the fact that there's still a lot of, even for next year's youth fund, a lot of unallocated money, I'd like for us to consider for the next fiscal year just to have like our youth commission in quick order come back with recommendations on how to spend the full $7 million. There's $3 to $4 million that were in the fund for this year. Some may have been appropriated, and then for next fiscal year, there's another $3 also in the youth fund. And as we continue to work on our budget now, we ought to think about how we can put those dollars out there in a quick fashion, and as was the original intention of the council, also with some youth commission input.
Absolutely. The Youth Commission, that is one of their goals on
Yes.
their annual plan.
Yes.
And they have provided that information. The
Yes.
paid internships was something they wanted. So again,
Right.
$500,000 we put.
Yes, it's a
And
really
then
good
other
start.
things that they want, we'll utilize that out of our allocation, our general fund allocation. So
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. No, that would be fantastic. And part of it will be also bringing them back for meetings because, they haven't really been meeting since February, and that's why, 2 or 3 of the commissioners were saying they haven't been able to meet. There's this need for the dollars. Let's get it out there. And again, I'll speak a little bit more to that later, but that's what I had for you.
Okay.
Library. Do we have our library person here?
You can't recognize them with their masks on.
I know, that's the other thing. And then I have a plexiglass here as well.
Good evening, sir.
Welcome. I know we had informally a little bit of a Q&A yesterday on some of these topics. I want to thank you for the work you're doing on bookmobiles. I know they're not easy to bring online. I worked for OCTA for a few years, and I know a lot of these things really have to be custom built, and so they do take some time, and we had COVID and all the rest. But can you talk, though, a little bit more just quickly, because you did talk a little bit about it the last time, how many bookmobiles are we talking about? And then I know either the city staff or the youth commission, I think there was also a concept for like a techmobile, or maybe it was just going to be a more techie traditional bookmobile, but if you could quickly speak to that. And then I am very fond of Wi-Fi's, and we're in the area where our kids and our families don't have enough of it. Talk a little bit more about if you did have more dollars, is there enough demand there that you think there's a need to order more Wi-Fi hotspots, or speak about those two things, please.
Sure. So yes, absolutely. For our bookmobile, we are definitely going that tech route. It is going to be a little bit different than your traditional large bus where kids come on. It's going to be more of like I said, a technology mobile where the service is happening in front of it. So it will have a electronic retractable awning. We'll have tables. So the kids will actually be in front of it, and we will be able to bring things out. So the bookmobile itself will be a wireless hotspot as well. Okay. So it can park in a neighborhood. It will beam out that signal so people can jump on the internet right there. It can go to parks and do that. But yes, it's going to have things like laptops, 3D printers on it, tablet computers, and it's also going to have supplies where we go out and we do STEM types of activities, coding. Kids are going to be able to, it's going to, we're actually working with Santa Ana Unified as kind of to develop a base schedule where we'll visit certain schools, and it won't just visit Santa Ana Unified, it'll go to other schools, senior centers, neighborhoods, it's going to parks, it'll go everywhere, and it will be STEM focused.
Tell me again how many?
We have one bookmobile right now that was funded by cannabis. That funding was actually for fiscal year 2021, so we're doing pretty well in terms of timeline.
Okay, excellent. And I would encourage that, we probably need more than one, and as the youth commission comes back, and hopefully you can have that conversation with them, that'd be great. And we do have about 6,000 students that live in school districts other than San Unified, like Garden Grove, Orange, and Tustin, and we have some charters and some private, so I do appreciate you saying that we're going to reach out. And if we're at parks, obviously we're serving the entirety of the community. What about hotspots? Do we have like a waiting list for hotspots, or how would you speak about these Wi-Fi hotspots?
So Wi-Fi hotspots, yes, we have had a waiting list. When we first rolled out the program, the waiting list was, sometimes 50 people deep. We had some hotspots that were sort of focused just on census, but since COVID-19 and really a demand for kids to use them for school, I have made all of our hotspots available for any purpose that anyone needs, whether it's, to take the census, get their homework done, study, whatever it might be. So that has helped out, just reallocating how
what's the waiting list right now?
How we're circulating those Wi-Fi hotspots has helped us kind of quell that demand. But additional hotspots, absolutely, that was one of my goals for next year. And I think
Do you know what
Santa
the
Ana.
current wait list is right now?
I don't have
But
that
you have-
number
but there-
right
but
off
there
the
is one.
top.
Okay, I
But there's
appreciate that.
typically a wait list. It is much lower than it has been because we've kind of
Fantastic.
reallocated
Yeah.
how we're circulating those
Keep up the
hotspots.
good work. Later on, and I might bring it up in questions related to PD, or if not, indirectly now. We do have what was an old library. Where now really most of the PAL activity is. That's a beautiful facility. I'd like to activate it more. Maybe, for example, we have the equivalent of an internet cafe and more PAL activities, and maybe, the PAL individuals and staff and other leaders can go out to other community centers or nonprofits that also are interested in providing services at their sites. And so I'd like to talk to you about that more and maybe visit that site so we could see how we can partner a little bit more with that facility. So I appreciate your time and welcome to our city.
Thank you, sir.
IT is, come on up, Jack. I think you know that for the past 2-3 years I keep asking primarily just about one question, and that is open data, where we're at, where we're going, and what are some of the best practices that we're following. If you can just kind of start with some general comments.
Yeah, so we have established an open data section on our website. PD also has their site where they're putting their data as well, and we've linked some of their data over to ours. The trick always to the open data is not so much presenting it, but how you capture it and gather it from the underlying systems. And that's where we've always had some challenges. We've tried to expand more and work with the departments to make more data available. We increased quite a bit this year. We've added more things to the open data site. Also working with the city clerk, we're looking at putting more of the public documents and making them available online.
So would you view that you're like about halfway done compared to your current city that says they have open data? Where do you think you're at, and do you need more resources to?
I think we're still, I wouldn't say it's halfway. I think we still have a long ways to go. But I think we have to make the investments in the underlying systems, like the land management system, which we have on track. That there's a lot of data there that can be made
I know in our police system, and maybe you're involved with it or not at all, I know that we're having some issues with their CMR, their data system. Has all that now completely fine? There's no data issues, there's no problems reporting data to other agencies, or you don't know? If you don't know, that's okay.
I don't know on the PD. I know that was one of the big challenges, particularly with the PD data, because it was a new system and they were ramping it up and they were having issues. But I know that's been getting better. I don't know if they're completely to the point where they can spit information out of their system and make that available. Maybe PD can answer that, but.
That's helpful. The only thing I would ask is for you to work more closely with our city manager and our police department. We really should have comparable open data across all departments, including our police department. I would prefer that our police department err on the side of more data rather than less data. I want us to be a standard in open data for public safety. I know there are other agencies, for example, the New York Police Department that has this, CompStat program, top of the line, and they've tried to, maintain it. And I know I recently shared that type of information with our city manager and our police department and others. And I want us to kind of have a best in the class open data system for community and policing services, which is much needed. So thank you for that.
New York has a very elaborate dashboard.
Yeah,
that
they do.
Presented
They
in,
do.
yeah.
That's very nice. Thank you so much for your work.
Sure.
Jack, let's see. Let's have, I guess, PD. Have a few questions for PD. Chief, I am thankful that over the past few years we have added a few more PSO type of positions. I know I've said now for several years that there's some positions that don't need to be filled with officers wearing guns, whether it be our park ranger program. Fortunately, we now have this public-private program with allied services, so there's not too much pressure there. And reinventing how we do our park ranger program, but I would encourage our city manager and our police chief to see if it's not time to do what other cities do, which is not requiring that park rangers have guns on the job. We're, I believe, still the only city in Orange County with that requirement, and that's why for a long time we only had one park ranger full-time. But can you speak a little bit, Chief, about what's your philosophy on when we can use PSOs or other non-post certified individuals for what traditionally, at least in our city, were folks wearing guns?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Solorio. So civilianization, as it's referred to in the policing industry, really began some 30 years ago. And we, fast forward, we look for really any opportunity to do that. Okay. We have PSOs that are critically involved in our community engagement. We have a classification called PIS, Police Investigative Specialists. Those positions are at various places in the organization. They have the authority to conduct criminal investigations all the way to the point of making an arrest. They can actually seek out arrest warrants. They can't serve them, right? But they're doing all the legwork.
Okay.
So we have folks in domestic violence, traffic investigations, domestic violence as well, sex registrants, a variety of different areas in the department that already exist. And we look to do that even more. So
Okay.
absolutely, it makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Did I hear you say that you consider that civilization of the workforce?
Civilianization, yes,
Okay.
where appropriate. Where it's appropriate.
Where
Yes,
it's
sir.
appropriate, okay. Okay. On the quality of life team, and I know Councilmember Becerra, echoed something that I've been saying for some time as well. We know that homelessness is our top community concern, that for better or not, their police department embrace that they would do a lot of that work in that area. And so given that we know that, why do we continue to fund so many of those officers with overtime? I mean, if we know that we probably need like $500,000 worth of time, why not assign regular officers, and maybe it's a combo of regular officers and PSOs or others, and you have, a program that's going to cost you a little bit less because you're not going to pay time and a half, as well as if they're not post-certified officers, that would also be less expensive. So maybe you could just speak generally about that, but that's, I think, something that I'd like the city manager and you to think about between now and this comes back, that given that we know it's such a big need, because we went from 1 to 2, and we remember initially there was thought there wasn't that need, but obviously there is. I think you're now proposing that I go up to 9 total, including the sergeant. So that's a good number, right? And so let's figure out what some good classifications are. Because also, too, if someone's only doing that work part-time, they never really master it, or do it well, or have the right credentials, whether it be a social work degree or something else. So I think if we value that it's important doing homelessness work and doing it well, you assign a full-time person to that. It doesn't have to be somebody with, post-certified, but I think we owe it to the public and those homeless to be with soft touch and effective. I know too often there's a focus on the crimes that homeless commit. I think there's growing need to do what Los Angeles does, which is monitor crimes also against homeless. There's a lot of injuries, there's a lot of theft, there's a lot of crimes committed against homeless. And for example, the LA Police Department, some things they don't do well, some things they do well, and they, for example, do regular reporting of homeless-related crimes by and against, and I think that's important. I know at the school district level, there's now conversations about whether they should have a school police program or not. Speak a little bit about how we coordinate with them. And my understanding is there's no sending of PD officers at any of the school sites anymore. kind of example of something a little bit different is we do have a contract with OSHA to provide some policing services, but for our regular school districts in general, we don't have any contracts with them, and we don't have any officers at the site, or do we?
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Thought so. On use of force, overall issues, I know there's been statements, many of them in the media, that we're one of the most dangerous cities in the country based off of police brutality deaths. In the past 3 years, Chief, or at least since you've been Chief, have there been any police-involved shootings where there was a death?
So let me give you exact numbers here.
That and related lawsuits. I think, a lot of these lawsuits that we keep hearing about, they were, I don't believe any of them were officers that you hired.
Yeah, so similar to our open government initiative on our website, you'll find data regarding misconduct, use of force, officer-involved shootings, and in-custody deaths. So if I may, over the last 5 years up to current, in 2016 we had 10 officer-involved shootings. In 2017 we had 9. And this is where you see a trend going downward. In 2018 we had 3. In 2019 we had 2. And thus far this year we've had 2. So I attribute that to 2 areas of focus. And you hear the dialogue when we're talking about police reform and recommendations and initiatives. And one is the focus on de-escalation training to ensure that our officers are trained with all the tools necessary to decompress situations and de-escalate. The other piece is body-worn camera. Right. We outfitted, shortly after I took over, body-worn camera with every officer in patrol, gang unit, traffic unit, essentially everyone in uniform, including the gang unit and the MET team as well. The balance that's left is a portion of our detectives. They're not in uniform every day, but we did receive a small grant from the Department of Justice to leverage that further.
Fantastic. Can you tell me again, these figures that you mentioned, you said there were use of force incidents, or what's the title for what those numbers represent?
So this was officer-involved shootings for the last 5 years.
Officer-involved shootings. So we went from 10 in 2016 to 2. The full year 19, which was 2. And so I think that's fantastic. I mean, if anything, I think that shows that Santa Ana, under your leadership and the leadership of the City Council, that incidents of police brutality are coming down, and de-escalation training has been very helpful as well. I know related to that, there's been questions about big lawsuits paid out related to previous situations. I believe most of those lawsuits were of officers that were hired prior to you. On the whole, does that seem about accurate, or if not, maybe that's something you could follow up with us on?
Well, we could get an exact reporting on who the officers were behind each specific case. I can work with the city attorney's
maybe
office.
Because there is always sensitivity, obviously always to names, et cetera. Maybe that's something you could provide to me. But I bring this up just because I know there's concern in the community about how much police brutality, we have in Santa Ana at the hands of our cops. I always quickly say that, number one, in recent years, we haven't had that history or tradition, that under the leadership of yourself and this council, that we've made this a priority. And I remember, and it was like in the first month or so, Chief, I know there was questions on a lot of related things, and one of the first things that some community leaders told me was how important body-worn cameras were. I shared that with my colleagues and you, and Councilmember Villegas and I, co-led the Public Safety Committee, and we got it done. And I think because of that, there's more trust, there's less issues, and I think we're heading in the right direction in that front. Anybody that says we're not heading in the right direction, they're just reading very old data, and so I do thank you for that. Again, I always do believe that there are areas for improvement, and I think prior to you, Chief, I think the prior City Council had committed to do a community survey, maybe with Chapman University or others, and I don't think it ever got completed. That is something that I believe we can and should do. maybe with next year's budget, and that's one of the things I'd like to be added, and I think that's something maybe you have in your budget today, Chief, that you can begin to kind of work on, or next year, but I think we need to, every now and then, calibrate what are the community's needs or the council requests for what the services should be, because I do think that we right now focus a little too much on major and violent crimes, and because those are dipping down because of the good work of the gang unit taking guns off the street, shootings are down, et cetera. Because of that, I think we need to do more softer touch work, and so I think a community survey really annually, every couple of years, I think would be helpful. I do think that, you know, the trainings that you've done have been helpful, as the stats show, but have we ever done any independent reviews of our use of force policy or our organization or things of that sort?
Yes, so we consistently look at our use of force policy, our shooting policy, all of the policies in general, but those that have potential liability exposure attached to them by their very nature. I have the luxury now of having a full-time police legal advisor. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, prior to all this, unrest, we made some additional revisions.
So you have an advisor or?
A police legal advisor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something I'd like
Attorney
us for us to
assigned to me.
consider in the future is our independent reviews, and I'll write something separately about that. But I think every now and then it's good for any department, not just yours, and I know there's other departments, we've done that as well. And even when we speak about this survey and services, I'd like for us to do a citywide survey too, just about what are the services that our community needs, something broad-based with more than 6 responses, something that really showcases, you know, for the city what we should be doing. So I think, Chief, the other thing I have for you, that they're kind of fireworks related, and maybe because of this too, I'm, shrinking down the end part of the evening. I know the past 2 or 3 years that I've been on the council, fireworks night, the voice machine gets full, and I know that's a very busy night. What plans do we have this year for technology for a variety of areas? I know we had a similar issue with the Vice number, that you'd call that number and no one would pick it up, or there was no answer, et cetera, and I know I and the city manager and other tried that and found the same thing. I know we talked about 311, but obviously we've been busy with a number of things, but how are our voicemail systems doing, in particular for fireworks night? Are we going to have a system or maybe live dispatchers or live numbers so that we don't have people hung up on or no places to leave calls, especially since we encourage them to call?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So a couple of different factors that are impacting this particular 4th of July weekend, day and weekend, really. So we don't have a citywide event, and so it's over a weekend. We're still transitioning out of this pandemic, and I believe that if you have a 4th of July weekend on a Saturday night, it could be quite busy. So in addition to the standard number, we are opening the Department Operations Center, which will also have a live feed number. We'll make that very publicly known. It's going to be staffed in addition to an incident command post that we will have open and running. I have directed that a higher level tactical alert be put in place. And what that does is it provides us additional officers to start the night, every night. I hope it's not extremely busy, but I can anticipate it will be. So we will have additional messaging and additional ways in which the public can reach us. And we actually will have people staffed both Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. Our operational period is from June 29th through the 5th. So we extend beyond just the 4th of July.
Thank you. And we'll talk more about that, but I appreciate
Yes, sir.
that response as well. And that's all for you for right now, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our fire department chief, or OCFA assigned chief, got a couple questions for you. As you're walking up, also, just starting with the 4th of July as well, a few years ago I did do a ride along on a fire engine, and it does look like a war zone on the 4th of July, and it is very hard to discern who is shooting off fireworks and not, and how to get folks to practice safely in the midst of the smoke and everything else. What are your plans for how to make Santa Ana safer and quieter this 4th of July season? And what proactive kind of work can be done to reduce it, given that you're such a very important partner in our fireworks program?
So we're working with, obviously, law enforcement, and we've done some community outreach. We weren't able to do what we normally do, was partner with law enforcement to reach out to the schools because of the pandemic. So,
I would suggest you still can, so please do not give up on working with our school districts. Their emails work, their phones work, their staff's working, their kids have, emails, and parents are getting emails, so please do reach out to our school districts.
Right. So,
Excuse me one moment, though. Councilmember, may I just make a point of order? Are these questions related directly to the budget, or would you like to save them for your comments?
No, these are budget related. What are the budget plans for this year and next of how we are going to make our fireworks season safer? There's
Budget,
a lot of,
so numbers.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and staffing and practices. They're all related.
all right, so for staffing, we will have our traditional 14 units that we have on every day. We are also bringing in additional units to assist us from the region.
How many?
2.
Okay, great.
And so, we'll have our resources available. They'll be, strategically placed in the city to assist.
Do you need
with
extra
response.
resources for next year to help cite individuals as well, or do you not have any citing or investigative authorities?
We don't do the citing. That's I'll defer to the city attorney, but that's specifically related to the municipal code, as far as I understand, and law enforcement. We have our fire investigators that work hand in hand with PD, and will make confiscations and those kind of things, and we'll also respond to burn injuries and things of those natures. And in the past, we've worked with law enforcement in those instances.
Great, thank you. Ambulance-related issues, from a budget standpoint, does your relationship with CARE, are ambulance issues at all any of your concern anymore, or that is now all solely budget and other issues related to our CARE ambulance contract?
So the CARE contract, I believe, is separate from OCFA's contract.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, that is something that's bid upon, and the city basically accepts the bid from the vendor.
So the reason why I bring it up, I know, and this now delves into the homeless question, I know a lot of the calls that you respond to are somehow homeless related. Are you the best to respond to those homeless calls? Should it be ambulance responding to those calls? Should it be PD? I'm trying to just figure out resource allocation, because you do have a substantial budget and you're responding to a lot of homelessness calls. Is that appropriate? Do you need more resources, less, different kind of personnel? Speak about your role in helping us fight homelessness.
So we've worked with the different shelters in educating their staff, but unfortunately, we don't tier our dispatching. So if somebody calls 911, we respond, with paramedics and the closest ambulance to the situation. If the paramedics are not needed, then the patient, is then if they want to go to the hospital, they need to go to the hospital, and they don't need a paramedic escort, then they ride in the ambulance, or they at times can go by their own means, private auto, and that's across the board, regardless of what their status is in life. And so,
and are paramedics needed most of the times for those homeless calls, or should we be sending out a mental health person or somebody from our quality of life team?
Well, it depends. So obviously, when somebody calls 911, to them it's an emergency. So really, it's subjective. If you want our statistical data, I can get that, but
maybe you can get that for me separately.
As far as our response, we respond with the intent that they need our services. A lot of times they don't. Sometimes they, need other needs. And so, but, I'm not the expert to tell you if, I think it's a bigger question than for us. I think it
for
has to
sure.
do with, county health and, all of those different pieces that
Well,
are
well,
part of the problem.
I'll follow up you as well. I've been working with our police department trying to get information about the calls for service and citations that we serve there. Likewise, because so many of your calls are homeless related, I want to get a better sense of really what the need is, who's responding, and maybe the mix of classifications helping, whether internal or external, might be different. Thank you so much. Those are the questions for you. Probably for our city manager, some higher level questions and points. Pension stabilization, I know I know you and I kind of have the same feeling that the pension stabilization program might make sense because financing is easy right now, the rates are affordable, and if we can smooth out our pension obligations over the years, it'll be helpful. How quick can we realize that process and savings associated with that?
So the one action that you've approved so far was to direct us to do the feasibility study on a refinancing of our unfunded pension liability. And so that will take a couple months to do, and then we would need to go out to the market to do any refinancing. So you're probably looking at, I want to say 9 to 12 months. Would you concur, Finance? Yeah, 9 to 12 months to actually refinance it, which would then produce the savings between what we're currently required to remit to CalPERS versus a smooth payment.
Excellent. I think that is very important. I think if maybe we could get like a quarterly status report on that, even if it's just a receiving file or even just a memo to the council, because I do think that will provide real savings. And I know we often from our community get questions of, hey, what are you doing about pensioned, though many of our employees now are on the newer system too, where the rates are lower, and so that's helpful too. The last two things for now just might be in the form of questions, because I will close with some comments later. I have started to see as well that other cities are using CARE type funding to increase their rental assistance program. City manager, for this fiscal year next, do you have any current plans on what that amount might be, or maybe now that we're kind of really getting assurance from the state of how much money there is, maybe between now and the next council meeting, you can kind of give us a projections, but I don't want to prejudge that maybe you already do have a certain amount in mind.
It certainly can, and it's contingent on the state doing that approval. So if you would allow me to have a little more time to prepare that response to you. But we do have, as mentioned earlier, we do have CDBG extra money that we're receiving as a result of COVID, and we certainly can program that to rental assistance.
Very good. Thank you. And then finally, the legal defense fund, I know we've slowly been increasing it over the years as we're seeing that the individuals running the program are doing a good job. They're following the advice that many of us gave early on of, look, focus on serving Santa Ana residents, Santa Ana dreamers, Santa Ana veterans, whereas before the concept was, no, give us money and we could serve anybody in the country, and irregardless of what crimes or what age or anything. And I think they've been mindful that if we could do Santa Ana first and youth and such, that is good. Maybe from general fund, I wouldn't think that CARES is eligible, but if not, I know the youth fund, I know that a lot of the youth also care greatly about that, as well as rental assistance, legal defense and rental assistance, so that as staff works with the youth commission, and I know we'll all be talking to them and vice versa, that would maybe be something for them to consider as well, including on the rental assistance side, just because we do have a lot of foster youth that are homeless, in particular a lot of LGBTQ tend to also have reasons why they often are not included, and if we can work with them as well, that would be fantastic. That is all for now, but I think we want to talk about some macro issues later, and I know that I had many questions, but obviously we have many departments and needs in our city. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Who else would like to speak? I'll open up the floor to the next speaker.
This is Councilmember Mendoza. I would like to speak.
Please go ahead, council member.
Thank you. My first question is directed at probably the city manager. I want to know if in this budget, and so new with this budget that I'm not familiar or where to look to see if there is any money somewhere to be able to rehire those 176 part-time employees who were laid off recently.
Thank you, Councilmember. There is, so we did not take out the funding for their positions in this proposed budget before you, so we have the part-time funding as a part of this proposed budget. I certainly hope that the state will lift the orders so that those individuals can return to their jobs and perform their duties. A lot of it was in the library area and the recreation area, and the work that they did require recreation classes and large gatherings, which we are unable to provide at this time because of the state order, but the budget does include the funding for those positions, and then more on an interim basis, we are trying to find available part-time positions to bring back individuals, and with the state, if we do receive the CARES funding, that will also provide some other, not their jobs that they were typically performing for us, but some other opportunities for them to be employed.
Okay. Along the same lines, how much of the deficit will be covered by the sales tax now that the stores are opening and people are shopping again?
That's an excellent question, and if I had a crystal ball, I could give you an exact figure. You know, we're monitoring our sales tax very closely. It's on a lag that we know the amount that we've collected. So at this point, this budget is built on our best projection as to how much we will recover. One of the things that you mentioned is that's the unknown. We don't know, is this a recovery that's going to be a steep recovery where everything bounces back and we're back at spending, or is it going to be slow? There also is the risk that as we've had some bad news over the last week on the number of COVID cases and hospitalizations, there is a possibility that if that trend keeps that way, the economy is going to retract again because the state has indicated and the county has indicated that if the criteria that they're monitoring goes in the wrong direction, those businesses that just got reopened could be closed again.
I see. Well, hopefully we can move ahead with rehiring them soon. And because there are services that are being lost to our communities, but these are services that these employees provide, and our youth need some activities and recreation during the summer, so hopefully that is not affected. And another thing is that with the homeless shelter being built and coming up soon, hopefully maybe some of these employees can be loaned out to that homeless shelter and provide the services. I'm sure they're easily trained and flexible, that they can be rehired, loaned out to the Elimination Foundation. And then I have a question on the schedule for the fee schedule changes. Page 65, I noted that in the aquatics and the tennis fees, they were deleted because there was a contract made with a aquatic programs operator and a tennis operator, respectively, which includes in the terms of the contract that the operator will collect all the fees and provide all the staffing. I have two questions regarding to that. Number one is, so the operator will be collecting fees. What happens to those fees? Do they keep them or do they turn them over to the city? And the second question is, why can't we just rehire those some of those 176 staff to do to run the aquatics program and the tennis center?
Okay. Thank you for those questions. I'm going to ask our Parks and Rec Director to come up. In general, those fees are collected to provide programming, and in regards to bringing back part-timers to the extent we can, we would. Most of the contract employees are certified lifeguards.
I see.
Right. Yes, Councilmember Mendoza. The tennis program, the Cabrillo Tennis Center, is run by Matchpoint Tennis, and they have done this for a number of years. And so they have always provided tennis lessons, contract tennis lessons for the kids in the community. We do have some contract tennis at the Neil Machander Tennis Center, so we do use contract instructors. But we don't have any in-house that we typically use for tennis, and we have in the past for aquatics. Aquatics is very hard to hire for. Lifeguard certification is difficult, and it's hard to find people. So this past year, we used a contractor to help us out. And so we feel that we could provide more to the community with a contractor coming in and having year-round swimming, swim lessons, swim team, water polo, things of that nature. Again, we were just having a hard time filling the positions, so we contracted that out.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much. Chief Valentine? In regards to public safety and as it relates to your budget, because it seems to be an item that is pretty much in the public eye right now. So with the additional officers, can you, off the top of your head, can you give me an idea of how many calls for service per month? And what's the average response time? Has there been a difference since the hiring of those police officers?
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman Mendoza. And there has been, I just pulled it up right now, so if you just give me a second here, I'll give you accurate numbers. This, again, information is readily accessible on our department website, has been for about the last year and a half or so. Calls for service, we average about 13,000 calls for service per month. It ebbs and flows, but for example, last month we had 15,800 calls. The previous month, 14,800. Previous month, 14,600, et cetera. So that's a high call volume. That's total calls for service. In terms of our response times, we've experienced a drop in response times in all 5 of our categories of response levels. So our priority number 1 is 911 life and death type situation. That has been lowered. Last month it was at 5 minutes and 80 seconds. So that is the lowest it's been in the last at least 3 years or so. So you do see a decline. Now I will caution that the last 2.5 months, since about mid-March, when the pandemic hit, a lot less traffic in our city. We're 27 square miles, and it can take some time to get from one edge of the city to the next. So with less cars, less traffic, officers are able to get to calls much, much quicker. But even prior to the pandemic, as the rest of the council, they've seen a staff report on a pretty regular basis where there is a lowering of response times really across the board.
Thank you. One more question. Given the deficit in our budget, are there any police expenditures that can be eliminated and trimmed from the budget?
So, like every other department head, under the direction of the city manager, I've looked at my entire budget and looked to see where we could do that. We do have a couple of substations, for example, that aren't used on a regular basis. One really is a storefront on the east side of town. That is just an office space that's provided by a business partner. It's available for officers to go in there, write reports, et cetera. I don't have the exact frequency of usage, but it's very low. But there's a cost for maintenance of that asset to the city. We have another office space at the train station. I do have a PSO that goes in there once or twice a week, but I don't have a full-time asset assigned there. That's a possibility. Redirecting people going there for assistance, they could come to the main police station. The other substation is out on the far west side of town, and that's, I believe there's a need to keep that substation. But we're continuing to look at all areas of the department, certainly.
Well, that's good to know, because we need to achieve a balanced budget, so whenever we have facilities that are not being used and that can save our city some money, then commend you in looking for areas where we can trim those expenditures down. Thank you. That was
Yes.
my last question to you, and I appreciate it. And I do have just one more question on the, actually two, I think it's for the city manager. We know that there's a possibility of the city of Santa Ana obtaining some protest funding because together with other surrounding cities, when we declared an emergency in the combined cities who declared the emergency, that there was a possibility of the cities getting some protest funding. And I wanted to know if that has been applied for, and if so, what is the share that, or an estimated share that the city of Santa Ana would be getting?
So council member, your city took an action early on and did an emergency declaration due to the civil unrest. That was the first step to qualify for any type of funding. Anaheim also filed suit, Costa Mesa did, I believe Tustin did, but we needed the county to actually declare. And so we, a few of the cities engaged in conversations with Frank Kim, the CEO over at the county, and they just did a week ago. Chair Steele signed theirs, their board approved it, and it's on its way to the governor's office. The governor's office would have to approve it, and then it would go on to the president for approval. If approved, we would have access to apply for it, and it would be strictly a reimbursement basis. One of the thresholds that we had to hit in order to qualify for it is collectively all the cities in Orange County and the Sheriff's Department would have had to spend at least $12 million. We are well above that amount between all of the agencies, so we're keeping our fingers crossed that it does get approved, and then it would be submitting reimbursement. I believe the greatest cost that we've incurred is overtime in the police department for all the large number of protests.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for staying on top of that. And my last question is probably also to you, Madam City Manager. It seems that because we have higher expenditures than what are the revenues that are coming in, so that gives us an unbalanced budget. So I'm thinking that in order to bring that balanced budget, that we could have our department directors sit down together and see what areas, similar to what I asked Chief Valentine a few minutes ago, what areas can they trim down, what facilities can they not use, and so save some money in some areas, so we could reduce those expenditures and then finally get a balanced budget. Is that a possibility that our department directors can come together in one meeting and work together for that?
Well, certainly, and you are correct. We do have a structural deficit, meaning the revenues do not cover the expenditures. You do have funds in unrestricted reserves that you can rely upon, which is often a very common practice for cities to do to address a structural deficit. It's not a long-term solution by any means, and so we are already preparing a list of additional cuts that we can make. We try to do it very judiciously because if we reduce expenditures, it's impacting the services that we provide to the community.
Thank you very much. Those were all my comments, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that for the last few weeks, I've been meeting with every department head to go over their budget, to see how many vacancies they have. And, I want to thank them for their hard work. And I would always ask, well, how many folks are you short in your department, and what challenges are you experiencing at the moment regarding, the pandemic? And a lot of them stepped up. I would say all of them. The city manager asked them to make sure they step up, and I appreciate their dedication to the city. Also, in regards to the OCFA contract, you'd be surprised how much money we've saved since 2012 up until now. But, costs do go up, inflation, and there's repairs that are needed in all of our stations. We own all the stations and the land on it, and we are responsible for the upkeep. And I, want to thank the chief for coming out and Chief Henry and speaking on that. But one thing I do want to say for the next budget for next year is that I think we're really going to have to take a look, and like Councilwoman Mendoza was saying, that we all need to get together and get on the same page, because I think we need to look at our core services and just start, to adjust. Those are very hard conversations. I thank all of my colleagues up here for their comments and their questions to the staff, and I think they were very, very important. So there were some really, really interesting questions. But I think we need to go back to the basics, because like my colleague, Councilwoman Mendoza was saying, we need to get out of this deficit, and it's going to be tough. And the pandemic sure as heck is not helping, and it is tough. So I want to thank everyone for their hard work, dedication. Yes, want to bring back those part-time employees working on it, and I know you do. I know we would like for everything to go back to the way it was with the level of service, but there's going to be some tough conversations coming in the future, and we just need to be prepared for that, to remember that what are the core services that we need to provide, and start there. And that's everyone together. And I think the city manager has been asking all of the directors to come together and ask for cuts, and ask where you can make some changes that'll help the city out. And I really appreciate that, and I appreciate all the staff that has been working on that, and also the ones that have been working from home. I thank you all for your time and dedication to the city. And those are my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Hello?
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilman Peñalosa.
Yeah, I'm right here. And any other comments? Councilman Peñalosa, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Hello again. Chief Valentin, I wanted to ask a question in regards to the 18 police officers that we appropriated for. I'm not sure if the city manager wants to answer this, or yourself, sir. But just going over the summary, the city budget summary, I noticed that in the personnel breakdown changes that is displayed on page 41, there's an asterisk next to police officer, and then the asterisk at the bottom says 18 police officers added during fiscal year 19. Well, it says 29, but I think that was supposed to be 20. Okay, so fiscal year 19-20. And when you look at the funded positions, the number doesn't change. It remains at 304. And on the last page, it says unfunded for fiscal year 2021, 18. Is that increase that we're seeing that we need to approve in order for you to fund those positions? Because from what have any of those been filled?
I can answer that question. If you want me to take a stab, Chief?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So he's down 36 officers. You hired and funded 18 of them this fiscal year in December. He still has 18 that are unfunded, that are not funded within this budget.
Okay, but we're not asking for funding for those additional 18,
No,
correct?
but you do have to, there's an increase to his funding that would be included in the $9 million increase, because you funded the 18 that you did fund mid-year. So you
In
only
December.
funded them for 6 months. So the other 6 months' cost would be in addition to his next year's budget.
So those 18 are separate than the,
I know it's difficult because they're the same number, but he's down 36. We hired and funded 18. And
so,
18 are not.
So if we did that, why doesn't the number change in the columns when where it says funded for year 1920 and funded for fiscal year 2021? The number remains the same at 304 last year to 304 this year. If we've hired or appropriated for 18 in December, wouldn't that number change?
Because you did that change this fiscal year, so at the end of this fiscal year, those 18 are included, so there's no change from the end of this fiscal year to the next fiscal year.
Okay, so previous year, it was I'm assuming 290, or I'm terrible at short math, 285, is it about? Is that accurate?
Well, what's authorized right now is 366, authorized and funded, so minus 18.
366 minus 18?
Right. That's what's funded.
Well, okay, you're including, well, that doesn't make sense. The police officer says, line says 304.
That same column that you're looking at for police officer, it would have been 286 over a year ago.
Okay.
So.
So, do you want to clarify what she just said?
Why don't you come up and just go ahead and put that one to bed?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, so the confusion between the 366 number that you just threw out and the 304 that's being discussed right here, 304 is just for the classification of police officer. The chief, when he talks about 366, he's talking about sworn uniformed officers, which could include sergeants and other, yeah.
Got it. So, from those 18, Chief, how many have been filled? Are there still any vacancies that are funded currently?
So of the total 366 that are authorized and funded, there are 361 filled today. So a portion of those 18 have in fact been filled.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's leaves about 5.
Or 5 vacancies
that's
today.
Funded vacancies.
Correct.
And are those, and I'm just trying to think, are those 5, are we actively recruiting? Are those already in the pipeline to become officers, or what's the status on those 5?
We have active recruitments on all 5 of those vacancies. In fact, I have a couple of interviews this week. So we hope to fill those 5 in the next 30 days or so.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, have we considered, Madam City Manager, because of the pandemic, I know that we did a hiring freeze for the other departments and other levels within the police department. Have we considered a potential hiring freeze for those 5 in the meantime, just so that we wait this period out while there's a pandemic and there's unknown shortfalls that we're seeing?
No, we've implemented a hard hiring freeze for all positions that are funded by the general fund, with the exception of jail dispatchers and police officers, partly because I know that public safety was a priority and hiring up was a priority of this council. Also because the pipeline and the lead time to fill those positions is so long, to put a hard hiring freeze, it really would set us back quite a ways. So as of now, built into this budget is a hard hiring freeze on other full-time general positions, but not those 3 types within the police department.
Okay, which makes sense. And I'm trying to think so the 5 that are still vacant but funded, we expect those to be filled. You have interviews. Is that
Very quickly.
Pre-academy interviews or post-academy interviews?
No. So the processing occurs all pre-academy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then once you interview and give the okay,
Correct.
you go on to, okay,
Correct.
that makes sense.
Yes.
And I don't know how during COVID, how these academies work. I know I'm very familiar with how academies work, but I mean, are they on the back burner during COVID? Are they reduced? Does it become more competitive?
Yes, great question. So there's only a couple of academies in the state that remained opened. Most, including the Orange County Sheriff's Academy, which we use, was completely closed. It just opened up just a couple, 3 weeks ago, and they only have the senior class in there right now. So, and they're all 6 feet apart, practicing social distancing. So it's a layered approach, similar to public school districts, et cetera, that are going to try and reopen. Same impact. So that's how we ended up with 25 of our own recruits back in the police station, waiting to transition back to the academy.
So the 25 that the recruits, they came back to the police station and they're doing office work in the meantime, or?
So they're responding to calls telephonically. They're continuing to study radio codes and all the police decorum, prepping to go back into the police academy. They've done weaponless defense training. They've done de-escalation training. So they are not sitting idle one bit.
Okay.
Yeah, what they can't do is go out in the field because they're not peace officers yet.
Right.
But any and everything that we've had them sanitizing, anything we can have them do, we've had them do, absolutely.
Can we have them patrol the parks for a bit with Allied Universal? Is that
Yeah.
out of the question?
That may be a liability issue because they're hired as police recruits.
Right.
And so, yeah,
Okay.
they're definitely busy, trust me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I didn't mean armed or anything, but just as hired bodies of the city.
Right.
Any, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That answered that question. Those columns were confusing.
Okay.
To me. So that explains them all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions by council members? If not, Madam City Manager, it would be your desire, and I think all of ours, to probably do a first reading today of the budget. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are correct, Mayor. But I would like to use the time between, should you choose to approve the first reading of this, I would take back all of the notes and direction that I received at this meeting, and I would incorporate those in the budget and be able to present that to you at the second reading.
As stated, I'll
Obviously,
support that,
none of
Ocean.
them are substantive. So, all right, so I think we have a motion with that as part of the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
If we've already had a lot of discussion, if we all understand the motion, I'd like to ask the clerk to do a roll call vote, please.
Can we clarify the motion, please?
I think the idea is that we're approving the budget actions as they are, but that staff has taken good notes on our direction points, almost department by department, and that they come back with, their best effort at accommodating the recommendations from the council. And then at that time, we'd get the staff report and agenda ahead of time, so we'd have a few days to review, and the community, so that, when is the meeting in July, the first meeting in July?
July 7th.
So that July 7th, we could come back and vote on that budget. And even then, if we needed to move some dollar figures up or down, my understanding is we can do that, and the city attorney has also confirmed that. So I think that's the idea.
And Mayor and council members, I want to make sure that I'm clear on the motion is also including not just the ordinance on the first reading.
Yeah, I said the various items. So items, that's 75A1, A2, A3, and A4.
Yes.
Thank you for that. The second of the motion, accept the amendment.
Yes, I do. I accept.
Okay, Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
No.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yeah, I'm a no as well, and I think I deserve, or at least my colleagues deserve, to hear why I can't be supportive
Maybe
tonight.
after the roll call is over, I think.
Well, then,
Process
no,
and
because this
protocol
is
isn't to
before.
do it in the middle of the vote.
If you don't mind, council member, let me
Well,
speak.
maybe let the mayor pro tem
Well, there's a
decide.
first and a second. We're still
Okay,
open
I'll make
for
some
discussion.
comments as well, too.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
That's fine.
Fair enough.
Nobody will interrupt you.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you. I just thought out of a courtesy to my colleagues, I'd explain why I can't support it tonight.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Please don't interrupt again. So I do think, and this is no reflection on staff, I do think that they've made very good efforts tonight to get us there. I just know that there are a couple of things. There are some variables that still haven't been, solidified, and they're still uncertain, and they impact my decision. The other one is that we have till the end of July, from what I understand, to go ahead and present a budget. So we'll have 2 additional meetings. 2 in July, 1 on the 7th, and I believe 1 on the 14th. And if we had to do something, we could call another special as we did today. To that extent, I think that the way the budget is presented, in my opinion, it doesn't reflect the priorities and the values that I've heard from many of our residents and constituents. We're getting there, and I think a lot of the comments that were made tonight were very helpful. I think on the revenue side, there were some good comments made. I think a couple of things that we forgot to mention were small businesses and how do we help them out of this COVID problem. Micro businesses of 5 or fewer employees, are probably going to fail. And I see that a lot of them going away. That's going to impact us on the revenue side. So those are things that we haven't looked at. How do we provide relief to make sure that those businesses remain in operation? The other one is to look at how we can, also use our public lands better and see how we can use the California Surplus Land Act to make sure that we provide services that are reflective of our community's needs. Obviously, we've spoken a lot about youth. Youth is embedded all over the budget. The one thing, if we can bring back to the next meeting, is what's the ratio? In other words, how much do we spend per youth? And I'm talking about maybe 5 to 18. What is the city's expenditure, if we can? I know it's a really difficult number to quantify, but what is it that we monetarily spend on those youths? I do want to thank staff for helping on the rental assistance for tenants. That's very important because we know we've given quite a bit of relief already, but there is going to be a huge demand for additional relief. And with those comments, again, I respect my colleagues for supporting it. I hope they respect my opinion as well. I think we all have to, basically make our opinions heard based upon our values, on our contacts with folks that we communicate with in the city. So with that, I will be a no. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let's continue with the roll call unless there's other comments. Let's continue, please.
Councilmember Soloria?
Yes, and a couple of quick comments just to clarify. With the youth fund, given that we've already have slipped some additional time, I'd like the city managers I indicated, or just as a refresher, that the unused money, which is probably in the $3 to $4 million range, that be carried over into the next fiscal year, and that staff work with our youth commission, school district, nonprofits, et cetera, to get that for summer and fall programs. And I want to reiterate that the police chief did say, which is why I'm supportive, that he believes in civilization of our police department and that we will work collaboratively to figure out what kinds of positions, rather than being post-certified with officers wearing guns, can instead be used in the existing units, or to do things with and for seniors, community, PAL, maybe our Family Justice Center. Councilmember Villegas, I thought that this might be an opportunity to use some, maybe even youth fund dollars and general fund dollars to build up and have an actual center that we can all be proud of. I know that was an important initiative of yours. Finally, on the jail, I have questions about that last module, and if we can't fill it, as we traditionally thought, that we consider community reentry. And finally, there's some items that I think aren't budget related to budget accountability measures that can be done really just as policy items administratively, and I will submit those separately to our city manager in the days to come, and to you as well, colleagues. Thank you. For those reasons, I'm an aye.
Thank you. Please continue, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-2.
Thank you. So what is the next item on our agenda?
75B, it's a public hearing item.
Okay, let me go ahead and open up item 75B. Open up the public hearing as well. Madam City Manager, is there a presentation on this item?
Yes, there is, sir. Our Public Works Director,
Please
Nabil.
go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Nabil Saba. I'm the Executive Director of Public Works Agency. Before you tonight is the public hearing for the proposed initial study mitigated negative declaration for the Fairview Bridge replacement and street improvement from 9th Street to 6th Street. Public Works Agency is proposing to expand on the existing bridge, replace the existing bridge with a new one, and expand on the number of lanes through the bridge. This is a depiction of the typical cross-section of what the bridge would look like. It's an expansion from about a 50-foot bridge right now to width to about 100, doubling the size of the bridge. It will include 3 lanes in both directions, along with a bike lane, and a sidewalk. This picture, or these pictures, show the current conditions of the existing bridge that we would like to replace. In terms of a CEQA process, we are June 2020 at City Council hearing. We would like you to adopt the initial study and certify the mitigated negative declaration document so we can proceed with asking for funding from Caltrans to fund this project.
Madam Clerk, are there any speakers that wish to address the council on this item?
Did you want to wait for staff to finish the presentation?
I'm sorry, I thought they were done. Go ahead, staff.
There was no impact on the no impacts shown on energy, greenhouse gas emissions, land use and planning, mineral resources, and agriculture and forestry resources. However, there was some impact on aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, geology, and soils, hazardous material, hydrology, water quality, noise, traffic, and utilities and service systems. All these impacts will be mitigated by the construction and the design of the bridge. Recommended action is to adopt a resolution approving the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Fairview Bridge replacement and street improvements from 9th Street to 16th Street project, and approve the Fairview Bridge replacement and street improvements from 9th to 16th. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any of the speakers on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I do have two. Callers, if you'd like to speak on item 75B, select or dial *9. For the record, please clearly state your name. You have 3 minutes from the time you've been unmuted. Please proceed with your comment. Caller, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm actually 85B.
Okay, thank you. I'll put you on mute and unmute you then. Caller, we're on item 75B. If you'd like to speak on this item, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Hello, my name is Christopher Forden. I'm the project director of Santa Ana Active Streets. Our organization sent a letter, and I'm also calling to voice our opposition to this item. Santa Ana Streets Coalition is a coalition of residents, community partners that aim to cultivate diverse community participation in creating a safe and accessible environment for active transportation in Santa Ana. And we know that Santa Ana is a pivotal moment for improving mobility. We have partnered with the city in its active transportation planning efforts and have valued the city's work in being leaders in active transportation in the city and in the region. But concerning this resolution, we appreciate the need to update the Fairview Bridge as it is a safety hazard to all users, but we believe that the proposed design will continue to be unsafe for bicyclists and pedestrians and is not consistent with the city's recently approved active transportation plan. On page 106 and 107 of the active transportation plan, the street type proposed shows 4 general purpose lanes, a center turn lane, a 10-foot multi-use path on the west side of the street where bicyclists and pedestrians can use, and on the east side of the street, a 5-foot sidewalk and 5-foot greenway. This would maintain the street at 82 feet, and that is even with maintaining most general purpose lanes at 11 feet and 1 lane at 15. In a letter we submitted to council, we proposed a different street configuration, but what is proposed in the city approved active transportation plan is even better. What is proposed today would widen the road to 100 feet and cause the acquisition and demolition of 1 residential and commercial property. And as we have seen on Bristol Street, what's being proposed today, users will not feel safe feel safe next to a high-speed, on a bike lane next to high-speed traffic, just like Bristol. Instead, we believe they will rely on the sidewalk. To propose an even better street, we would include the reduction of lane width to 10 feet in order to limit vehicle speeds and reduce further need to acquire land for the project. 10-feet lanes have been done on other streets, including Bristol. Staff, multiple CBOs, and even Santa Ana residents were involved in the development of the active transportation plan and applaud the creative path the city took in working with CBOs in developing this plan from 2018 and 2019. and to the City Council for approving this plan. But what is proposed today ignores the community voices that have already said what they want on Fairview. Instead of coming back to the street after it is dramatically changed, we can design the street as proposed in the active transportation plan. Again, that the city approved, with the better infrastructure for cyclists, skaters, folks of all ages, and diminished long-term
Your
impact
time
on
is
that
up.
roadway.
Thank you, caller.
Is that it, Madam Clerk?
We have one more caller. For the record, please clearly state your name. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, this is Kelly Kraus-Lee. I'm a resident in Santa Ana, and I frequently use my bicycle to get around the city. And I also oppose this because of the comments made by the previous caller that this, without a protected bike lane, it's not going to be any safer, and we're going to continue to see accidents involving bicyclists. I actually was with a friend who got hit by a car, and it set back her back a year in her life, and she was in the ICU. So we really need to take safety seriously and come up with an option that aligns with our active streets proposal that you have approved. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let me then close the public hearing and bring it to council for questions and hopefully a motion. Would staff want to address any of the comments made by the speakers as it relates to the bicycles and the safety?
Yes, Mayor. The design of the bridge is not final, and we will consider providing some type of a protective bike lane through the final design. And we do plan to go to the community and do a lot of outreach before the design is complete.
Thank you for that. With that, I would entertain a motion. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a couple of comments. Well, first I want to thank the callers.
Go ahead.
I want to thank the callers that called in expressing concerns about the bike lanes. I too have that concern. I agree that maybe we should consider lane width reductions in order to accommodate an actual Class 1 separated bike path, or bike lane, excuse me, on both sides of this bridge. I think that's something that, from looking at the section that you're showing here, Nabil, I think that's very feasible and doable.
Sure.
I wouldn't support this project unless the bike lanes were protected, because I grew up in that area, and there's no way I would ride my bike along Fairview without some sort of protected bike lane. No way. And I can't imagine anybody else doing it. And from what our the comments that came in talked about, I mean, that it just seems like a no-brainer, especially 3 lanes of traffic moving as fast as they do on Fairview, outside of rush hour, of course, because you don't move much along there during rush hour. And I also appreciate what you're saying, Nabil, as far as the community input, because, you know, as I've seen the bridges designed up the river from, you know, starting at Edinger, working their way up to McFadden, First Street, we started to see a little bit, excuse me, a little bit of design, a little bit, but not too much more from what we saw at the other ones. The other ones, they look like Caltrans designed them. They've got the K-rail. They look very utilitarian. I think that, you know, for our city, we celebrate the arts and we celebrate community involvement. Let's wed those together. Let's bring the community in. Let's talk about design. It does kind of concern me, though, that we're at this point where we're adopting an MND and we've got this project here with the section, but you're going to come back with the design, because I imagine, depending on what design aspects are added to the project, you might have to go back to Caltrans anyways, or whoever the funders are, whether it's OCTA or grants or whatnot. So I'm not sure why it's coming to us this way, where it seems kind of incomplete. But I mean, for me, the 2 components that I'm most concerned with are protected bike lanes and community input on the aesthetic of the design.
And we'll do both. Again, we need to adopt the CEQA documentation so we'll be able to apply for funding. So
Okay.
Without it, we can't apply.
So just to be clear, though, so in adopting this, now, we're not locked in with the design then?
No, you're not.
Okay. Well, I'll just say from my end, I'll make a motion to approve, to adopt the MND with the, with 2 conditions: that we incorporate a protected bike lane on both sides, northbound and southbound along Fairview, and that we do have community input for the design of the aesthetics on the bridge.
I'll second that as well. Nabil, can you, is this the bridge that has the that we're looking, not, this isn't the one with the screening for the...
No, that's a different bridge.
Okay, but I'll second the motion.
All right, thank you for that, council members. Additional comments on the motion, or are we ready to vote?
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Peñalosa. I had a couple comments.
Please go ahead, sir.
I just basically, I was going to second Councilmember Becerra, so I'm happy Councilmember Sarmiento did, but that is something that I want to further look at, Nabil. If we're going to put bike lanes on a bridge like that, I've seen the dangerous conditions it is right now, that it's in right now, and having a protected bike lane to protect not only the bikers but the people walking along on the sidewalks is very important for a bridge like this, especially when it's hovering over the Santa Ana River. And I also want to pay closer attention to the design of it, because it is very true. We have a city that's 150 years old and made up with beautiful architectures throughout the entire city, and the First Street Bridge is a perfect example, just like my colleague mentioned. So I don't want to see something come in that's just going to be, an aluminum-looking just eyesore that looks very industrial. I want it to bring character to that area of town more than it already has, and definitely focus on that security barriers between the cars, the fast-moving cars, and the public, not only the bikers, but the people walking. And those are my comments.
Will do.
Thank you. If there's no additional comments, I'd like the clerk to call roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Peñalosa?
Yes.
Councilmember Sarmiento?
Yes.
Councilmember Solorio?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Villegas?
Yes.
Mayor Pulido?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. We are on 85A.
Hey, I know do we have speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, and I would like to also announce that we did receive communications by email on this. We received 54 in support, and they were Santa Ana residents, and non-Santa Ana residents were 10, and then there were 4 that did not state, and then we did have 7 objections to this item. And with that,
How many speakers do we have right now?
we currently have 5 speakers.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and start with those 5 speakers, please, and then we'll bring it to council.
Thank you.
And if we only have 5 speakers, we can go ahead and give them, I was thinking about less time, but let's give them 3 minutes per speaker if we only have 5. Go ahead, please.
Callers, if you'd like to speak on 85A, please clearly state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes from the time you've been unmuted. Please proceed with your comment.
Sorry, I'm 85B.
Oh, thank you. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, it's Kelly Krause-Lee again, Santa Ana resident still. I am calling, I've sent you all an email with a link to an article in the Seton Hall Law Review about how to have effective civilian review boards to oversee police. So I am in support of creating some sort of oversight on our police because they are the largest portion of our budget and yet operate with the least amount of oversight. However, I don't want to see this become a commission with no real authority. So we need to have civic organizations nominate the board, not the police chief. We need them to have broad scope to review complaints, independent investigatory authority, including subpoena authority. Findings must be binding. They must have audit policies and practices because the ability to review underlying policies would allow them to identify the underlying cause for individual rights violations. They need secure funding, so a budget that's tied to a fixed percentage of the police budget. They need due process for police officers, and most importantly, public access and reporting. So without these 8 criteria as a bare minimum, the commission really would be worthless. So I am in support of creating one that's effective. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Please clearly state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment. Caller, please clearly state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes from the time you've been unmuted. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Rojas, and I am the policy advocate and organizer with the ACLU of Southern California. Good evening, council members. Very quickly, we have 360 ACLU of Southern California members in the city of Santa Ana, and I'm here to speak tonight on in support of Agenda Item 85A. In 2017, the ACLU of Southern California, alongside several community-based organizations, wrote a letter to the City Council urging the establishment of an independent civilian oversight board to ensure accountability and transparency within the Santa Ana Police Department. We believe an effective civilian oversight body can only be established in partnership with community-based organizations and must include the following 4 elements, we think, at a minimum. The first element is independent board membership. So members must exclude current and former city employees and police officers. Board members must also include representatives from communities most impacted by police violence. The second element we think is necessary is independent investigatory authority. So obviously the purpose of civilian oversight is to establish an external community-based body to conduct independent investigations. The oversight board must have broad authority to investigate complaints, serious incidents, and use of force by SAPD. The board must have ability to subpoena witnesses and documents, including police disciplinary documents, video and audio footage, and other relevant materials. And of course, the board must be guaranteed complete and prompt access to all police department documents, information, and testimony. The third element is that the board must have officer disciplinary power. The outcomes of board investigations must be public and in writing, and the board must have power to remove the police chief for cause and be involved in appointing of the police chief. Importantly, we must not replicate the failures of the Santa Ana Police Personnel Board that has unjustly reversed the former chief's decisions to fire officers for prior misconduct. And the
30
final
seconds left.
Thank you. Finally, we think that the board must have the power to audit, issue recommendations, and set policy. And the board must, based on such audits, be empowered to set and change the police department policies, as well as consultant hiring and training and collective bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name for the record. We're on item 85B. Please proceed with your comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, this is Dan Escamilla. I'm calling to comment on the need for an oversight commission, as well as recognize that the board's vote on the 5 luxury SUVs awarded to Chief Valentin and his command staff at the last meeting was done in violation of the Brown Act, as none of the public was allowed to comment due to the delay that was caused by the YouTube and the board's online channel. And I think that vote should be reversed, and the public should be allowed to comment whether they want to allocate $236,000 to 5 luxury SUVs for the chief and his command staff, especially in light of the fact that the city paid out a settlement based on the chief's sexual harassment and retaliation of John and Laura Franks early last year. And also, I think that it should be recognized that Santa Ana, with 1 out of 7 officers having been trained and hired within the past year, has one of the youngest and most experienced police departments in the county. This is a bad recipe given the upper command staff's corruption that I think is well known among the Santa Ana residents. So if a commission is established and if the board does vote to investigate the establishment of a commission, I think it needs to be one that has all of the powers that the previous callers recommended in conformance with the powers discussed in the Seton Hall Law Review article. Thanks very much.
Thank you, caller. Please clearly state your name for the record. We're on item 85A. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Good evening, Mayor Pulido and council members. My name is Tai Fan, and I am calling as a longtime resident and someone who has had experiences with the Santa Ana Police Department. Actually, when I was 4, I went looking for Santa Claus and became lost. It was a police officer from Santa Ana in the West End substation, actually, who helped me find my way home. So I have very fond memories of that. But at the same time, I know that we have problems in our police department and our issues with public safety. And I believe that a police oversight commission will help ensure that any and all misconduct allegations are thoroughly investigated and reviewed not just by the chief, but also by residents and other individuals in the community who have the right to know what's going on. So currently, as far as I can tell from the policy, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if there's an allegation of misconduct, it is the chief and the Internal Affairs Division that investigates. So according to the Santa Ana PD website, the Internal Affairs Division is staffed by 3 police sergeants, a police corporal, and 2 part-time office assistants. So they're responsible for dealing with all employee misconduct, officer-involved shootings, in custody deaths, civil claims, etc. And that's a problem because they work with the officers every day. My husband is an Air Force veteran and a former JAG officer. And in the Air Force, if an airman has a use of force incident or is alleged to have engaged in misconduct, it is not the airman's supervising officer or commander who reviews this misconduct. This is considered a conflict of interest because of the need for unit cohesion and comedy. We need that in our police department. So no, if there's an allegation of misconduct, whether it's from inside the department or outside, it's a completely independent third party that investigates. So I really hope that we have this police oversight commission and that the commission actually comes with subpoena power to interview witnesses, to look at all the documents like the first 2 commenters mentioned. And I also want to point out that back in 2019, when this item was on the agenda, a council member stated that we didn't need an oversight commission because the council is oversight. But again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the council only has direct authority over the chief, the city manager, the city clerk, and the city attorney. The charter specifically states that no council member shall deal with the administrative branch of the city government, except through the city manager.
Left.
So they cannot give orders to a subordinate, i.e. anyone else, to hire or fire or discipline an officer who has conducted anything illegal or with misconduct. A police oversight commission will not just ensure that we protect residents and the community, it protects the officers from other officers who are willing to commit harm, to do illegal things, and to commit misconduct, and save the city millions of dollars in settling lawsuits. I hope you support a police oversight commission. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please clearly state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, this is Roberto. I live on the West End, and I didn't finish my comments from last time, but it's connected to oversight. I hear city council members talk about sort of response time, and that is like a metric of success in oversight. But I disagree, and why I disagree is because I've been looking at data from calls for service for SAPD that's publicly available online. Not all of it is available online, only the calls for service. Well, I guess it's available, but it's not downloadable, which needs to be more accessible for folks to be able to, quote unquote, like understand and sort of navigate that data to like extract more information. But what I came to find out is like a lot of the calls for service, for instance, SAPD, they prioritize the different sort of calls that come in. Overwhelmingly, 41% of all the calls that were made were lowest or low priority. So that's very important because like the calls that are coming in, you know, they don't necessarily have to involve SAPD to respond. Only 17% of the calls that came in were for highest and high. So I think that's important to consider like the data and that we make all of this information publicly available for the community to be able to understand and sort of navigate that data for themselves. And also I think like what this just data tells me is that they're just a bunch of Karens in our city. And what do I mean by Karens? I mean people of color. I mean white folks who call the cops on other people of color. And you all seen the videos. You see what happens when police shows up to address nonviolent issues. You know, we're simply criminalized for existing, simply for breathing, simply for driving, walking while black, flying while trans, laughing while being young. Everything we do is criminalized, and Karens out there take it upon themselves to criminalize every action and call the police on us. So Karens out there, stop othering people from our community. You're part of the problem when it comes to stopping police violence. Stop calling the police. Instead, reach out to your neighbors and build community. And that's pretty much all I have to say. And I agree with Jennifer Rojas from the ACLU and sort of the different points and what folks have been saying about, you know, like having real subpoena power and having representation, non-police representation on this oversight. Because I think that those that are directly most impacted should be able to speak freely about their experiences. You know, being criminalized or confronting the sort of police. I was just out there, city council, making our demands for the Santana Budget Advocacy platform, people's platform, and there was around 4 or 5 of us just in the beginning, and like there was more than 15 to 20 cops that were there that that were showing up and like in batons and masks and.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, bye.
Last caller, please clearly state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Caller, can you hear me?
Hello, Santa Ana City Council.
Yes, can you please lower the volume on your YouTube? We could hear the feedback.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. My name is Tanya Navarro, and I'm calling in support of creating an effective community oversight committee through the creation of a civilian review board with the following powers: subpoena power, investigatory authority, disciplinary authority, and the ability to hire and fire officers, including the chief of police. I would like to say a comment about the council, and I hope that they all listen to their constituents and represent their needs.
Caller, are you still there? I think the caller got disconnected. That's all the hands I had virtually raised, Mayor. Mayor, are you still there? Mayor, he's connected.
Is the mayor on?
Mayor is connected.
Okay, very good. Well, let's see if we can get him back on the line.
Mayor, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here.
That was the last caller, Mayor, on 85A. Mayor?
Madam Clerk?
Yes, that was the last caller on 85A.
All right. So let's bring it to the members of the council that requested this item. Would any of you like to speak at this time?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Becerra.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank Councilmember Penaloza for working with me to place this item on the agenda, and thank you to Councilmember Sarmiento for joining us. I supported placing this item on the agenda, not because we have a police department full of officers behaving like former Minneapolis officer Derek Chauvin, or acting like the officers of LAPD's infamous Rampart Division. Part of my reason for supporting this item came from the history of the Santa Ana Police Department. Before Chief Valentin and former Chief Walters, the Santa Ana Police Department was led by Chief Ray Davis. In 1983, Chief Davis announced a policy that SAPD would not cooperate with INS, or what we now call ICE today, in their immigration sweeps at those times. Santa Ana was ahead of San Francisco by 2 years, at a time that nobody was confusing the politics between those two cities. Chief Davis claimed that then that the Santa Ana Police Department needed the entire community, regardless of immigration status, to keep the peace and prevent crime. The same holds true today. The Santa Ana Police Department needs the entire community to keep the peace and prevent crime. Santa Ana PD was also a pioneer in community-oriented policing. It was untested at the time, but later Chief Walters received an award in the Oval Office from President Obama. Now, oversight commissions are not a new idea, and how they are composed and what are their roles and responsibilities are not a one-size-fits-all situation. For example, how Santa Ana's Planning Commission functions is very different from how planning commissions in the city of Los Angeles function. Now, I would like to see city staff research the most up-to-date best practices and various models of police oversight commissions and bring that back to the council in 90 days, which would be in time for our September 15th city council meeting. Again, September 15th, we're not letting this drag on. But this situation, this item is too important not to take enough time to do it right. Rather than opine tonight on what I believe Santa Ana's commission should look like, I'm going to wait to see what information our city staff brings back. But I will say that I do want to see Santa Ana's Police Oversight Commission provide a valuable way for residents and businesses to give input into improving how Santa Ana Police serve our community in a way that will help strengthen our community's trust and confidence in them. I want this exercise and this commission to help Santa Ana PD be the model police agency in Southern California and beyond. I believe that if there is a city that can do this, with a police department that can do this, I believe it's our city, and I believe we can show how a commission can be done right. So with that, I feel very strongly that we would be able to do it the right way for our residents, our businesses, and the overall community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr.
Any
Mayor?
other, go ahead.
This is Councilmember Peñalosa. Just wanted to, Madam City Clerk, I'm being told that there's still callers waiting with their hand up, but they're not getting called on for some reason, that they've been waiting.
It looks like since we had when Councilmember Becerra started speaking, we had additional callers did virtually raise their hand. It wasn't raised at the time prior to him speaking. The last caller that I had was the last one I had. I wrote down the numbers, so I have a list of them.
Okay. I'll defer to the mayor or the mayor pro tem.
Right now, why don't we continue, Councilman Peñalosa? Let's have the other members of the committee speak, please.
I guess that would be me. That would be you. Just wanted to state that I'm very supportive of having staff come back with different options, as well as cost and regards, and as it pertains to a police oversight commission. I personally would be interested in seeing all of the above and best practices that are used across the country and in different jurisdictions in the state, including, what subpoena powers look like, investigative authority, and want to see it all presented. Because given that the police department currently takes up 43% of our general fund, we should give the public an opportunity to have oversight of sensitive incidents and incidents that garner large public interest. This will only help build the trust between our police department and the public. If one of those options is expanding the authority of our personnel board or having an additional appointed body as a commission, then let's see that come forward. I want to see that. I want to see every option available. I want to see what is done different in different jurisdictions, as stated earlier. I also want to state that and clarify to our police department that this is in no way intended, at least in my opinion, to be punitive. I know there are hundreds of men and women that report to work daily and with the sole intent to protect and serve our community, and I thank you. But this is something that the community has been requesting for a long time, and we should take an honest and serious look at it. So with that, I'm supportive of staff I know that there was research done 3 years ago, but times change, and this whole body has changed, this whole elected body. And as an elected official, I can't just go off the information that was, put together by staff executives that aren't even here anymore, and electeds that aren't even here anymore. So I want to see that. So with that, I am supportive of having this come back to us, see what is done in different jurisdictions and what amounts of different power we could give this oversight body, and and if there's a cost, I want to see that too. So I'm supportive. Thank you to my colleagues, Councilmembers Sarmiento and Becerra, for bringing this forward with me. So those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a comment. Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
You're on the.
I was actually going to just defer to the public because there are some people waiting. So before I speak, I'd like to hear those comments from folks who've been waiting patiently.
Yeah, so the numbers are growing as the longer the call is. So after a speaker speaks, I keep getting more virtual hands. So if you'd like to, there's 30 of them now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the presiding
Well, look, here's the problem is that there's been a delay. This isn't the first time this is happening. So, there's obviously some technical problems that we're in, nobody to blame. Maybe just our system somehow isn't being responsive to, what our needs are. There are people who want to speak, and we definitely don't want to keep the public out because then we expose ourselves to censoring and just not being open and transparent. So, if there's some way we can fix these problems, because it's nobody's fault, but that means that valuable comments from our residents are not being heard, and that makes part of our deliberation more effective. So,
I agree.
Yeah, the Mayor, if you would like to have the public comment continue to speak at this time as the chair of the meeting. Mayor, are you there? Mayor, are you there? Hello, Mayor, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. Would you like to proceed with having the additional public comments with their virtual hands that have been raised?
Oh, boy. Look, this is about 20 of them now. Let's do it, but let's limit it to 1 minute apiece because it's after we already had closed off comment. And also limit it, otherwise by the time they're done, we'll have more, and that's not the point. The point is to also do the people's business. So let's go ahead and allow these 20, but let's cut it off there and give everybody a minute, please.
Okay, and Mayor, to clarify, there's actually now 34. So the time. Caller, if you could please, go ahead, Mayor.
Go ahead. I would suggest let's do it at the 20, because by the time you get to 34, there'll be more, and that's not the purpose of this, is to give the access public, but we also have to conduct city business. So let's just do the 20, a minute a person, and as more come in, tell them that, they can come in on the next meeting. Please go ahead.
Okay, caller, please state your name for the record. You have 1 minute. Caller, you have 1 minute. Please state your name for the record. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Inigo Vu. I'm an educator in Orange County. It's first of all terrible that you're limiting this to 1 minute from 3 just a couple of minutes ago. What are you even doing? You said on Tuesday that we were your boss, and you're not letting us talk at all. 20 callers, you're being ridiculous. You're being embarrassing. I'm in adamant support of a community-led police oversight committee, and I don't have time to read what I was going to say. All I know is that you need to do your damn job. You need to listen to people. You can't just do this. You can't silence us. We're watching. The Police Oversight Committee is literally the least you can do. And honestly, abolish the police. Just do it. If you can't do your jobs, then you have to at least listen to us, or I don't even know what. I yield my time.
Thank you, caller. If you could please state your name for the record, you have 1 minute.
Steve Gallegos. Actually, to the clerk, this is something I explained to you 2 days ago, that there was a lag, and now it's being brought up again. And to be quite honest with you, it's very disingenuous that you said that there was only 5, because when the first caller called, I actually was already on the line. So I do not know if you're doing it on purpose, or if for whatever reason you may not see that there are people on the line. As for the mayor, I understand that you have things going on at home, but to be quite honest with you, if you do not have the time to be fully present here at the meeting, whatever you maybe have going on, and you shouldn't be voting on these, and you should please just step away for the time being. In terms of the council itself, it's really disappointing that the only ones even speaking out are Sarmiento and Peñalosa to even hear it. It really just saddens me, especially, Villegas, you had said that you wanted our input, you wanted our survey, but when we all gave it to you, all of a sudden you decided to say,
Your 1 minute is up.
to hell with it,
Caller.
to hell with the budget, and then I'm just going to still do it. So again, if you want to hear our input, then go ahead and hear it.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
Selena Gallegos. And I just want to let you know, Mayor, that for the next election, I don't know if you're running or not, but you have completely lost the vote of my generation, eliminated us to 1 minute. And to the clerk, honestly, you've been so rude since Tuesday, and you keep saying that you don't see our calls when they're clearly there. Anyways, the police oversight committee needs to be implemented because this is an issue that we've been dealing with for a very long time, okay? So it needs to be there so that the people, the residents in Santana have a voice in what happens when something unfortunate such as police misconduct happens, and we're able to say, hey, no, these police need to get disciplined correctly and not just be investigated by internal affairs and then they get a slap on the wrist, because that's not okay. Then that leaves us as the citizens left with no one to back us up. So if you guys aren't going to back us up and they're clearly not backing us up, we need to back up each other. And we also, I'm sorry?
Your time is up. Thank you for your call.
Okay, thank you.
Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
Hey everyone, my name is Bumalo Vicente. I'm a resident of Santa Ana and an organizer with Chicanos Unidos in Chispa. Last October, I came to City Council and made public comment advocating for a police review commission. I spoke about my experience serving 2 terms on the police review commission for the city of Berkeley.
No, she doesn't.
Hello?
Yes, we could hear you.
Oh. This commission is just to speak to the power of community oversight and the necessary need for communities to envision their own idea of public safety. You all failed to vote for this item last October. Some of you have said no many times before. Is there someone on the call?
For the guy and for them to be on the call.
Hello?
She unmuted everybody. Yeah, she unmuted everybody. And
Hello?
they better not take
Can you please continue to speak?
I think there's multiple people on the call.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, if you could please proceed to speak.
Okay, that was weird. Anyway, yeah, I think it's important for us to really have a strong oversight commission, just what previous folks have mentioned. One with powerful teeth. We need a commission with teeth. One with subpoena power, investigative authority, disciplinary authority, and the ability to hire and fire officers, including the chief of police. A commission with weak oversight is worse than having no commission. If you won't pass such an item, then let the people decide and vote. We will gladly write a charter amendment. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, as you term out this year after being in office for 26 years, older than I am. Think about the legacy that you want to leave behind. Under your leadership, I've had friends fall into the school-to-prison pipeline, arrested and incarcerated. My old neighbor was shot and killed by SAPD in 2015. The shooting was ruled justified, and no officers were held accountable. Your legacy is not going to be about how long you reigned, but how you created one of the deadliest police departments in the country
Your time is
and
up.
failed to protect your residents. And now your time is up.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Julie, and I live in Santa Ana. My full address? Or, am I live?
Hello?
Yes, you're live.
Okay. Hi, my name is Julie Herrick. I've been a Santa Ana resident for 12 years, and I'm calling to ask for a effective civilian review board that has the authority to exercise oversight and accountability of the police department and its officers. And this must have subpoena power, investigatory authority, disciplinary authority, and the ability to hire and fire officers, including the chief of police. Even then, a creation of such an oversight body is just the bare minimum that the city can do and needs to be part of other efforts to approach public safety by divesting from enforcement and investing in positive community programs that address residents' needs, like libraries, education, healthcare, and and homeless services and things like that. I also want to note that I pressed *9 earlier in the process, and there were 2 other people that spoke after I had already pressed *9, so I was definitely already in the queue. And I'm not sure what's going on, but I think it's, I don't think it's cool that we've been cut down to 1 minute, and some of us waited 5 hours on Tuesday and never got to speak, and now to
Thank you,
have
caller. Your time
this
is up.
happening on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilman Peñalosa. Can I interrupt for a second?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I want to say that I agree, and with expanding the time of the callers, they did wait on Tuesday for over 5 hours to speak on this item, and a lot of them didn't. We abruptly adjourned the meeting on Tuesday. I was against that because I knew that people were waiting. So I think we should at the very least, give the callers on the line the ability to speak at least for 2 minutes, because 1 minute is it's when you mentioned it wasn't the point, but the point is to listen to our constituents, and that is all I have to say. I don't know if I need to make a motion.
Look, I'll go for 2 minutes, but I want them to state their address. I want to see, that folks live in town, that they're our constituents. So let's please ask them to do that, and let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay, caller, if you could please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Thank you very much. First, I want to say I am very sorry to the royal Mr. Polito that I am coming up to your throne and taking 2 minutes of your time away from you. But I want to say that I am a resident of Santa Ana. My name is Carla Ortiz, and I am in support of 85A. But I implore the council members to do justice for our community and not just consider research onto 85A in the creation of the Police Oversight Commission, but rather confirm that one will be created. The wording used in 85A makes it seem like even though it will go through after 90 days if nothing is found with your research, the creation of the Police Oversight Commission will be ignored and then possibly discarded. There is more than enough uproar from multiple different protests all over Orange County to prove that the Police Oversight Commission is necessary for the community of Santa Ana. I see no negatives coming forward with 85A, but I see a lot of negative outcomes from ignoring or letting 85A lose momentum. As representatives of us, you owe it to us, your community, to work alongside us and meet our demands or be removed from office. I'm sure you feel the demanding spirit of the people calling for justice, and I hope that you keep that in mind when making your decision. It shouldn't be taken lightly, and do not let us down after those 90 days. Also, I would like to speak on behalf of Sarmiento, saying that officers are victims of these systemic stereotypes. Maybe cops wouldn't need to answer 13,000 calls if there were specialists for every type of call in the public. Police should not be the first ones to be on rape scenes or mental health calls, or in schools to fight detention or drug overdose problems or child abuse calls. The simple badge and uniform of an officer and what they wear is a form of intimidation. And this is an extra
10
fear
seconds
tactic that is
left.
not necessary. Basically, what I want to say is that there's other people that are professionals with years of de-escalating practice, and they should be the ones on call, not with people with weapons on their belt.
Your time is up. Thank you. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Marla Sanchez, and I'm a resident of Santa Ana. I want to call in support of defunding the police and the Civilian Oversight Committee. I think that it's pretty obvious that with the people in the streets, that something's very, very wrong. And I want to tell you that when my children were small, we were in downtown, and a white woman came and yelled at us and grabbed my daughter and bruised her, and the police came and treated us like the criminals. They taped us off and put us in a corner. And they told us that it was within her right for her to hurt my daughter that way. Now, these kids that are coming up right now are being traumatized by the police. You're pushing people to be disenfranchised and giving us very little choice in being able to have a happy, healthy life. And it's time for things to change. We have to do things differently. We have to hold police accountable. We have to make sure that our communities have parks and affordable housing. And this is now on your conscience to do something different for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, if you would please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jake Gist, and I am a resident of Santa Ana, living in Ward 2. And before I begin, I just want to mention how disrespectful the mayor has been to the people that he is supposed to serve. It's astounding. But I am calling in support of 85A. I believe we absolutely need a police oversight committee. Police officers should be accountable public servants who work collaboratively and transparently with all the communities that they serve. I feel too often police departments and officers violate that role in their community, and they abuse their power by engaging in excessive force, acting in an increasingly militarized capacity, and routinely stopping and frisking entire communities of color, among other practices that treat individuals as not a citizen of a democracy, but the subject of a carceral state just waiting to be cataloged. Far too often, they have not been held accountable, and that lack of accountability has eroded community trust and fostered suspicion and resentment. In order to restore public legitimacy, I feel there needs to be effective structures in place, such as a community oversight committee, in order to promote responsible, accountable policing and measures to ensure that police are held accountable for the actions when they deviate from that standard. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Caller. Okay, next caller. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. You may proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Carla Juarez, and I am a longtime resident of Santa Ana. I've been here more than 30 years. I am mentally distraught. I think that it's a mental abuse what you guys do to your constituents by cutting the time, even though they've known that we've been online forever since of Tuesday. But that was not my point on calling today. I also want to bring to your attention, I know, Mr. Pulido, your concern was whether or not these are residents of Santa Ana, but you guys accepted correspondence for 75A that were in opposition to defund the police from outside of Santa Ana, like including Murrieta, like Ladera Ranch, Corona. I even saw one from Florida, which does not make no sense. Why are we allowing others to say how to run our city? I'm very distraught on the fact that I have been cut off before and have not been able to say my piece. But regardless, and I am still trying to gather my thoughts to try to express what I want to see in my city. I do want to see a police oversight with subpoena power. There has been much information out there that the Santa Ana Police Department has destroyed records of the police officers. They have a bad rap. And that is not okay. And I haven't heard you guys mention that. To pull up those files and make those accountable for murder. Police are not meant to murder people. They're meant to arrest them, detain them, and wait for due process. It is sad that I have to talk to my brother, male relative, and kind of coach him on how not to be killed by police if stopped on the street or driving. This is insane, and it needs to stop. Thank you for my 2 minutes.
Thank you, caller. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. I believe you're muted on your phone on your line. Okay, next caller. Caller, please state your name for the record and address. You have 2 minutes. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Victor Mendez. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. Please proceed with your comment.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I'll be brief. Victor Mendez, 340 East First Street, downtown Santa Ana. Yes, I'm just calling to recommend that the council, upon receiving the management report, move forward with the commission. I think it's a very good idea. I've actually done some research on my own, and I do know one particular city stands out. I've encouraged the city manager to look into that thoroughly, and that's the city of Inglewood. Obviously, Inglewood is a very, very visible city these days, has a very diverse population, and is definitely moving forward into the times like Santa Ana is. Interestingly enough, I heard some callers talking about the independence of the commission. This particular commission has an appointee, or the chief of police gets one appointee to the commission. And I think if we're going to be effective in oversight, we have to also be engaged with senior management of the police department. So I'd encourage a very thorough look at that commission and how they're working in a very complex global community. Secondly, I'd just like to encourage the council to make this actionable. I mean, it doesn't have to be all things to all people initially. Let's get a good commission that's good structure and that can start doing good things now, today. And let's not get caught in a paralysis by analysis of what's good, what other cities are doing. I think you're all intelligent people. Let's put together a good structure that's workable and actionable and can be built upon as the commission defines its vision and its goals. Again, it doesn't have to be all things to all people. I think the investigatory authority needs to be kind of pulled back a little bit. Let's do something right. Let's make it right. Let's do it the Santa Ana way, and let's get something done. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed with your comment. Please state your name and address.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Hi, my name is Citizen X, and my address is 60 Civic Center Plaza, Santana, 92701. That is my address, okay? Because I'm speaking on behalf of more than 50% of the citizens in Santana, which are being detained unfairly every day, okay? And so, yes, I am requesting for you to establish, Pulido, okay, a commission, okay, to defund Santa Ana PD. Because while you're spending all those millions on your campaign flyers, you can't even update us on the new laws, such as storage of property You can check right there on January 18th, after the Women's March. There was an incident where I witnessed that afternoon where somebody was being detained because they were simply recording another officer that was detaining a gentleman just because he was charging his phone in one of those outlets. Okay? So yes, I am requesting that. And how is it that you need my address? Why don't you give us the address of every officer out there? It's given, received.
Caller, are you done? You have 20 seconds left.
Hello?
Yes, you have 20 seconds left.
Yeah, so when are we going to get an answer? That's what I want to know.
This is an opportunity for you to provide your comment. It's not a question and answer session.
Exactly. And let me tell you something. Delgadillo, he thinks he's running his whole playground right there.
Thank you, caller. Your time is up. Caller, please state your name and address. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed with your comment. Caller, please state your name and address. You have 2 minutes. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Juan Gonzalez. I live in Ward. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, it's Juan Gonzalez in Ward 1, and I am adamantly in support of 85A, and I just wanted to uplift a few things that were mentioned earlier. One, that we should really affirm the creation of this oversight commission. We have to be very clear about the direction of this item. Ultimately, I think the most important research that y'all can conduct is listening to our voice, and we're very much demanding the creation of this commission. With that being said, I think y'all have to take into account the following characteristics: subpoena power, investigative authority, disciplinary authority, and the ability to hire and fire officers, including the chief of police. Those should all be central to the creation of this commission. And I think it's also important to remember that ultimately we as a community still have our ultimate target in sight. Ultimately, we don't even want to be investigating these instances of injustice and police brutality because we don't want our friends, neighbors, and families to be victims of this oppression to begin with. So please don't interpret this commission as some kind of concession or compromise. It really is anything but. Like people have said, it's the very least that y'all can do. And ultimately, minimizing the control and power the police department has in the city, specifically through its defunding, is our continuous call. So please listen to all of our demands, not just what is most convenient to all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, hi. My name is Dalia Rios, and I'm calling to say yes on the Oversight Committee Commission. I heard many times on city officials that you would like community input. This is a perfect example to put out the community and listen to the input of all the stuff that we want to say. And I also, last Tuesday, I was waiting for 6 hours, and you guys didn't take any comments of the Spanish-speaking community. So not just community input, but all community input, knowing that 96% of our community is Latinx and they don't speak English. So, and another thing, the interpreters need to do a better job because we are getting comments that they're not understanding a word that you guys are saying. So please think about the residents that you guys are serving and really listen to the community, but go beyond and really show that you care. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Caller, please
Hi,
state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Porov. I live in Santa Ana in the Village Rock community. I'm calling in support of establishing a police oversight commission through on item 85A. I'm a former prosecutor and a military veteran, and in my experience, we spent a great deal of time making sure that there was some transparency and a robust system to make sure that misconduct was handled either through disciplinary means or even court-martial. Generally speaking, the military police are rather well known to be more disciplined than their civilian counterparts, but we still took that very seriously, and we still found a good deal of misconduct committed in military police, in the military police world. It's kind of ridiculous that this is even a conversation that needs to go at length. The very bare minimum that can be done is to establish a baseline oversight commission that can properly assess the quote unquote bad apples that might be plaguing a lot of these departments. I think it is brainless to not support such a commission in this day and age. And it's outrageous that anyone is opposed, honestly. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Hi, good night, Council. My name is Alexis Teodoro, and my address is 826 Beverly Place, Santa Ana, California, 92701. And I just want to express the disappointing sentiments that have been expressed by other callers as well. This is not a democratic process. Limiting the time speaking that we have fringes on our First Amendment rights to address our grievances to our elected officials. And it's extremely disappointing, and it's a sad day for democracy in Santana that I'm witnessing this, just like everybody else on the call. I'm here to express support for the Oversight Commission, and for every single point that was shared, I want to echo. And it's about time that the Santa Ana Council, this new generation, continues the leadership that other council in the past have taken by listening to the community. The caller before me, a couple callers talked about listening to the community. We've been living in Santana for so many years. We know what we need. We know what makes us heal. We know what makes us smile, and we know what we need to transform our lives to remain and thrive. And more funding for police is not that. We need to hold police accountable, and we need to fund the programs that make our lives better. And these are the programs that have to relate to transformative justice. And we need the kind of transformative leadership in this council to not just pass an oversight police board, but it must have subpoena investigatory power. Anything less is symbolic, and we don't need symbolic things anymore. Thank you so much, and I hope that you consider Santana's voice, which is the people, and we demand an oversight committee board with investigatory subpoena power. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, this is Keith Carpenter, Ward 6. I'm just calling in support of the 85A for the Police Oversight Commission. I think it's long overdue and very necessary. And it's a little sad that it's taken the events of recent time to make this come about. And I also echo what the previous callers have said about having some real power. Being the chair of the Measure X committee, I know what that means to be able to just recommend without any power, and that really is ineffective. So again, I'm in support of the Police Oversight Commission, and please refer to us as citizens, not civilians. This is not the military. So again, long overdue, very needed, and let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
This is Carl Benninger, and I live at 1829 West Gary Avenue in Santa Ana, and I'm a 40-year resident of Santa Ana. I also support 85A as a way of increasing transparency. I don't want it to become an overboarding board as there is in LA. And they really accomplished nothing except argue back and forth. So I would see this starting off much like Inglewood. It was really an advisory. And they include their chief of police and they include their police union on the board. And they direct where the work needs to be done and it gives a thought for their citizens to express their concerns. I've heard a lot of emotions tonight. I don't think Santa Ana PD is a killing operation. I don't think they purposely go out to harm people. And it gets me upset with all that emotion. So let's put this back. Let's kind of pump the brakes, take a deep breath, look at this reasonably. And I do think we need something to help with transparency so people can voice their issues and so that all citizens can see what's going on.
You're cutting off a little bit. Hello?
Of a advisory committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed.
Mi nombre es Saraí Arpero. Soy residente por 20 años. Estoy llamando porque estoy a favor de hacer un comité de vigilancia para el Departamento de Policía. Si no tienen que esconder nada, si se supone un departamento de modelo para otros lugares y lo han presumido hasta para otros países, ¿cuál es el miedo de tener un comité que vigile y que revise? ¿Por qué tienen que estar posponiendo estas decisiones cuando llevamos años? Han pasado concejales por esas sillas, el mismo alcalde sigue y se ha pedido transparencia, se ha pedido rendición de cuentas. Claro que hay abuso de poder, claro que la gente se quiere quejar, pero también tiene miedo de quejarse. Yo tengo un hijo con una condición mental. Hace 2-3 semanas pedí de emergencia que llegaran a apoyarme con él y tardaron 30 minutos. Cuando les pregunté por qué habían tardado tanto, le echaron la culpa al despachador. Quiero entender en dónde se queda la bolita. Llamo para quejarme, nadie me puede dar cuenta de qué está pasando, porque como es un enfermo mental, como es una persona que no tiene interés para ustedes, pues que se quede donde se quede. Y al final del día, mi miedo es que uno de sus oficiales termine matando a mi hijo porque en una crisis se pone a correr. Necesitan poner oficiales también que sepan, o no oficiales, pero personas que estén capacitadas para tratar con personas con condiciones mentales. Estoy cansada de tener miedo de que mi hijo salga a la calle y que lo criminalicen porque está en una crisis mental. Así que apoyo que haya un comité de vigilancia y es tiempo de que nosotros podamos vigilar lo que las personas, lo que los policías hacen, porque nosotros pagamos sus salarios.
Gracias. We will get the translation when our translator comes in, and I'll take the next caller. Please state your name for the record and your address. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed with your comment. Caller, you may state your name for the record and address. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed with your comment. Cesar, did you want to go ahead?
My name is Saraí Arpero. I've been a resident of Santa Ana for 20 years, and I do support the formation of an oversight police committee. If you have nothing to hide, then why don't you want this to be so that we have this? If you're supposedly a model department that's even a model to other countries, why are you afraid? Why are you afraid, and why are you postponing this decision to have this now? We've been asking for this for years, before many of you council members were here, for a long time, even before the mayor was here. We need to have accountability. You need to be accountable for the people. There is a lot of abuse of power. People are afraid to complain, and we need help. My son has special needs, and something happened to him. I called for help, and it took them 30 minutes to respond. When I asked them why it took them so long to respond, they blamed the dispatcher. So where does the buck stop? Where does the buck stop? Where does the responsibility stop? My son has mental needs, and because my son has mental needs, you don't care about him. But I'm afraid that one of these days, my son is going to be killed by one of your officers because in his condition, his mental condition, his special ed, he might just run. So you need to train people in dealing with special education, special needs people. And I support the creation of this oversight commission. It's time for the people to see what the police is doing. We pay their salary.
Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed with your comment. Caller, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Please proceed.
Hello.
Yes, please proceed with your comment.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Blyndon Willis. I'm a resident in Ward 2. I just also wanted to state, I wanted to echo, I'm sympathetic to the tech issues. I understand that that's difficult. We're dealing with like really strange times and having to, come up with tech solutions, but I don't think that's a reason to cut people off. So I appreciate not having our time limited. I want to hear what other people have to say, even if it takes hours. I was at the last meeting and I'm at this one too, and I'll be here till everybody is done talking, all right? In addition, I am in favor of the creation of the Civilian Police Oversight Commission, and I just want to restate that I'm in favor of subpoena power, investigatory authority, disciplinary authority, and the ability to hire and fire officers, including the chief of police. And I do hope that the council looks into this seriously. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, caller. Callers, please remember to unmute your phone when I unmute you here, because I have no control of unmuting you if you mute your phone. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Jarvis Jennings, and I live in Ward 1. I am in favor of 85A to have an oversight committee. I believe this committee has to have full transparency, which means that there cannot be any police officers, police union, city elected officials, or anything on the board. The board needs to be civilian. The board needs to have subpoena power. It does not need to be able to hire and fire, but its recommendations should be taken by the district attorney's office if they have misconduct and they believe that something is wrong that's been done. Then they should be able to go to the DA and say, hey, we believe this was done. You need to look into it and further prosecute or whatever. I do know that the police have a hard job. I've been in the military. I've worked in the jail at the military. I know what it's like to be a police officer. Okay, it's a difficult job. However, you must realize what you're being a police officer for. It's not to harm. It is to protect and serve. Yes, you have to be able to defend yourself, and it is a difficult situation. However, there are some that do go too far, and the ones that go too far do not need to be there. Santa Ana is a high minority city, okay? And last but not least, that committee needs to be a diverse committee. It cannot be a committee of 7 or 8 non-Hispanic or minorities. It needs to be majority of minorities, because the minority population of this city are the ones who are being abused. Okay? I appreciate you giving me the time. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, please state your
Hi.
name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Julie Gallegos, and actually I did want to let everybody know that actually on the Santa Ana website, all it says that you need to say your name, and we actually have a time limit of 3 minutes to speak. So I don't know why we're being cut off so short, and I don't know why you guys need our address. There's absolutely no need, unless you are going to be sending me a birthday gift, then you can have my address. Also, it does, you only need to be a taxpayer to make a comment to the committee. So what if somebody's homeless? So that is not fair. So you're saying if they don't have an actual address, yet they're paying taxes, if they have a job, they can't make a comment. So that's not fair, and that's not okay. There's absolutely no need for that. Anyways, I do agree with the police, having a police committee here in Santa Ana. I've been here for 33 years, but I also don't think it should take 90 days to look over any sort of evidence, material. It should be right away. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Hi, please state your name and
Hi.
address for the record.
My name is Mr. Palmer, and I live in Ward 6. I just think it's a shame that after hearing all those people asking to defund the police and the stories of harassment and negligence, we still have some council members trying to prove the ways in which the police department has supposedly worked or improved. They have never felt safe with the police, and trying to reform the police department or form an oversight committee, which does not work. We have seen this in Minneapolis. Obviously, this isn't working. Oversight committees don't work, and as people have said, that we don't have any power to do anything with those. Crime is a byproduct of the environment in which a person is in and the way a person is labeled and treated. We're not animals. We're not thugs. We're not ghetto. We're people tired of seeing Black people die every day and our people being criminalized in a system meant to exploit us. Our ultimate goal, as should be yours, is to dismantle the police department, and we'll continue to fight for this. And lastly, the police system is not individualistic. We're talking about a system that is affecting marginalized people globally. Every police department is an issue. By reforming the police, we're giving them more money. I do not want to do what Costa Mesa has done, which was give $1 million for body cameras. We will not unarm the police officers like one of the council members had suggested, because this isn't going to change the issue with our police department. There's systemic racism within it. We need to, instead of trying to reform the system that has been trying to reform for so long, we need to instead create a new system with healthcare workers, mental health workers, drug addiction workers, therapists, social workers, mentors, getting students back into education, helping those who are in poverty. If we can't do this, then what is the point of us saying that we're for Black lives when we're not able to do the simplest thing for our people? If you can't be the poison and the antidote. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Elena Riola. I am from Ward 1, and I want to start off.
I'm sorry, can you proceed with your comment? Hello, caller, can you hear
Clerk,
me?
I've already spoken. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You may proceed with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Terry Sidak, and I'm in Ward 4. I'd like to say that Santa Ana needs to establish an effective civilian review board with the authority to exercise proper oversight and accountability of the police department and its officers. This would include subpoena power investigatory authority, disciplinary authority, and the ability to hire and fire officers, including the chief of police. Even then, the creation of such an oversight body is the bare minimum the city can do and needs to be part of the efforts to approach public safety by divesting from enforcement and investing in positive community programs that address the residents' real needs. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name and address for the record.
Comadre, sigue usted. Mi nombre es Araceli Robles, soy residente de la ciudad de Santana por 18 años. Y si siguen dándole mi dinero de mis impuestos al departamento de policía, mi próximo domicilio será la yarda del alcalde Pulido. Estoy llamando para apoyar que haya un comité de vigilancia, porque no es justo que ser un joven sea un crimen en nuestra ciudad, porque los policías son una pandilla bien organizada, donde están atacando a nuestros jóvenes, los golpean y todavía tienen el cinismo de burlarse de ellos. ¿Qué sentiría alcalde Pulido y concejales? Que les golpearan a sus hijos, que vivieran con miedo, como estamos viviendo nosotros. Yo también tengo un hijo con una condición y a nadie le gusta vivir con miedo, y menos en una ciudad donde nuestros impuestos tienen que ser para nuestro beneficio, no para los beneficios privados como el señor Solorio, que quiere favorecer a sus amigos. Necesitamos justicia en nuestra ciudad y que haya un comité de vigilancia, porque ya no se pueden soportar tanta injusticia hacia nuestros jóvenes. Los están criminalizando. ¿Qué sentirían que les hicieran eso a sus hijos? ¿Les gustaría? Y me gustaría estar enfrente de ustedes para verles la cara, a ver qué si dirían, señor alcalde. ¿Le gustaría que le golpearan a su hijo y todavía se burlaran de él? ¿Te gustaría? ¿Cómo me gustaría estarlos viendo a la cara ahorita para ver qué sienten, que le lastiman a sus hijos, así como toda la comunidad? Estamos sufriendo porque toda la policía es una persona que no tienen valores, no les importa nuestra comunidad, les importa su dinero, igual que al señor Solorio le importa quedar bien con ellos, no con una comunidad que yo no sé qué está haciendo en esa silla. Gracias.
Gracias. Our translator will go ahead and translate that.
My name is Araceli Robles. I've been a resident for 18 years, and I am in support. If the mayor wants to give me some money, then I'll give him my address. I'm in favor of supporting an oversight committee for the police. The police is just an organized gang that attacks our young people, and they hit our young people, and on top of that, they mock them. My son has a condition, and I'm afraid for him. We don't like to be afraid. We pay taxes to pay for our benefits, not for Solorio to pay favors to his friends. And we need to. There's no justice for our young people. Our young people are being criminalized, and if the mayor if you had your son, you wouldn't want him to be hit and then to be mocked on top of that. How would you feel if that were to happen to you? We are suffering here because of the police. The police has no values, and the police doesn't care about their community. They only care about their money, and they only care about their money. So we need to. I'm supporting an oversight commission for over the police.
Thank you. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. Please proceed.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Gabriela Wilson, and I'm a member of Ward 4. I wrote this whole statement out, but I'm just going to freaking wing it now. I want to be clear that I'm all for abolishing the police, because as a Black American in Santa Ana, every single day I wake up so fucking terrified, pardon my language, but I wake up so fucking terrified that my siblings aren't going to make it home when they go to the store, or they'll get shot in their own bed, because I know that you guys know that happens. If you're paying attention to anything that's happening right now in the news, and not the propaganda biased news, the real actual news of what's going on right now, you know that my brother and my siblings and my family are not even safe in their own home. I am for abolishing the police, and I'm extremely disgusted and embarrassed to be a member of this city, of this community that prioritizes funding the police and allocating $13.5 million on top of the over $100 million that they're already allocated, when you guys are complaining about $10,000 per day fines or only giving the school district a few $1,000,000. And I don't understand how these kids in a city that prides itself on quality education and helping students reach their goals, I don't understand how y'all are so freaking comfortable with funding the police, a terrorist organization, and not pouring into the communities that you guys committed to serve. Fund our schools, fund our rehabilitation centers, and our community services. Defund the police and then abolish it. By the looks of the budget, you all have a shit ton more to learn about what it means to be for the people. Do freaking better. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Caller, please state your name and address for the record. You may proceed. Caller, I think you may have YouTube on the volume on high. If you would reduce the volume so that we don't get any feedback. Caller, you could proceed with your comment. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's not.
Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Dominic De Los Santos. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I declined to state my address because you have no right to ask me that, and I have no obligation to provide you with that information. I'm calling to provide my support in item 85A and the creation of a citizen oversight committee for the police of Santa Ana. I would like to stress the importance of having that committee have the power to subpoena, investigatory and disciplinary authority, and the hiring and firing power, including the chief of police. I would also like to stress the fact that this is the barest minimum possible step that we can take. This needs to be the first step towards defunding and eventually abolishing the police in Santa Ana. The police have done nothing but act as a gang that suppresses and oppresses our people, and we have shown collectively that we have had enough. We have shown that we are capable of organizing within and outside of your system to create this change, and we will continue to do so until you meet with our demands. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. Please proceed.
Hi, this is Cecilia Iglesias. I live in Ward 6. I just want to say to Mayor Pulido, I'm very disappointed that you're asking our residents to give an address, knowing that as long as you're a taxpayer, you're able to provide public input. And one thing I wanted to say, as you know, I did support this, bringing it back to the council back in October of last year. And I do support law and order, and I believe having an oversight committee is going to help not only our officers, but also build trust in our community. Because the reason for police oversight is to provide individual complainants in the larger community safety and voicing their concerns outside of the law enforcement agency. Because how are you going to have a law enforcement agency, the one taking the complaints and the ones that are actually deciding what's happening? So oversight can help hold the police department accountable for officers' actions. It also can help improve the quality of the department's internal investigations of alleged misconduct. And the community at large can be reassured that discipline is being imposed when appropriate, while also increasing the transparency of the disciplinary process. Because as you know, we talk about this in closed session and nothing else happens. We can't really share, but having an oversight committee from community members is going to help build that trust. When the oversight agency also, confirms their allegations, it also protects the officers. And, that's one thing that we need to do. We also need to protect the officers and what's going on, because there's some things that are confidential. So oversight agency, in my way of doing it, it would also improve community relations by fostering communication between the community and the police agency. And that's something that I know it's not happening now, even though we try to say that there is. But there is no trust between the community and the in the police department. So thank you very much, and I do support an oversight committee with subpoena power. Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Clerk, can we ask the public to please not use curse words? We're on Channel 3 and there's families listening, and please be mindful and respectful of that.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I might just also make a comment, I just want to make it clear that under the Brown Act, the City Council may ask someone to give their name and their address, but they cannot condition speaking on them providing that address. So you may want to maybe direct them to say.
We did not condition it, we requested it.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that was clarified. You only requested it. But maybe you might want to just say whether they're a Santa Ana resident or not. That may make it easier for them.
Caller, please state your name. Please reduce the volume on YouTube so that we don't get any feedback. Yes, caller, if you would please proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is Katie, and I would like to say that I highly believe in 85 committee, which should be built by the Santa Ana.
Caller, we can barely hear you. Caller, please state your name, and if you're a Santa Ana resident, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is Rosa, and I'm in Ward 3. I'm calling just to make an opposition to this proposal. I feel that most of the callers that have just called are hiding behind a script. I encourage everyone that is asking for this to be imposed, for this oversight commission to be imposed, to please apply to be a police officer first and see if you could go ahead and provide the service that our law enforcement agents provide day in and day out, that they risk their lives to protect us. So before you are asking for this oversight commission to be enforced, please go ahead and go see our chiefs in Santa Ana and apply to become a police officer. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name, and if you're a Santa Ana resident, for the record, you have 2 minutes. Caller, please state your name and state if you're a Santa Ana resident. You have 2 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
My name is Ana Ursula. I'm a Santa Ana resident. I want to say that the service of the institution of the police is a racist institution that was created to protect the status quo, and that enough is enough, and that people are calling and raising up all over the country, and that Santa Ana can't be deaf and to all of the calls that are coming from young people, all of the calls that we've heard about people that just graduated from their universities that are coming back to our city that are going to be voting. Everybody's putting out exactly what they're requiring from the leadership of this city council, and the script is not a script. It's people calling from their personal experiences and sharing what it is that they've lived at the hands of the police here in Santa Ana. Not only before the 3 years, that this chief of police has been instated, but historically, and it continues today. So I add myself in support of all of the callers that have called, asking for an oversight commission with the powers of subpoena, with the powers of investigation, and that it's about time. Enough is enough, and we need bold leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please state your name and if you're a Santa Ana resident. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please
Hi,
proceed
can you
with
hear
your
me?
Yes, we could hear you. Please proceed with your comment.
All right. My name is Katie Mondragon. I am a Santa Ana resident. I highly believe in 85 committee, which should be built by Santa Ana residents. The reason being is because the citizens of Santa Ana need an input in the disciplinary actions to police who, quote, serve and protect its people. Yet, Santa Ana PD is rated the 4th most deadliest in California. So, it is unethical and unmoral to even think of having police ties on the board. That's corruption, quote, like many of the callers said, and it is also a conflict of interest. Police actions will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law and will not be brushed off because the lives of the community matter. I yield the rest of my time since 1 minute isn't enough to get any points across. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, you have 2 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
It unmuted me.
Hello, caller. You may speak. You've been unmuted. Hello, caller. These are all the callers we have left. I don't have any other virtual hands raised. Mayor, are you there? Mayor Pro Tem? The mayor is not
Mr. Mayor,
responding.
you on the line, sir? Mr. Mayor, you on the line? If not, we'll just continue with the gentleman who brought the item forward so they can speak. Until the mayor comes back, we'll update him. The next council member was Councilmember Sarmiento.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. And if there's one thing I think we all can agree on is that we have some technical difficulties, and I don't think they're intentional, but what they do is they really do take us away from the merits and substance of what we're trying to talk about, and we're having people complain about the difficulty in just being able to be heard. So I know we may want to include a line item in our budget that maybe corrects this. And, you know, to the clerk's credit, she never would have been experiencing this but for the fact that we have this pandemic and we have to have people call remotely. When people come in physically and they come in and have spoken on other matters, we've had this chamber full, even, you know, standing room outside. So, look, I am sensitive to that, but we have to be really careful with limiting people's time and not allowing some people to speak, because that, and I want to thank the Councilmember Peñalosa, who raised that, you know, some people have been waiting to speak on this item since Tuesday. And I think the mayor's comment to his, you know, maybe, you know, he doesn't understand that this is the people's business that we're doing. So this is an agenda item brought by 3 council members. So if there isn't anything that warrants something being the people's business, this is the people's business. So I also want to know, Madam City Attorney, do we have anything that dictates how long a person can speak? I mean, I know that there are these types of limitations on the time that people can speak across the street at the Board of Supervisors, and they've been sued by the ACLU. I don't want to be one of those defendants in that case, because I don't think we could defend ourselves. But we can't arbitrarily and capriciously say you're down to 2 minutes or 1 minute or 30 seconds. That just doesn't seem fair. We may not like the topic, some of us may disagree with it, but we can't allow even the presiding chair to do that. We have to be consistent, hearing good things and hearing bad things. So can you give us some
Yes,
thoughts?
Councilmember Sarmiento, I can tell you that the City Council does have a resolution that was adopted. The City Council resolution establishes what we call decorum and speaking timelines. The resolution provides that every speaker shall be given a total of 3 minutes to speak. However, it also provides that at the discretion, the chair may evaluate the topic and may evaluate the number of speakers and may adjust that time based on the time the council stated. And then it has another exception which allows for the city council members to say to the chair, we would like to make a motion to actually give them more time. I think what your resolution says and what happened today is exactly in accordance with your resolution. The chair did impose a time frame, but the city council members overruled that. So I think what the key is that you're supposed to establish in the very beginning, I've got 100 speakers, I'm going to take an hour of testimony, and therefore, everyone's going to get 30 seconds. Not a reasonable timeline, in my opinion. Or I've got, 30 speakers, and I want to give everyone 2 minutes. So that's the way it should be handled under your resolution.
Thank you. And for the benefit of those that were on the committee on the ad hoc committee for the charter amendments, I would suggest that this be one of those, because a resolution is not binding. It is just intentional. So to the extent that we may want to include this as one of the proposed or charter amendments that we may want to consider, it's that important of an issue that we may want to have the voters also opine on this. So look, I don't want to repeat, going back to the merits of this, I don't want to repeat what was said. I want to thank both Councilmember Becerra and Councilmember Peñalosa for allowing me to join this. I know I joined Councilmember Martinez a few years ago when we put this on, and this has been, as was said, a topic that's been discussed at length in the past. So my rationale for this is, there's obviously a trust issue and a problem that we have with our public and our officers. I think that, we have to be able to resolve that problem, because we can't coexist in a healthy way in our city if we don't address these topics, and we don't have a forum for that. I think this would be a forum, this would be an opportunity for the public, who we all are vested to serve, and this is, I think, the right moment to do it. I think that we may need to change some things. It may be just sort of the way we conduct ourselves and how our department conducts itself. I think, the trust and the culture change in that will go a long way, and those things don't cost anything. Being able to manage law enforcement shouldn't be something costly. I think it's something that we can instill in our community, a trust that has been missing for a long time. Another rationale for me for supporting whether we want to call it an oversight commission, a public safety commission, it can go by several different names. But I guess the intent is that it creates balance. We expect our residents to behave and conduct themselves in a certain way, and we hold them to a legal standard. And that's what I think is necessary for officers, because we hold all of our public servants to a certain standard. In fact, there's a duty of care that we all have. And we have to make sure that there is no preference, there is no detriment to anybody, but all of us are treated to a standard that is important for us to live up to. So what I would add to this, to the direction that we're giving, because this is simply direction that we're giving to the city manager and staff, is to consider maybe something that we've done in the past, and the city attorney may remember this, is that we were presented with options, because there are schools of thought on how an oversight body should be conducted and should be constructed. Some are very sort of low-level tier where it's advisory. Some are mid-tier where it has some powers, and maybe the high-level tier that has more assertive powers like investigatory or subpoena. So to the extent that maybe those options that are used by different cities similarly situated to ours would be helpful, and I think it would give us some ability to dissect what makes sense for our community. Finally, what I would say is, I understand that we want to get it right. 3 months may be a little longer than I expect. What I would suggest is, if you can get it done sooner, maybe you can come and advise us. If you can't and you need the full time, please let us know that as well. But we know you have a lot on your plate, so we want to be respectful and sensitive to that. But to the extent that these things aren't, it isn't rocket science. I think it's something that we could get done and get done correctly, but I want to thank all the speakers who spoke because, it's obvious if you're waiting for 5 hours to speak on a subject, it must be meaningful. So that's what we're called upon to do, is listen as much as speak. We may enjoy the sound of our voices, but look, what's more important for us to do as a deliberative body and public servants is to listen to our residents. So with that, I want to thank everybody for bringing this matter before us.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next? Who would like to speak next?
Mr. Mayor, this is City Council Member Jose Solorio.
Please go ahead, Council Member.
Thank you. I thank my colleagues for bringing this forward, and like in the past, we'll appreciate it, seeing good research on this. But in addition to providing some ideas of the kind of research that we should be doing to consider a police commission, I would ask my colleagues and the community that in addition to or separate from promoting really what's a 50-year-old idea, we've had police commissions in our country since about the 70s, and so it's an idea that's 50 years old, and in some communities those commissions are working better than others, but really as a whole, most of this community have their challenges. I would instead ask that we consider new ideas and approaches, results, and particular actions that we could do sooner than later to improve community safety overall for both our residents, starting with the residents of our community that are African American, also our Latinos and Vietnamese and Anglos and police officers and everybody. I want us to be a community of positive and good community safety, and really more important and broader, to create a culture of nonviolence and kindness and nonviolence in many ways. So this is part of that effort. With respect to the research project, first, similar to what Councilmember Sarmiento said, like for me, what would be useful would be seeing like the 10 largest cities that have police commissions, what they look like, as well as cities kind of in our population graphic. Cities of 200 to, let's say, 400 or 700,000 or so, because I know Oakland is in that bunch, and then the top 10 cities of population. And I'd be interested in what kind of powers do they have, how many members are on that body, who the appointors are, what the cost is to administer that program, and where in the organization that commission fits. So I would be interested in seeing that. We have seen some of that information before, but it is always valuable to see what is out there. I would ask, though, my colleagues and staff, because I know today we're really just giving direction, that we also look at some things that are actionable today. In fact, some of these things could be done fairly easily. I think they are more cutting edge, and as one example, I'll start with something that's really a combination of two best practices. That would be transitioning the Office of Internal Affairs from the police department to the city attorney's office, to have officers essentially investigate other officers. I don't know that makes sense to me. I think we've heard it doesn't make sense to the community. I would suggest that in the city attorney's office that we consider creating, whoever really oversees that body, be something along the lines of what Sacramento Mayor Steinberg just announced earlier in the week. He's a very respected Democratic leader in our state, and I value his judgment, and he's proposed that. And then that way we don't have police overseeing police on issues of misconduct. I would also suggest that some of these things could be done that are being discussed by expanding the responsibilities of our existing resident personnel board to include review and approval of use of force policies, police accountability measures. What do we want to hold our police accountable by, including things such as, police response time, police brutality, use of force, etc., as well as the publication of community reports. showcasing their works and their findings. I think what's important to consider as well when we have any commission, because they report to the city council, you also have then this body reporting to the city council that's elected by the general public, as opposed to reporting to a police chief or somebody else. And then finally, related to that, because of their connection to the city council has subpoena powers. And so if there is something that really, at some point, we feel that requires extra resources or subpoena powers, et cetera, they do exist via the city council. So I would like our staff to consider that, see what it would cost, see what's doable or not, or, for example, to clarify what kind of police, what kind of subpoena powers we currently have and how we might share them with our personnel board, and for that matter, any other city commission. So those are my comments. And also, I know we get a lot of complaints about when there are issues of officer misconduct or complaints of excessive force, that they don't get publicized very well, or people don't know where to find them. And I would say that within the Office of the Inspector General, or again, the shift of moving the Office of Internal Affairs somewhere else, that they compile those and make those available. I know, I've been trying to find updates on some incidents in Santa Ana that I'm curious about, and it would be nice to have a non-police department access opportunity for that information. So I thank my colleagues for their time on this, and look forward to whenever this comes back. And I was mentioned before, if it takes 90 days, but I think some of these things can come back quicker, and I do think many of these things are actionable today. Thank you.
Other comments by council members? If not, I've got some comments, but any other comments?
Yes, Mayor, this is Councilmember Mendoza.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay. I am a support in exploring a police oversight commission, and I would ask staff and direct staff to, similarly as the other council members have mentioned, to include in the findings or in this research what existing avenues we have now as far as disciplinary boards, and what sort of agencies do the investigations for disciplinary cases, such as internal affairs and the district attorney's office, etc. In addition, I would like to have a section in there that includes what the policy and laws and procedures are at the state and federal level, in what mandates police brutality cases, and what sort of disciplinary issues or consequences and imprisonment of violation of the laws at the state and federal government. In addition, we should also have some information on what the governor and the current presidential administration suggests, because there is reform in that area. So we need to include what the new reform propositions are. And then we need to have clear understanding of, if we do create this oversight committee, what kind of civilian requirements, what are the qualifications of a civilian? Is there going to be training, additional training for the civilian member? How many civilians? And what the cost will be to employ or to compensate someone from, or who, all the members. Is there going to be compensation, or is it voluntary? What's going to be the effect to the city? And lastly, we need to know what the pros and cons are of giving this body the powers of a subpoena. And with the understanding that we have other measures that are available to the public, such as public records requests and the information that is already available on the police website. So we don't want to duplicate anything that we already have with the city. We don't want to have additional expense for services, disciplinary services that are already being provided by other boards. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Any additional comments?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing the item forward. And, there's good and bad in everything. And the great overwhelming majority of our officers across the nation, but I'll speak to our officers here in Santa Ana, they're great people. They put their uniform on, they go to work every day, they go out there and do the work that they have to. And people make mistakes because they have to recruit from the human race. Nothing's perfect. Like I said, there's good and bad in everything. There's not great teachers, there's not great doctors, there's not great mechanics. People have faults. And I would dare to say that no one hates bad cops more than the good cops because they dishonor the profession. And it's true because, it takes a lot of work just to get to the position. Now, they don't have a crystal ball. We don't, the department, they do a very robust background check, and they do a lot of work to make sure that they're hiring the best candidate. But still, that person is a human, and that, like all humans, every one of us, we fail in one way or another. But yes, people need to be held accountable, absolutely. I do agree with the public, because there are some people that should not be wearing the uniform out there. But the great vast majority of our officers are great officers. And I thank them for the work that they do, because there's about 413 calls every 24 hours in this that they receive for service. That comes out to about 12,000 calls a month, or 13,000 calls a month, which is about 150,000 calls a year. They're the ones you call when the woman is, being assaulted by someone, by her husband, and it's a domestic violence, and they have to go. Or there's a child not breathing. Or there's someone who's drowning, because they always get there before the fire department because they're already deployed out in the city. We cannot forget what these brave men and women do. It's important. But yes, they have to be held accountable when they make mistakes. And they agree. Believe me, they agree. Because like I said, they don't like people dishonoring the profession. A while back, during the Rodney King riots, there was a commission that was established in Los Angeles called the Christopher Commission. The guy heading it was a guy named Warren Christopher, who later became the, I think it was the Secretary of State. Thank you, Jose. Secretary of State for the nation. And in that study, they found that, they were looking for the problems of excessive force because of what happened with Mr. King. So during that time, they investigated, and they found that, there were some officers who, they had complaints, and then very few complaints, but they had some. Then there's some officers who had, a couple of more number of complaints, but they were still good officers, but, people make mistakes. And then you had the group of officers that was smaller, but they were rebel cops, and they thought that the rules didn't apply to them. Then they continued to research, and they found that the evaluations didn't reflect the discipline that they were, the complaints or any discipline. So these people were moving up the ranks. What happened was that it was the leadership that failed them. The leadership lost control of the officers. So they had to adjust that. Years later, the Rampart thing went on. Let's not compare apples to oranges. The city of Los Angeles back then was about 9,200 officers compared to 300 officers here. And when I look at the numbers of complaints let's say for 12,000 calls, we have less than 0.25% of complaints out of the 12,000 calls a month. Very, very little. But, you know, in all fairness, the public, when there's something going on, when there's an officer that gets caught on tape, like recently, there's something, you know, that happens, they're curious. Well, what happened with the officer? Was he disciplined? So am I. But guess what? I don't comment on it because it's an active investigation. I can't influence the investigation. I don't want to look at the film. I don't want to do anything. I'm respecting the investigation to make sure that it's done correctly. And then we'll see what happens. So I think a couple of years back when we spoke about a oversight committee, this council had looked into it, and I think it was about $800,000 a year to $1 million a year. But I think I have a way that we can start something fairly soon that would help satisfy some of the curiosity of what's going on with the police department here. And like I said, we have a police chief who is open to an advisory board, and we have a city manager who comes from a city where there was an advisory board. So, and this is just my suggestion. I will support the item that go forward and explore. I understand that. But this is something that we can do now, and I don't think it costs that much. So if there was a board, they could look into the complaints and are the evaluations consistent of these officers with the complaints? Are the complaints being investigated thoroughly? Things like that, that many departments do, and they offer them, and different agencies have internal memos, like I'm holding here, that tell you, that reflect those investigations. But there's also laws that prohibit information going out, like the Peace Officer Bill of Rights. There's HR and personnel laws, and we have to look all that. I'm not an expert in that, so I'm definitely would be open to researching that also. And that is my suggestion that I think our council can look into, and we just got to ask the right questions. And I thank everyone again for bringing the this item forward. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Mayor.
Any other speaker on this item? Hearing no one, let me just make a couple comments, if I may. One, I just want to talk about listening to people. I think it's very important to listen to people, but we also have to conduct work on behalf of folks. Tonight, we had 4 speakers. We listened to 4 speakers, then we had more speakers calling in and more speakers calling in. So, you know, I was simply trying to manage a fluid process. Also, I spoke to the city attorney at length earlier today, going over the rules and the way, you know, to conduct matters. And I believe I've done it correctly for many, many years. And I believe that, you know, ultimately we just have to have, you know, something that's fair. But also we have to protect, I believe, the process and not just allow it to be abused because we'll set up, I believe, a bad precedent on a go-forward basis. But, you know, when I was asked by Councilor Peñalosa to go to 2 minutes, we did that. I think no harm, no foul at the end of the day, but in general, my tendency is just to listen to folks and listen and listen and listen, but try to keep us focused on what we're doing. And right now, I think what we're wanting to do is to find improvements or areas of improvement. And I'm certainly open to that. But I have to remind us that we are not, I believe, by any stretch of the imagination, Minneapolis. I believe that, you know, we have 1 officer per 1,000. At our current level, it's 1.01 per 1,000. In LA, I don't think they're any safer than we are. And they have 2.9 police officers per 1,000. almost 3 times as many as we have. So I think as we look at other cities and look at examples of things, we have to make sure we don't sell ourselves short, because I think we have a great city. I think we have a wonderful police department. Can we improve? We can always improve, and we should. And we can apply that to many things. But I think we have a very solid chief of police. I think we have a very good city manager. I think we have a city council that's, also, very caring. And I think everything we're doing is because we care about this community. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move the agenda to the next item. Madam Clerk, is that 85B?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and who had that item?
Mr. Mayor, this is City Councilmember Jose Solorio.
Please go ahead, Councilmember Solorio.
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
I, along with Councilmembers Mendoza and Villegas, put this idea forward to give direction. And really, since we had discussed this, a few things have changed. We have the governor who has allowed cities and counties to open up more of their parks, community centers, et cetera. We also know that we're still doing work with our bargaining units to seek concessions. We also now know that there are also dollars available out of the youth fund for July 1st. And then also because of the recent postponement, we're closer to July 1st than we think. We're at June 18th today. So given all those things, I know that there still might be some speakers, and I know the chair of the Youth Commission and another commissioner sent me just like 2 sentences that they would want me to read on their behalf. We also may have Jerry Almendares, who's the superintendent of the San Unified, on the phone, and he's also been waiting for 2 days to speak. But let me revise now, given what I said earlier, what I think I'd like to discuss and ask my colleagues to share ideas with staff to follow up. Obviously, we had some discussions about what items might be carried over into the next fiscal year, but here is how I view it now. Discuss and request city managers needed to bring back for council consideration within 45 days final recommendations for use of the entire $6 to $7 million in the youth fund that's funded by the Cannabis Fund that will be available as of July 1st, 2020. In addition to requests by city departments and the City Sioux, the Santa Ana Unified School District, the Discovery Cube, and Santa Ana-based nonprofits should be encouraged to submit proposals to fund 2020 summer and fall programs. The type of programs that folks have been suggesting are ethnic studies in the nonviolence movement, restorative justice, interactive STEAM online education, student leadership and public speaking, open air arts programs and technology access programs, and when possible, funded programs should be made available for all youth in our city. And I know that as a general rule, our city obviously does that. Even the school district does that, but we do have other districts as well. So again, the general thought here is we have put in thus far $4 million into this youth fund, but things such as the bookmobile, for a variety of reasons, we haven't really been able to fully appropriate or get out there. And then we have additional dollars, and I rather have our city, as quickly as possible, get that money to good use rather than letting it collect dust in a bank account, who knows where. I also know that our youth commission is very eager to start meeting again. And so part of the direction here would be to allow our youth commission to begin meeting again so that they can get to work on getting these proposals in front of them. I also know that our city manager, Rich, has been actively in an ongoing way meeting with Superintendent Almendares, and I know that this has been a subject in the past and a subject moving forward, including just Wi-Fi. I know we've been discussing that forever. So those are my comments. I'd like Councilmember Villegas and Mendoza to speak. Councilmember Villegas helped create this youth fund some years ago, so we'd like to hear him speak, and then any folks on the phone. Thank you, and then my colleagues.
Thank you, Councilmember Solorio. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm very happy to be on this item, and thank you for the invitation, Councilmember Solorio. I also am looking forward to having the Parks and Recs Director to work on this for our youth. This information that we have, this plan that they have put together. I understand that maybe want to get some proposals from outside, but definitely we want to bring our employees back to help with this. And, that should be the focus, the youth and our employees. And then if we can get a hand from someone else, I'm open to that. And thank you again for the invitation. And now Councilmember Mendoza would like to speak.
Thank you. So for clarification purposes, we're going to include the entire 6 or 7 million rather than just the 1.5 to Santa Ana Unified School District, and we're going to have all those other departments take a look at. I see. Okay. Yes. Well, yes, we do need to get back to providing youth services because it's all summer long. They've been indoors, stuck indoors, so we need to use this money that has been allocated to youth services as soon as possible so that we could get that energy out of these kids and begin a great summer. And also, I want to thank the school district for jumping into assisting and making the suggestion that they would be able to provide the services. But I think now with our reopening of some of our facilities, we could possibly re-employ those 176 laid-off employees and keep the majority of those funds here with the city of Santa Ana. So it's a very good item to support. I encourage my fellow my colleagues to support this because it's going to bring much benefit to our city and to our communities.
One more ask that I have, Madam City Manager, if we could look into childcare also for that. Council members agree on that? Yeah, I think that would be important. So we could also take care of the little ones. And I think it's, if we could explore that. Thank you.
Before we go to the online speakers, I did mention I had some very brief statements from our Youth Commission Chair and another Commissioner. Joseph Acevedo, who's the chair, says, with the barriers youth are facing in online schooling and the lack of extracurricular programs in the current environment, it is important that Santa Ana seek new ways to continue developing this age group. In achieving this, the youth commissioners would be very eager to meet and provide the city with our perspective and recommendations. Cielo Echegoyen writes, this item supports online education, which has become a necessity during the coronavirus. I strongly support item 85B as it funds necessary education and provides the Youth Commission with the opportunity to meet virtually and continue working, a prospect that all the youth commissioners have expressed strong support for. With that, again, Superintendent Almendarez might be on the line, and if he is, we obviously like to hear him speak, and anybody else that would like to. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask the clerk, do we have speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. Would you like?
All righty. How many? Do you have any idea how many?
Currently, we have 8.
Fine. Let's go ahead. Give them 3 minutes. And let's hear from the 8, please.
Caller, please state your name, and if you're a Santa Ana resident, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment. Caller, we are on 85B. If you would please proceed with your comment.
Hi there, I just got unmuted. This is Tai Fan. First, I want to say that I wholeheartedly support youth programs and am so proud and excited that Santa Ana Unified School District has an ethnic studies program and that it is doing everything it can to help provide services to students in the Santa Ana Unified School District. but I'm really concerned that council members Mendoza, Solorio, Villegas, all three of your wards cover the west side, everything west of the river. Yet, I did not hear that we are working with Garden Grove Unified School District or that you have contacted Superintendent Mafi from Garden Grove Unified. The vast majority of Asian American students who predominantly are Vietnamese live on the west side. From K through 12, I lived my entire life in Santa Ana, but I went to Garden Grove Unified School Districts. We're going to make sure that they're also being provided with services, being able to attend these after-school programs, youth programs, events, getting childcare, because I'm not hearing that, and we are so tired on the west side of being forgotten, being the part of Santa Ana that no one knows exists, and it's frankly unfair. So I really hope that if you are going to be allocating $1.5 million and now an extra $3 million for a total of $7 million in a fiscal year that where we're already struggling to another agency, that we better make sure that every single student in the city of Santa Ana is getting these services, are being provided with the care and the education that we're supposed to be providing. Because, you know, we're just tired and we want to make sure that everyone is treated equally in the city of Santa Ana. In fact, we settled a lawsuit because Asian Americans were not represented. So I really hope that if you do move forward with this item, that one, you look at our budget, that you make sure that we actually have the money to do what we say we're going to do, and that we actually serve every single student in the city of Santa Ana who's a resident, not just those who attend Santa Ana Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, you have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment. We're on 85B. Caller, you've been unmuted. You may proceed with your comment. Caller, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Yes, hello. Honorable members of the Santa Ana City Council, my name is Jerry Almendarez, Superintendent of Santa Ana Unified School District, and I'm commenting and in support of item 85B, which is the discussion and consideration of allocating funds to the Santa Ana Unified School District for the summer and fall programs. Just want you to know that Santa Ana Unified School District is very thankful and greatly appreciates the opportunity to partner with the City of Santa Ana. And thanks to the City Council for your consideration today to provide these funds that will allow us to support a variety of programs and services for our students and ultimately our community. Even during these unprecedented times, we are continuing to offer students summer enrichment, bridge, and recovery opportunity programs while we prepare for the upcoming school year. We are now working on reinventing our instruction model so our students can continue to learn in a safe and nurturing environment, and your support will help us tremendously as we work towards these goals. Stronger schools lead to stronger Santa Ana community overall, and investing in our youth helps lay the foundation. Thank you for all you do, and I want to thank City Manager Christine Ridge for the collaboration and the wonderful relationship that she has with the city and the Unified School District. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Dulce. I'm with Los Angeles County. I'm in Ward 5. I want to say that I strongly believe in investing in youth. I know that I definitely am in line with supporting our ethnic studies and nonviolent movements and really participating in engaging young people. But I really implore y'all to think about how y'all are engaging young people. I know that the Youth Commission has not met since December. It's actually not been active, and it's having its meetings postponed. And the plans that have been presented to young people have actually not been taken into consideration. So I don't know how, I don't know if all youth commissioners are on the same page. And I think to my understanding, they haven't all been on the same page. So I would love to see that the city of Santa Ana invests and does the work to make sure that they hear the voices of young people, because just putting it in 1.5 million to SAUSD and just making sure that it gets renovated every year is lazy, and it's not having any input from actual community members. I heard the person sharing about the west side of Santa Ana. We definitely need to include all young people. Programs that include young people that have been pushed out of the school system, young people that have been in incarceration system, teen moms that have been kicked out of school. So there's plenty of other students that we need to think about beyond SAUSD students, and I want y'all to do the work to make sure y'all get the input, listen to young people, our strategic see a vision, and include a broader strategic idea on how young people are going to succeed and win and have opportunities in Santa Ana. That's what I just want to get feedback with y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening. This is Kathy Decker, longtime resident of Santa Ana and executive director for the Friends of Santa Ana Zoo. As you know, every year we raise funds through the Friends of Zoo and we donate them to the zoo, including underwriting a staff position in the education department. But we still need to do more. In 2018, the zoo's strategic plan was approved by council, which included a number of key goals. One goal was to create an initiative that better connects with the people in Santa Ana community. The zoo is such an amazing resource in our community, and utilizing the youth fund is a perfect way for the zoo to reach all ages from toddler through high school through experiential learning. Research shows that the majority of learning actually occurs outside of the formal classroom. Zoo programming is a hands-on way to get kids interested in science and provide them with opportunities to make academic strides and to instill a love for the environment that will translate into civic-minded leadership as they develop into lifelong learners. The goal is to work with local schools to boost science learning and outreach through field trips and other programs, in addition to providing programs for families. The staff to start this first year of these programs are included in the proposed city budget. This is a creative way to educate the children in our community, and we are fortunate to have an actual zoo right here in our own backyard to utilize in teaching science education. And what better way than hands-on? Please keep these youth funds set aside for the Parks and Recreation to use this for our comprehensive, well-researched education program at the Santa Ana Zoo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Clerk, you just told me 7 more just jumped in. Let's go ahead and hear from them. Go ahead.
Mayor, I don't know, I don't have a way of identifying who the caller is. All I have is the last 3 phone numbers.
Well, go ahead, but you said 7 just called in. Let's go ahead.
Okay, caller,
Hello
please.
there again.
Yes, caller,
I'm
please
Steve
state your name.
Gallegos. Yes, I actually, I've been on hold since the first time, but again, that lag. I think that this, I think it's wonderful that you guys are investing in the children. But I do wonder if this is the best way to approach that. I remember kind of, when I was a kid, I would play with little insects, little bugs, things like that, and you end up kind of growing this type of sensitivity to the life around you, whether that's plants, whether that's animals, insects, whatever. But eventually that kind of, compassion that grows in you, you end up translating it to the people around you. And I think when you make wonderful people, you make a wonderful society. So I think that I'm not sure if, depending on what this program looks like, I don't know if it's going to be more memorization, more of here are some statistics, children. I don't know what that's going to look like. Whereas, the caller before, she had said this was a hands-on approach. You're taking people to the zoo and whatnot. I think it might be better utilized in that way when you have, these children actively interacting with the life around them. So as much as I'd like to say, yes, I definitely want to support the creation of these other programs, I'm just not quite sure if this is the best way to spend the money, and especially at this moment where we just approved such a huge increase for, for law enforcement. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Hello?
Hello, if you please proceed with
Hello?
your comment. Yes. Please proceed with your, yes, hello. If you could please proceed with your comment, state your name for the record.
Selena Gallegos. And I was calling to say yes on the 1.5 million for the SAUSD funds, because I do believe that we need to start reinvesting in our youth and in programs such as ethnic studies and giving them, summer pastimes so that they don't start lingering around and becoming curious and getting into trouble. And since it wasn't an issue for you guys to completely disregard our comments on the police increase and giving them that funding, it shouldn't be an issue for you guys to give the SAUSD funding. I don't know where you're pulling this money from that you're generously giving away to the police department and law enforcement, but I'm sure you can find it to give it to our youth. So I do vote yes on the yes SAUSD 1.5 million, and thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Lily. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. Please proceed with your comment.
Okay. My name is Lily. Working on our ethnic studies program. As you know, we have a new graduation requirement that will be implemented in 2022-23, which is very exciting. I urge you to vote yes on 85B to issue $1.5 million to create youth programs through our school district. During this time when education has suffered financially and physically during this hard, difficult period, this will help create and promote great programs for our youth. I'm a part of a summer enrichment program called the People's History of Orange County, in which we expose our students to the contributions, the historical discriminatory practices that have occurred towards communities of color, and how each has rose up and struggled and confronted these practices, and have actually turned the city into a better place. For those of you who were here on the City Council in 2018 in the summer may remember we were recognized by you, and we really appreciate that. I believe Councilman Villegas, Sarmiento, and Solorio were there, as well as the Mayor, Pulido. Thank you so much. When students learn about this rich history in their community, they become more actively engaged in their local governments and in local organizations, making our city a better place. I feel our program will definitely expand for students, and we hope to expand it not just for students, but for teachers in the future with this fund. In fact, if you're interested, I'm going to invite you to observe this program. This programs like this and others are used to involve them in academic and extracurricular activities. So please vote yes on 85B. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, you have been unmuted. Please proceed with your comment. State your name for the record.
Hello?
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record, and you may proceed with your comment.
Hi, yes, this is Magdalena Soria. I wanted to agree on the giving 1.5 mil for the SAUSD, because our youth is just as important as the police to be funded. And I think it's absurd that we're able to, vote yes, even though the residents have said no for funding of the police. So I hope that since a lot of callers are saying yes, that you guys actually do what the callers say and not do the opposite for those council members that voted yes, including Mayor Pulido, who stated that it is important to listen to the residents. And if that was so important, then why did you and other council members vote yes on funding, giving a raise to the police when residents, over 100 callers, calling to say no to it? And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, this is Cecilia Iglesias. I want to call and talk in just asking for the council to be very mindful of this money. As a former school board member here for San Unified School District, I know that the school district has more money than the city. Actually, the budget for the school district is it's close to $800 million a year versus what we have in the city, what, 600 million? So I believe that with the one place that we can definitely help out is with the internet access. But for the other programs, the school district gets money from the state and also from the federal government to provide these programs to our students. So I would hope that they have that money, and they should be able to do that, because it wouldn't be fair, like some other callers have said. I live on the west end of Santa Ana too, and we also have Garden Grove Unified School District. What are we doing for them? How about on the east side? You know, what are we doing for Orange Unified, for the families that live on that side? So I believe this is not a good use of our Santa Ana tax dollars if we're not going to be serving the entire city. So I believe in giving access, like I said, for the internet and technology, because that will benefit the entire community. But you know, I agree with the lady that called in from the zoo. We should be able to provide these services, do an RFP for the nonprofits, see what they can do for our youth, because they have different things that they can provide for different constituents for us. So I just, also this doesn't mean how many students are going to be served. I mean, how are we going to measure performance? So it's something that we have to look into, and I would caution us giving $1.5 million to an institution that gets more money than the city. Our residents, I mean, that's money that should be spent on youth, and what is it that they want? You know, I heard one caller say, I don't think all youth commissioners are on the same page with this item. So I would say hold on, talk to the youth commissioners, ask them what is it that they want, and survey all of the city, not just Santa Ana Unified School District, because they're the biggest district here in California, here in Orange County, and they have a lot of money. And I know they should be using that money for the youth and for the students that they serve. And, so how about our youth that are over the age of 18? I mean, what are we doing for them? So there's a lot of questions. So I would ask Councilmember Solorio and Villegas for you guys to really look into this. And I know that the budget, we have limited amount of funds as a city, so hold the district accountable too on how they're spending their money. So that's all I have to say. It's not that I'm opposed to this, but I just feel this is too soon. You guys need to really research how the money is going to be spent and who's going to be served, and then also take the input from the Youth Commission, because that's what we have them for. So thank you very much for listening, and I know you guys are going to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have been unmuted. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hello, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Julie Gallegos. Actually, I did want to comment in regards to 85B. I do think it's a great idea that we are investing in our youth, as myself has 2 children, and the Santa Ana Youth School District. However, looking at this, I do have questions, and I would like for there to be more explanation as to what open air arts program is, exactly what nonviolence movement is. I definitely agree that we do need to have technology access to all students. However, I also agree with the lady at the zoo. Kids do need to be more creative and be more interactive, and just be able to, especially right now with the whole pandemic thing going on. I also do think that we should look more into also holding the Santa Ana Youth School District accountable. As Cecilia said, she did work for it, but really, where's all the money going? I think we definitely need to be asking questions, but I do like the fact that you as a city is thinking about our youth, because we definitely need to uplift them, especially at times like this. So that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, you've been unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Sí, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Idalia Ríos y soy madre del Distrito Escolar de Santa Ana y también residente del Distrito 2. Y estoy hablando a favor de la 85B porque nuestros estudiantes necesitan estudios étnicos y también clases de prácticas restaurativas. Cuando hablamos del presupuesto y cuando hace menos de un año ustedes se unieron con el distrito para tener una elección extra y gastaron miles de dólares, no lo pensaron 2 veces en unirse con el distrito. Ahora es el momento de que una vez se vuelvan a unir, pero esta vez a favor de invertir en programas para nuestros jóvenes, para nuestros estudiantes, para los que van a ser el futuro. Así es que estoy a favor de la 85B y de verdad deseo que juntos, tanto la ciudad como el distrito, trabajen a favor de todos. Gracias.
We'll wait for our translator to come and translate. That was the last caller that I have.
Maybe as the translator is coming, there are a couple of questions that I did want to clarify. So really, since the initial meeting, part of this direction item did say, when possible, funded programs should be made available citywide for all youth in our city. So the expectation is that the vast majority of all of these should benefit cities throughout our city, because really this isn't about districts, it's about our children. And most of our children are in San Unified, but we have 6,000 that live outside of San Unified. As I mentioned during the budget talk, because this was discussed also during the budget talk, we have about 4,000 students that live in Garden Grove Unified that are the students that live largely west of the river. We have some also in Orange Unified and Tustin Unified, and then we do have charter schools and some private schools and some homeschooled students as well. I also wanted to clarify, because it was mentioned also during the budget presentation, and actually our city manager had answered it, really the part-timers that currently don't have work because centers and pools are closed, resources for them are already in the budget, but this actually would also be helpful too, because if any of this also goes to programs that they could work in, it would create opportunities there. Clearly, the expectation is that all city departments and the city zoo would be kind of at the front of the line, as we always are, but really consistent with the process that the Youth Commission had started. They do want, and the city council and the city does want, proposals from others. I wouldn't call them all our RFPs because we want to act quickly this time. But the idea is that in addition to the city and the zoo, that the school district, the Discovery Cube, and Santa Ana-based nonprofits be encouraged to submit proposals to fund 2020 summer and fall programs. For example, ethnic studies in the nonviolence movement, people's history of Orange County, which one of the callers mentioned, restorative justice, interactive STEAM online education. That's something, for example, that Discovery Cube is very good at. Student leadership and public speaking programs that the district and others have. Open air arts program. The idea is about bringing arts to parks, arts to community centers. And the beauty about art is that you hand folks, let's say, canvases or crayons or vital other types of materials to use in creating art, and they could take it with them, and they don't need to share it. And there'd be artists there, because not everybody is into online education, or not everybody is into sports, not everybody is into zoos, and then also technology access programs, including student by student that's in these programs. Do they have access? Do they need help with anything, etc.? And that is all. And I know we haven't heard from other colleagues if they did want to speak, but thank you for that. And I think our translator is here for that one parent. Thank you.
My name is Idalia Rios, and I am an SAUSD mom and a resident of Ward 2. I support 85B. Our students need ethnic studies and restorative practice training and justice. You're speaking about the budget. Less than 1 year ago, you joined with Santa Ana Unified School District to get into a special election. You spent thousands of dollars on that special election. It's time to get together, but this time get together for our kids. I support 85B. Let's together for all of our students.
Thank you. Other comments from council members?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Peñalosa.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. Just wanted to state that, I want to thank my colleagues for bringing this item forward because I know how important it is to invest in our youth and how great of a school district we have here in Santa Ana, not just one, but three of them. I'm a proud product of the Santa Ana Unified School District. I've said that before, and I'll say it and always be proud of that. Washington Elementary, MacArthur, to Saddleback High School, and very proud of that. However, I can't with a straight face sit up here and say that we should give another government agency a check in the amount of $1.5 or $3 million, just thinking about, how we recently laid off 176 Parks and Rec employees that provide youth services. I know that at the December 19th, or actually December 17th City Council meeting, we had a receive and file for Cannabis Public Benefit Fund for Youth Services, an informational report. Some of the things that were listed on there as desires were bookmobiles, public Wi-Fi hotspots, citywide Wi-Fi, increased engagement and youth services with our zoo. And just on Tuesday night, our library director tells me that the bookmobile that he told me should come by fall of this year is now expected summer or fall of next year because of just economic uncertainties that we've seen over the last couple of months. So these things that we've addressed and we received and filed back in December, where we were going to use Cannabis Youth Fund for bookmobiles, hotspots, increasing our inventory for hotspots, that is youth services. I cannot support giving another government agency a check currently at this time because of what we're seeing throughout, with this pandemic. We don't even know what the actual budget's going to be. We approved the first reading tonight, but that's not even accurate because of all these things that we're waiting for and all these unknowns. So at the time, I don't think it's appropriate to try to decide if we're going to give another agency a check. I'm all supportive of youth services. There's so much in our city that we've cut back on that are for youth services. So, it's funny how this is coming up now. I mean, I know that this city council, we've had instances and a chance to be good partners with the school district. I know that just in the last 7-8 months, this council has made decisions that have cost the school district $10+ million, and now to sit here and say we got to give the school district $1.5 million, to me it's election pandering. I'm going to say it as it is, and that's unfortunate because we're being disingenuous and we're not taking into consideration all the youth services that we have cut back on at the city level. So at the moment, because I don't know what the economic outcome over the next 6 months is going to be, I cannot support this. And those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Councilman Becerra, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, as caller Ty Fan mentioned, she was a proud product of the Garden Grove Unified School District. So am I. And so when I saw this item, I was appreciative because, of course, we want to invest in our youth and we want to provide them with opportunities with these programs that are listed. But when I saw that it was just going to go to Santa Ana Unified, my first thought was kids in the Santa Anita neighborhood and other neighborhoods west of the river would be left out. So that was my first point of concern. The second point of concern that I have, and I'd like to ask our Parks and Rec Executive Director, Lisa Rudloff, to come up to the podium, please. So I just want to make sure I understand it, just to make sure I'm clear. So as Councilmember Peñalosa mentioned, we had a receive and file item back in December, and that item had certain programs listed that, from what I understood, were tied to the cannabis funds that were to be directed to youth services.
Correct.
And then today, we have a budget that had certain programs in there, a book tech mobile, the Zoo and U, expanded operations of the New Hope Branch Library, excuse me. And so, what was it, year-round aquatic programming over at Memorial Park, so which we had, I believe, adopted maybe a couple months ago, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I guess what I want to understand is, while I want to be able to help out another agency that is going to provide services, I feel like, as what some of my colleagues have already said, we had employees. I say had because they were laid off because they were no longer able to provide these services. But our budget right now has those programmed in there, correct? So it's not like this money that I believe we're talking about is just sitting there gathering dust, as I think somebody said, but rather it's been programmed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
So if we were to go ahead and move on this item the way it's laid out here, would we be unfunding the programs that were laid out?
Yes, you would be unfunding the Bookmobile, the Santa Ana, the Zoo program, the New Hope Branch Library, the year-round aquatics, the youth and teen excursions, and the anti-drug education, children's outdoor playground at the library, laptop kiosk at the library, fitness courts, youth paid internships of $500,000, traveling zoo exhibit. So they would be, they would have to stop.
Well, I apologize because I listed a couple of programs. You've just expanded. So there's a lot of programs that would be impacted if we were to move forward on this allocation to the school district.
Correct.
And again, this is for youth. This isn't to go to PD. This isn't to go to anybody else. This is funds that are programmed for the youth right now that we are, for some reason, discussing taking away, defunding our own youth programs to give to another entity to have youth programs.
Right. And these programs, when they were presented in 2019, had a timeline and a budget and a 3-year timeline. So it told you exactly, for example, the Bookmobile, it had a van or a Bookmobile for 2021, either $350,000 or $700,000. We had some one-time money of $1 million that we were going to utilize for things like the Bookmobile. So it lays out what we're doing, what we're going to do, and we are not behind on any of this.
Okay.
So,
so I mean, essentially, again, if we move forward on this item before us tonight, we would be pulling the rug out from under you and all your efforts to provide these services to our youth.
Yes.
Okay. And thank you for that. And I just, one of the callers had mentioned the budget of the school district versus the city of Santa Ana. Our general fund, as presented tonight, we're in the 307 million range, while the school district, I believe they proposed a $642 million budget. I think it's in that ballpark. So we're looking at something that's double the size of the city's budget, and we're going to be the donor? Again, that's kind of interesting math that we're playing with here. So I have to side with my colleagues that I don't really feel confident in supporting this at this time, because I think that our staff, Lisa's done a great job in planning ahead on not just like the park master plan, but programs. I mean, she's doing exactly what we would want our Parks and Rec executive director to do. And so I feel like this is almost like a slight to our own staff by pulling these funds out from under them. So while I appreciate the intentions, at least what I believe the intentions were, I won't be supporting this item.
I'd like to say something, Mr. Mayor, real quick to clarify this.
Yeah, I have a clarification too. Yeah.
Okay. Earlier, when I spoke on this item, I said I was in favor of Lisa's plan, which I'm holding right here, dated June 12th, which talks about funding all of these programs. So I just want to clarify that.
Right.
It's not the whole item here. I said, hey, we can discuss it, but I was in favor of this and bringing back our employees. So I was very clear about that. That was the focus. Just want to clarify that. Not a campaign stunt or anything else, nothing like that everyone else is talking about. That's not me. Just want to clarify it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I haven't had a chance to speak yet, so I think...
Go ahead. But I have a clarification, and with Villegas, I had asked for a clarification.
Go ahead.
Let's keep in mind, too, that when we discussed the budget, I mentioned there that these kinds of items, including the parks items and anything that might be left over in the youth fund, that when the budget comes back, that would include what dollars from this year to carry over into the next, and the dollars there. I would also say, and I'm glad that that memo or that update was brought up from last fall, it was merely an update of what programs the Youth Commission was reviewing, what they're kind of leaning towards, but the idea was they were going to continue reviewing programs and really make their final recommendations probably, I don't know, February, March, or April, and the youth are upset because they haven't been able to meet to finalize their recommendations, and then some things because of like the bookmobile and others got pushed back, and so even though there are dollars in the budget for some of these things, they may be delayed. But again, also all these requests that Parks now has, they should have went through the Youth Commission. The agreement, and Councilmember Becerra, you don't know because you weren't here when we created the fund, but the idea was we were creating this fund, and we asked them, for full engagement with our youth, because it was a youth fund, that we would ask them to review all the proposals and to give us a final list of all the recommendations on how to use the $3 million. I would tell you that because the Youth Commission hasn't met since about January or February, they never finished their work. The chair, that's the reason why they've been collaborating with me, because they haven't done that. They want to get back to meeting. And so that's why part of the action and direction is we want the Youth Commission to meet so that they can review the parks proposals rather than doing a loophole and having a staff-driven proposal on what youth want. I, again, believe more in surveying our residents, and in this case, it's for youth services. So I rather our youth say what they recommend that we fund rather than our staff. And quite frankly, rather than our council, even though we can obviously give direction. So this isn't an effort to take money away from anybody. If anything, it's an effort to get this thing back on track, because this youth commission has not met. They haven't finalized their recommendations. They would like to. And part of this action is for our staff to work with the youth commission to bring that back. So I really wanted to clarify that because that's important.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may also add a point of clarification, maybe staff can help you on this.
Go ahead.
So are we obligated to, I mean, look, we want the input of the Youth Commission. We absolutely do. I mean, it makes absolute sense to have that. But the way it's being discussed up here, it sounds like a conditional use permit going through the Planning Commission, that you have to go to Planning Commission before it gets to council. Is there a hard set requirement that you can't move forward on programming these cannabis funds meant for youth services unless the Youth Commission certifies a list of some sorts?
That is not correct. So let me just go back really quick. In June of, give me 1 second here. June 18th on 2019, the City Council recommended that we go to the Youth Commission to get input. So on July 19th, we went to the Youth Commission meeting and asked them for input, and they put this on their strategic plan goals. So they put an ad hoc committee together. Mm-hmm. They had public speakers, and they spoke about, that's where the bookmobile came up and Wi-Fi and things of that nature. And then on August 16th, we went back to the Youth Commission, and they weren't able to meet. They didn't have anything to provide. In December, they came back. 5 months later, we received their input. However, so we put in like they wanted to have paid internships, so we made sure that the paid internships were in there. There's also other things that the Youth Commission wants, and as they go along with their work plan, we can continue to add things that they want. But they are not the end-all for these funds.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, because as I'm looking at our Muni Code, Section 13-203, when it comes to cannabis revenue funding, if you want to look at subsection C, and I'll read it for you. It says, expenditures from the cannabis fund. Funds in the cannabis fund shall be restricted to youth services. It doesn't say anything that it has to go to a youth commission. So thank you for clarifying that for me, because I kept thinking, gosh, am I missing something in the code? But you've just clarified that no, there is no codified requirement that we need to have the youth commission ratify a list before we can proceed. And I appreciate you taking the initiative to program this and move it forward. So thank you very much.
Additional comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Sarmiento, so I wanted to make sure
go ahead,
everybody got their clarifications in before I spoke, and so I guess I'll wrap up.
There might be more clarifications coming, though, so
sometimes
speak fast.
I don't want to open up that Pandora's box, but look, I certainly think that all of us, as we speak about, what we need to do to provide services, a basic service I think we as a municipal government need to do is fund our youth. And that was one of the reasons I, couldn't support the budget earlier, was because I believe that fund should have been expanded. But I guess this item is a little misleading. Somebody just mentioned, and I think it was Councilman Becerra, that the monies that we're talking about here, Madam City Manager, they're cannabis monies, right? It just appears like these are monies that we just found, and that are just we're kind of getting out from the air. These are monies that we've had. They're unspent monies that were restricted for youth expenditures and youth funding and programming. Is that correct, or am I misreading it?
No, you're correct, sir.
Okay. And so,
we having one conversation here? Or?
Yeah. And so, look, I just think, I don't want to mislead the public, because these are monies that we've already directed, and I just heard a very, involved enumerated list from our Director of Parks and Recs on her plans to spend these monies. And I think that those were well thought out. I think they incorporated some of the comments and opinions from the Youth Commission, as well as some of the comments from the council and members of the public. So, what I don't want to have as the optics is to be saying we're going to get out of the business of providing services and programming to the youth. I mean, that is a core service delivery that we have a responsibility to respect and to perform. I have no objection whatsoever to having the school districts, not just SAUSD, but all the districts that compose are within our city boundary and serve our residents, to give us opinions. I'm really proud of Santa Ana Unified for what they did with ethnic studies. I couldn't be prouder. I'm a product of the school district, and I'm also a Chicano Studies minor. So I know how important it is to give historical context when a person is studying, especially when you're young. But I think we also have an opportunity here, and I think the city manager, the Director of Parks and Recs, and their staffs have really given a lot of thought about how we should expend these monies that are important. This is what we're supposed to do. These are things that we have an obligation, and I don't want to abrogate that responsibility that we have to our youth. I don't want to break that trust and just give it to another agency or give it to somebody who we're going to procure. That is our role, and especially at this moment when we have close to 175, 176 part-time employees that could help deliver that service, and we can employ them at the same time. I get that it's a noble effort. The way I see it is that these monies are going to be spent on youth, whether we spend it or whether we give it away. I just think I don't want us to sort of disengage ourselves as a city, because then it'll be easy to say, let somebody else handle the responsibilities for the youth. That is something that I'm not able to support. I welcome all the opinions and all the comments from our sister agencies that work with youth, especially SAUSD. I got a very detailed message from trustee and school board member Valeria Mesqua, and said, look, you guys can't defund yourselves out of this youth programming. This is something that we have to work in concert with, not remove ourselves and let somebody else do it. And I'm just, I'm very concerned. The one thing I do want to say, that as you were making your list, Lisa, on things that you had, scheduled for these expenditures, please include Wi-Fi access, because I think that's what all of us have been saying, and that is something that'll provide services to all our youth, all our residents, and I think that's something that is extremely important. But look, I'm just a little troubled, because this is really, really misleading the way it's presented, and I just don't appreciate that. I think it's better just to be straight with the community and say, these are monies that we already have for the youth. This isn't newfound money, and these aren't things that we, and it almost makes it look like our staff is incompetent, that they haven't been able to expend it, that they have no idea how to use it, they don't know what they're doing. And I have tremendous respect for the city manager, the Director of Parks and Recs, because she's been able to accomplish a lot in a very short time. I know that there's bathrooms going in at Delhi, there's improvements going in at Madison Park. You know, the predecessors you've had have been very good people, but in the short time that you've been here, Ms. Rudloff, you've made a big difference. And I appreciate all the work that you've done, and you've heard us on what we need for our youth. So I think that we have to work in concert and with our agencies, but we cannot get out of the business of providing youth services. That is something that's one of the reasons why many of us ran, was to help our youth. And if we're going to simply just go ahead and abrogate that and disengage and contract that out to another agency, we're not in a position to do that. We're separating and terminating employees, and we're going to be doing something like that. Makes no sense. So I agree with my colleagues that have spoken previously. I cannot support the direction. I can certainly welcome input and work as a partner in delivering service to the youth, but I cannot support us removing ourselves from that.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Mr. Mayor, this is Councilmember Penaloza.
Please go ahead, Councilmember.
I just wanted to thank my colleague, Councilmember Sarmiento, for those comments, and I wanted to double down on that Wi-Fi hotspots. I know that I have put in a request, and I wasn't going to check it out in the library for a hotspot, just to see how long the process really is. And it's been over almost 2 months, and I haven't, there hasn't been one available for me to rent or check out. And I know there's a very long waiting list for that. And I know that when you do check it out, it's only 2 weeks max that residents get. So let's focus on that. The Wi-Fi talk has been going on for years, and we definitely have the capability to really, really start looking at how we could partner with our school districts and even the cell companies that keep putting cell antennas on every pole in the city, it seems like. How can we put that to use? How can we provide free Wi-Fi to our youth? And that is something that is very important and needed for a lot of our communities. Internet's expensive. At my house, it's over $100, and it is expensive, and it could be very costly for an average family in Santa Ana. I know that growing up as a kid, the way that my brothers and I would get internet was we would go and steal the free AOL 500-hour CDs from supermarkets, and we install it on our giant desktop, and we'd have a little tally of how many hours we use the internet. And as soon as it was getting close to the 500, we'd cancel it, and then or if it wasn't my mom fighting to use the phone and she needed so that's how we use the internet. And now, you don't have those creative ways to do it besides going and sitting at a Starbucks. But do we really want our children hanging out at a Starbucks unattended? We know that they can't do that. So if there's a way that we could use these funds to get those bookmobiles sooner than later. I know that speaking to Brian, he said that they will have Wi-Fi hotspot capability on the vans and park them in these neighborhoods where we know they need them for 3-4 hours a day. And the hotspots, increasing that inventory is so critical to our youth and getting them the tools that they're going to need to succeed in school, because coming home from school, they don't have that internet access. So I want to make sure that we really put those dollars towards this and focus on that and expand that Wi-Fi hotspot inventory, because again, it's been almost 2 months and I still haven't heard back from the library. Summer vacation is about a month and a half, 2 months long. So here we have the potentially one of our school district, whether it's Garden Grove or Santa Ana Unified or Orange, wanting to get a Wi-Fi hotspot and not getting one at all summer because of how short that inventory is. So in a way that we could focus on that and focus on really beefing up these youth services that we already provide, that's gonna, it's gonna go a long ways, and we will see the impact on it that it could have on our community. So that's it. Those are my comments, but thank you.
I have a quick comment.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to inform my colleagues in that the Santa Ana Unified School District has already bought 5,800 hotspots, and they'll be buying about 4,000 more. So we should collaborate so that we could work together on having the Wi-Fi hotspots. And the other clarification that I just want to make is that my intention is that all the other programs be included, the ones that our director mentioned earlier. So not just a partnership with the school district, but the school district was extended its services because our facilities are still being restricted. However, they were going to be able to provide those services for the summer, which is much more sooner than the city could. So that's why we asked for this 1.5 million, which still leaves plenty of money for the other programs. So I encourage my colleagues to reconsider so that we could work together. And it will include all of Santa Ana residents, all of our youth, whoever is able to come to these services. It's not limiting anyone from these services. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're welcome. Additional comments?
Mr. Mayor,
If we have no-
one last thing.
Go
This
ahead.
is Councilmember Peñalosa, and I just want to take this opportunity to remind the council that we did have a joint committee with the school district and the city council at one point, and it was disbanded last year. And from what I recall, they didn't meet for over a year. And it's something that we should sit back and look at and say, could we bring that back? Is there support on this council and from the school district to bring that committee back and meet, quarterly and talk about these things? Because these things, I mean, if the school district did buy 5,000 hotspots or whatnot, I'd be supportive to say, okay, you know what, we're providing for the same constituents, for the same kids. Let's split the bill. Let's, what can we do? And say, okay, we'll pay for half of them. That is fine. But for me to sit here and just give a check to the school district, that's not a real partnership. A partnership, you got to sit down and I'm not married, but I'm assuming this is what married couples do, and sit down and draw out their budget and what they want to buy and what can they afford, and and that's what I mean. I wholeheartedly love the school district, and I know they're doing so good and so much for our youth, but at the same time, we gotta focus on the youth programs that we're providing, and not shortchanging them there, but working on that partnership. So I mean, if I need to 85 that conversation to bring back that committee at the next council meeting, I mean, I'm behind it, and I'd love to serve on it. Just gonna say that now. So yeah, those are my final comments. That's it. I promise.
Thank you. If I may, maybe just to wrap it up, I'd like to say I think there's a middle ground here. I believe that monies should stay within the city, but I think that there's many ways within the city that we can do more for youth. I know this is not new money, but it's money that I believe hasn't all been expended. So even though you're getting all sorts of different ideas, Madam City Manager, maybe you can do your magic, and it doesn't have to be right away, but maybe you can bring back some ideas or talk individually with council members, because I know you meet with council members and go over wish lists and agendas, kind of like the way we do the block grant dollars or other things, and maybe you can come back with something that'll move things forward. This is going to be a very tough summer for all of us, especially the youth. They got school cut out from underneath them, and some graduated the best they could, and many are getting ready to go to college, but it's not certain what that's going to mean. And meanwhile, jobs are tough because a lot of industry is not really going the way they normally go. So I think making an extra effort in this environment of a triple pandemic, because that's what we've got. We've got the virus, we've got the economy, and we have social unrest. So I just think this summer, if we can do anything, we ought to think out of the box and make it happen. So with that, what's our next item, Madam Clerk?
85C.
This is my
do we
item
have
too,
speakers on that?
Mr. Mayor. This is Councilmember Solorio. I brought this forward.
Do you want to speak first, or do you want to let speakers speak?
I'll speak first just to kind of tee it up, and if there are speakers or my colleagues or if staff
All right,
wants to
that's
respond.
fine. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, regarding timing, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because 4th of July is around the corner. And on the prior item, we created that youth fund like almost 4 years ago, and we haven't spent $1. That's why there's the urgency to make sure that via the budget we address it. So that was the reason for the timing on that, because we're working on the budget. So for those that were curious, on fireworks, I know we're all getting emails, calls, and texts already about the fireworks going on. You know, it's not the sparklers that people call about. It's about, you know, ones that sound like they're bombs, literally, or like guns, or there's concern for fires and personal danger. And I know that we have had programs that focus heavy on like July 1st through July 5th or so, and we put a lot of our resources at the back end, but at the back end, there's just so much stuff out there and so much smoke and activity that I know citation-wise, we haven't been able to do much on the day of, though education and warnings, we should start with that first. But as I said earlier, I really want to encourage early enforcement. You know, between now and then, if we see things go up or if we get calls or complaints, as well as, I think it was 3 years ago, former council member Lisa Mills and we did a kind of pilot project, because I believe in pilot projects too, and we asked individuals to give us addresses of folks that launch major and many illegal fireworks. We sent letters to them saying, hey, we know you've done it, don't do it again. And about at least the third didn't shoot off fireworks. And just by the letter alone, I think in a few cases we also had officers or staff go by and visit. So early enforcement is key. Use of past complaints is key. That data is there. Let's use data. Let's be smart with the data. And then please, and I don't know who manages this number, maybe as a follow-up city manager you can let me know, but if we have a central number where we're asking people to call in for fireworks, that number needs to be staffed all night long on the 4th, and quite frankly, probably on the 3rd and the 5th too, or whatever the history is of when that voicemail gets full. Those are my asks. I know there's a lot of people that really want them gone, banned, but I think really when that happened, what happens is the sparklers get banned, but the illegal fireworks continue, and so we're always still looking for more insights on that, and maybe our police chief or anybody from our fire department might have insight on that. I just wanted to share those thoughts with our city manager and our police department as we head into this 4th of July, and hoping that everybody has a safe and sane 4th of July. Those are my comments. This, like the prior item, is also just for direction, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Any speakers on this one?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead. How many?
We have 2 currently.
Fine, go ahead.
Caller, please
Hi,
state.
my name is Steve Gallegos. I wanted to talk about the fireworks. I think, yes, there definitely needs to be some kind of mitigation towards it. However, at the same time, I do not think that imposing a $1,000 fine on people right now makes sense because of COVID-19. Now, if you guys did want to fine, wouldn't it make more sense, especially right now, to not burden someone with that? Because the policeman, if that person goes to the court, he's going to have to be there, he's going to get overtime, and it's going to further burden the city. So there needs to be some compassion as well. It is interesting that you said people have already been calling you and texting you. It's great that you reach out to them. I wrote you an open letter, and you have not reached out to me, Jose Solorio. So what I would suggest is, for the time being, have a little bit more compassion and just do what I do. Here's a suggestion. I take my hose, I water down my roof so that it doesn't catch on fire, and then I buy some nice earplugs, and I would suggest for you on that day, probably wear just, maybe a little bit less hairspray, and there'll be no problem. That's the end of my comment.
Let's talk, Gwinnett. Okay.
Thank you, caller. Caller, please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, my name is Carla Juarez. Again, I just also wanted to let you guys know that we are still here. So we do stay with you all throughout the meeting. I was on hold for the previous item on the agenda in regards to the money invested into the youth. If you're concerned about civil unrest, please take precautions if you decide not to spend the money on youth, because it'll create more civil unrest, knowing that you guys did provide money for the police department, but you guys are not willing to provide money for the youth. Now, I agree and I accept whatever, if you guys are trying to look into on how to spend that money, but I just urge you that it does go to the youth, because there's a lot of mistrust already for the council. I mean, for the police department and for the council and for the government. And if you guys keep on not listening to your constituents, it is not going to create a good environment for all of us to live in and for all of us to share space. The fireworks are not an issue for me. But I do have an issue on how much money we spent for the helicopter to be flying around. And I do want to make sure that you guys name it. How much is it? I understand it's $30,000 for every hour that the helicopter is hovering around my house. I want to make sure that the city knows, because that money could also be invested in youth. If we found a way to give money to the police department, we could find a way to give money to invest in youth. I want to thank you for my time, and I will continue to be here and listening to y'all and until the meeting ends. Thank you for my time.
Thank you.
Is that it, Madam Clerk?
We have another caller. Caller, if you would please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please proceed with your comment.
Hi, I'm sorry, but I was calling for the item before this. This is Lisa Gonzalez-Solomon. Once again, here to talk to you about our youth and about programs that are being provided for the kids in our community. I know that we're worried about fireworks. We're worried about what's going on in our community, and there's so much that we need to do. But if we do not work through all of this together, whether it's providing education, providing summer programs, Santa Ana Unified has done a lot to help the kids throughout this COVID time. And I hope that you continue to work with us on all of our efforts and work with us together, because right now, who is with the kids? I have 12 teachers who are teaching summer programs, who are educating our kids, who are teaching them how to be safe throughout these difficult times. And I hope that Santa Ana, the city of Santa Ana, I chose to live here because I love it here, and I hope that you will continue to work with the school district, work with all the school districts, and I know we can find the money to support all the programs for youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, that was the last, but I did want to announce that we did receive emails on this item. We had 8 residents that supported it and 3 that objected. And that is all.
All right. Additional comments, council members? Are there no comments? If not, we'll just move on. Madam Clerk, what's next on the agenda?
Mayor, we do not have any other action items, but we have general public comment period. So items that are not listed on the agenda.
Okay, how many speakers do we have for that?
Currently, we only have 1.
Fine, let's go ahead, no problem.
Caller, please state your name for the record.
Hi,
Hi, this is Olga from Ward 3. I was supposed to speak on a couple items earlier today, but for some reason my calls weren't taken. And for item 85A, I was in the queue, but you unmuted multiple people at the same time, and thus I was taken out of the queue. So I think you need to have more experience with this, because you silenced me and you silenced a bunch of other people who were supposed to go, but because of your incompetence, they weren't able to speak on any of the matters that they wanted to. Now, I just wanted to say I support the Police Oversight Commission, but I don't want the cops to have any power over it. You can't have the same people investigating themselves. A close friend of mine was groped by an officer after the police were called for a domestic violence incident, and the police, who was from Santa Ana PD, who escorted her home, groped her. I don't want any cops on this commission. It's irresponsible. Pulido, you need to do better. I've attended only 3 of these meetings, and you sound so disinterested each time. You all need to do better. Thank you. Good night.
All right, thank you. Madam, are we to the city manager's comments, or where are we?
Yes, you are. And I don't have any,
Go ahead,
sir.
madam.
Nothing to report, sir.
All right, thank you. Council members, let's go ahead and start with Council Member Solario, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank all the staff for their patience this whole week with all these meetings, et cetera. Especially want to thank City Manager Ridge, our budget officer, and all the department heads on bringing forth a good start on a budget. I think you heard ideas for a lot of reforms and improvements to accommodate requests of the community. So I'm thankful for that, and just wish everybody a happy 4th of July. Be safe and sane, and have your mask around. Hopefully everybody knows that Governor Newsom did make it a statewide requirement to wear a mask or face covering. So look to Santa Ana's Nixle messages or social media to get the latest and greatest on that. We're all stronger together, and let's stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Peñalosa, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to also thank staff for their patience this whole last month, or couple of months, really, with COVID and the budget process. I mean, you guys have done as best as you can, and I appreciate all of you, and I want to thank you. I also want to, keep it short. I grew up without a father, but with Father's Day coming up, I just want to wish everybody a Father's Day and a happy Father's Day. My colleagues up here on this dais, the mayor, Councilmember Sarmiento, Councilmember Villegas, Solorio, happy Father's Day to all of you guys and our executive team that are fathers. My mother filled both roles, and wish her a happy Father's Day too, because she wore that hat and she did a great job, and just wanted to, wish everyone a happy 4th of July as well. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, please.
Yes, thank you, staff, for staying so late and for all the hard work and the effort that you put into preparing the meetings for us. And also, I want to thank my colleagues that we disagree on some items, but I commend you that you keep it professional, and that's the way it should be. Happy 4th of July to everyone, and happy Father's Day. That's it. Good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Vince Sarmiento, please.
Caught me off guard, Mr. Mayor. You forgot about Councilmember Becerra, but I guess he'll yield to me just for a couple minutes. I'll be quick. So I do want to start by wishing everybody a happy Father's Day as well. I don't have my father with me. It's been close to 25 years. So for those of you who do have your father, treasure them, love them, give them a hug. We need some love as well. And we know that mothers monopolize a lot of the love because they do the heavy lifting, but some of our fathers also try to help out as much as we can. I want to thank staff and the public for their patience, and we know these have been 2 very long nights in a single week, and so our apologies, but again, this is the people's work, and this is what we all signed up for, and we did it voluntarily. Nobody drafted us to do this. I do want to recognize 3 good pieces of news that we had this week. The first one was from the Supreme Court earlier this week on its decision to not discriminate and fire anybody on the basis of sexual orientation. So that was a big win. Coming from a court that's fairly splintered, and it reminds me a little bit of this council every once in a while. But they also handed down a very good decision today, having to do with many of our children and youth, speaking of youth, on the DACA decision. So they decided on a very slim margin, on a 5-4 margin, that the attempt to dismantle the DACA executive order was denied. And, thank God for procedural process, right, Madam City Attorney? Sometimes you don't win on the merits, but so long as you win and you keep folks' hopes alive, that's an important thing. So procedure matters. Finally, I want to thank Governor Newsom, because I was going to dedicate my public comments specifically on the whole issue of masks, and he kind of preempted my comments by making a decision earlier today mandating those. When we're in public spaces and when we can't physically distance. That doesn't mean when you're walking on the sidewalk and you're riding your bike with your children or your friends or on your own, you have to wear them. But when you're going into a space that you could expose others to, that is what the governor ordered, and I think that was the prudent thing to do, because the sooner we can get rid of this, we can open up quicker. We don't want to take any steps backward. We've sacrificed so long. The last thing I'd want to see us do is take steps backwards and have to shelter in place for a longer period of time. I think all of us have had enough of that. So let's open up and conduct ourselves responsibly. Thank you all for your patience. Good night.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Becerra, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank everybody who stayed with us and participated in Tuesday night's meeting and tonight's meeting as well. Wanted to wish our LGBTQ neighbors a happy Pride Month. I'm very proud that Santa Ana flies the Pride flag throughout the month of June. And I also want to wish everybody a happy 4th of July, and of course, to echo my colleagues' sentiments, a happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Good night.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Villegas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say happy Father's Day to everyone. Happy 4th of July. This will be my first Father's Day without my dad. And, I guess I'll move forward like he did when his father passed. But thank you, everyone. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. I just want to say that, unfortunately, on the viral pandemic, because I believe we have 3 pandemics, but, on the biological one, we're right at 2,000 cases in Santa Ana right now. We're leading the county in a category we don't want to lead. I've been working very hard, day and night, really trying to figure out with the state how to get more money. And I do think we're going to get possibly as much as $28 million. It depends on what they end up doing with the budget, and that money will have some more flexibility. I think as a council, we have to be working closely with our city manager, and we need to do something that, frankly, I believe the county has failed to do, and that is to take this matter seriously. I'm talking about contact tracing. I'm talking about getting masks, for the entire community. Some of the community don't know where to get them or can't afford them, and yet, they're very, very vulnerable. I do thank the governor for the order today, because I've been trying to get masks on OCTA buses, and I've not been able to convince, majority, well, not a majority necessarily, but certainly not the entire board to do that, and that's made it difficult. But as we have buses, people trying to go back to work, trying to get to places, it's not enough to have a mask on the bus driver. We have to have masks on the riders that are in these buses, because they become mobile petri dishes, if you will. And so I believe we have to hopefully get this money soon, become very aggressive. One of the things I've spoken to the city manager about is potentially having a public health official that we gave up the right to have back in 1974, gave it back to the county, but potentially, having one here for us as a city. It's something Long Beach did, and I believe it has served them well. Certainly I've argued with our county public health official that, we have a city that requires more attention. We're not Villa Park. I love Villa Park. I know the mayor there. We converse often. We have a different situation, and yet, the county is pretty much doing one size fits all. And they are beginning to do more here in Santa Ana, but just look at the statistics and it's real. I would also tell you that I think there's a category that the whole world is missing. And that category is a category of people that are dying from the virus, but they're not being properly categorized. There's countries right now that are not even really counting people anymore. They're just, digging a lot of graves and burying people, and that's just a terrible concept, but that's reality. Here we do know that we have more people in hospitals right now than we've ever had. There's more people in ICUs than we've ever had. And the deaths in Santa Ana, I'm trying to get them more often by city, but I believe we're approaching about 50 deaths here in the city. So it's real. We're nowhere near over it. If we're not aggressive and are able to handle it, the virus will be here for a long, long time to come. And so we have to all do our part and be very aggressive. I hope that we all have a safe 4th of July. I expect that, there's going to be a lot of energy out there because people have been cooped up for a long time, and it's just natural to want to celebrate. But, to the extent we can encourage everybody to be safe, we ought to let them blow out steam, but ought to encourage everybody to be safe at the same time. And as it relates to Father's Day, definitely, happy Father's Day to everybody. In my case, I'm fortunate, my dad's still alive, and I'm working very hard to make his life as best I can. And just a personal note to Councilmember Sarmiento, because, I was very close to, his dad, and I just know what a wonderful individual he was, and I know that it's been years since he passed, but a father like a mother, somebody very, very, hopefully very, very close to your heart, for your whole life. And so there's a chance to honor our fathers and spend a little bit of time with them and say thank you the same way we honor our mothers on Mother's Day. So with that, this meeting is adjourned, and onward and forward, everybody.